remains floating in air.
Somewhere along the way, but something underneath me never learned to fade. I let the years move through me. What once felt close and certain became harder to explain. I thought distance made it weaker. I thought silence meant goodbye. But every time I softened, something answered from inside. No voice asked me to follow. No memory called me back. It was simply there beneath me, like a truth that never cracked. Stay close, stay still. What is real is with me still. What never left me, never needed to be seen. You live beneath the changes, quietly inside of me. What never left me, never asked to be believed. I only had to open to feel what never left me. I stopped naming every absence. I stopped measuring the years. And the more I let things soften, the less I carried fear. Some things do not disappear, they only change their form. What once lived beside me now lives where I am home. What never left me, never needed to be seen. It lived beneath the changes, quietly inside of me. Oh, what never left me, never asked to be believed. I only had to open to feel what never left me. Still with you, still with me. Still with you, still with me. Still with you, still with me. No return, no goodbye. What is true does not die. I thought I had to find it. I thought it had to return. But what I called a memory was something I still carry. I kept looking for a feeling that would finally make me whole. till I learned peace was not waiting somewhere outside of my soul. I had filled my days with searching, always reaching for enough, thinking calm would come and find me when I finally earned his touch. But the more I tried to hold it, the more restless I became. So I stopped demanding answers, stopped believing I must change. And beneath all that effort, there was nothing left to chase, only room enough to notice I had carried peace this way. Let it settle, let it be. Nothing missing, nothing to see. When the heart finds stillness, it does not need to run, it does not need tomorrow to undo what has been done. When the heart finds stillness, the weight begins to ease. I stop asking life for answers and let the moment breathe. I thought peace would feel like winning, like arriving somewhere new. But it came without a promise when I stopped pushing through. No reward and no surrender, no great lesson to receive, just the simple understanding I could rest and still believe. Now I let the day come gently, without asking what it means. I can leave some things unfinished and still feel complete in me. No more reaching, no more strain. What I needed was not far away. When the heart finds stillness, it does not need to run, it does not need tomorrow to become what it has become. When the heart finds stillness, I finally understand. Peace was never something waiting, it was asking me to stay here, stay near, stay near. Nothing lost, nothing to fear, nothing to fear. Breathe slow, let it be, let it be. What I search for lives in me. I spent so long looking for peace, and one day I stopped looking, and it stayed.
On the YouTube Music app, you can bump your favorite songs in the background while you do stuff in the foreground.
So many voices moving through me, so many reasons to believe. Yet underneath the endless voice asking something quiet to remain. I followed every louder answer till I could barely hear my own, letting borrowed truths surround me until none of them felt whole. Then the rush began to loosen, and I heard a softer tone. It was never asking for attention, it had always been my own. No promise, no persuasion, nothing pulling me away, only something calm and certain, waiting underneath the weight. Lower the noise, let it fall. What is true doesn't have to call. There is a voice beneath the noise, soft enough to tell the truth. It does not tell me who to be, it brings me back to what I knew. There is a voice beneath the noise, steady when the rest is gone. And the more I learn to hear it, the more I know where I belong. I stopped asking for permission, I stopped chasing every sign, and the quiet turned to meaning when I finally gave it time. What was hidden under pressure was not broken, was not weak. It was waiting for the moment I was ready just to hear. Listen low, listen deep, listen low, let it speak. No demand, no disguise, truth arrives when noise subsides. There is a voice beneath the noise.
just a quick announcement. We will have to delay a few minutes because a lot of people are stuck in traffic, so thanks for bearing with us.
Where are they? Okay. Okay, let me just go print pro stuff, right? I think Dr. Rabia is trying to get the lanyards, the ones that are.
I see.
You know what? I think when everybody goes out for tea, because it's the keynote and then it's tea and then it's the
First session.
first session. So I can try it during the tea because now everyone's here. It's gonna be so awkward. I hope the video just goes loud, right? It'll be so awkward. So I'll
Yeah.
try it during tea. Okay, that's fine. So we have time to save rakshas as well. So that's fine.
And we can save it during the keynote, put it on the stick, but you have like 35 minutes.
Yes. This thing is so tiny. Imagine reading from it.
That's the thing. Presenter notes, the notes are like this tiny little.
I know it's gonna be a problem. So you can exit this because everybody, I don't know what that is, but yeah.
One, two. 1, 2.
Welcome everybody, and thanks for your patience as we have waited for some people and the bus held up by traffic. So I want to welcome you to our conference, which is called Childhood Sexualities and the Politics of Schooling. And before we start, I have a few technical announcements to make. First, if you need to use Wi-Fi, find on your desk this QR code which you can scan that allows you access for the Wi-Fi. Also remember please to set your phones on silent so we are not interrupted. Bathrooms, if you need bathrooms, if you exit the room to the back, you just turn left twice and you'll be in front of the bathroom. Remember also please to come back timely from all the tea breaks and lunch, as we are on a tight schedule and need to be punctual really to stay on track. For the presenters, please keep your 15-minute time slot, be very exact if you can, and heed the timekeepers in the front row, which will give you signals. And after every session, please all the presenters come to the front for a short Q&A, and also stay at the end for a photo. And for everybody speaking, presenters, as the audience, please always use a microphone when speaking. So because we broadcast this conference also, there's a recording, so this allows us for the audience at home to also hear everybody. And for that also look for our microphone runners. We have 2 people with radio mics that can reach you quickly. So it is now my pleasure to introduce Professor Divya Bana. I'm going to introduce her with this short bio. Professor Bana holds the South African Research Chair in Gender and Childhood Sexuality at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Her research examines how gender and sexuality come to matter across the young life course, advancing equitable, young person affirming approaches to gender, masculinity, sexuality, and education. She's one of the founding members of the Global South Childhood Studies Network, has served as advisory member of UNESCO's Sexuality Education Program, and was recently a moderator in the G20's Education for Gender Equality and Peace, Advancing Gender Transformative Education for All event. She has authored over 200 peer-reviewed publications and 15 books, of which 5 are sole authored. So please, everybody, welcome Professor Divya Bana.
A very warm welcome to all of you here today, especially our international guests. And I want to welcome scholars in the room, and to welcome the teachers and practitioners, and the activists, and the officials who have come from schools and the Department of Education, and from organizations who work directly with children. You today are not an audience for this conversation on childhood sexualities. You are part of it. The politics of childhood sexuality is made in many places. In universities, as we study it, in classrooms, as we observe it, witness it, and sometimes do nothing about it, in departments, in organizations, homes, and communities. Every person in this room matters to that politics, and every one of us here has a role in shaping what becomes possible for children and young people. Today's conference captures the essence of the work that we're doing through the SACHI program. And the title, Childhood Sexualities and the Politics of Schooling, captures the essence of that work. This conference also comes at a very important moment. We're living through very difficult times with the resurgence of anti-gender politics, the attacks on sexuality education, not just here, but more globally, the growth of the right-wing politics, and attempts in all parts of the world to restrict what children and young people are allowed to know about gender, sexuality, and their own bodies. So we chose the title deliberately, because sexuality is never just about sex. It is about gender, it's about power, it's about vulnerability and desire, it is about bodies, and it is also the way in which children are deemed to be innocent and asexual. Sexuality is imagined for many as something that arrives later in life, almost magically in South Africa when you turn 15 years, 11 months, and on the 29th or 30th or 31st day, you suddenly magically become 16 and therefore have rights which are denied before that. Of course, we have this amendment to the Sexual Consent Act in which children between the ages of 12 and 15 are permitted to engage in consensual sexual relationships as long as the age gap of 2 years is observed. Children encounter, and nonetheless, despite the policy which states that children are and are permitted by law to be sexually active from 12 to 15 within the 2-year age gap, children still encounter sexuality as if it is taboo. And they encounter it through religion and families and friendships and schools and television and music and digital cultures. And they encounter it in ways that expand on what they know. And yet we as adults refuse to engage with what they know. They learn very early what it means to be a boy or a girl, which bodies are valued. They learn who may desire whom, and they learn about shame and silence. But this is not the whole story, because children also question these parameters of the restrictions placed on them in terms of what they might know. They resist them and they transform them. And this is why schools matter so much and why you matter so much. But schools can reproduce inequalities, and we know that very well in South Africa. In the last week or so, we've seen reports of a teacher in Alexandra being suspended for allegations of sexual harassment. And we've heard of a 16-year-old in the last week in Malmesbury in the Western Cape who is alleged to be part of an international child sexual abuse network. But schools are also never places of danger. Many of you here are teachers too. They are places where you can allow children to question and allow them to grow and ask and to listen to them as caring adults. And it is precisely you as the young scholars that make such a big difference to how we develop the scholarship around childhood sexualities. And we have to produce intellectual communities, and this is part of the SACHI program in bringing together you with international scholars. And it makes me particularly proud to be part of this group of young people, because ideas travel. Doing my PhD or beginning the PhD, looking at children between the ages of 6 and 9 across 4 different race and class contexts. And I sat in classrooms over a period of 12 to 13 months. I spoke to children, I spoke to the teachers, and I kept wondering, what is the difference between the teachers who said to me, "We're not sure why you're here. You should be researching older children in high schools because these children are innocent." And almost 27 years later, when you go to schools, you hear the same logic. Why are you here? Children do not understand gender or sexuality, and you should be in high schools where this matters more. I'm so glad that I pursued the work because it became part of the program and part of almost 28 years of research on gender and childhood sexuality. And it also means that I'm no longer alone in this work. To the masters, the honors, the PhD students who are here, you are the hope, and I'm hoping that you see academia not just as a place to obtain your degree or simply to engage in a particular research project, but I'd like you to see it as a place of belonging. I'd like you to see it as a place in which you can grow that scholarship which began in South Africa so many years ago. And you, as young scholars, count so much in the SACHI program. But I'm also delighted to welcome the international scholars Estelle Malgoza and Bruna Alvarez, both from Spain. And through the Sexophone project, children are seen as active participants who make videos, watch one another's worlds, and ask what is similar and what is different, and what we can learn from them. So your presence here today represents a relationship, Estelle, that you began with me. And just like a simple email, I'm going to be in South Africa. Can I join your program? Can I come visit? And I'm so glad that that simple message has resulted in this sort of relationship, this collaboration, and I know it will endure. Thank you so much. It is also a way in which we can learn how to build relationships, not just with ourselves here, but across the country. We've held several conferences in which we've brought scholars from throughout the country, and today I'm so proud to bring people from Pretoria University, from the Durban University of Technology. Thank you for coming and welcome. So let me then end with where I began, which is reflecting on 1999 and trying to understand the disjuncture between the 12 teachers in 12 different classrooms across race and class contexts and the over 100 young children between the ages of 6 and 9, and what they were saying to me, and how sitting with them in their little stools or their chairs allowed me to gain access to an intimate part of life. But it allowed me to take what they say seriously, including their curiosities, including their desires, including their knowledge of kissing, of boyfriends and girlfriends, including their knowledge of being violently attacked in the playgrounds, including being beaten up by teachers. So what I have come to understand is that our work has just begun. There's so much more to do, and that is why you here as young scholars, it is really in your hands to take this work up. And so we are here today because the children that were asking me questions and the children that I was listening to still ask those questions and still don't get the answers that they need. And because I believe, and I think all of us here believe, that they deserve better than our discomfort as adults. And so I would like then to thank you for coming and open the conference and then begin with our first keynote. And I would like then almost immediately to give you a sense of who Estelle Malgoza is. You've got a little bit of how I've come to know Estelle. Estelle works in the Faculty of Education at the University of Girona in Spain, and she works across feminist and childhood studies and sexuality education, uses ethnographic, participatory, and feminist materialist approaches to examine how sexuality, gender, consent, and education are constituted. And her current research focuses on consent practices in early childhood and queer childhoods. Dr. Malgoza completed a PhD on sexuality in childhood in Barcelona area public primary schools and coordinated the Sexophone Catalonia Participatory Action Research Project, which engaged more than 5,000 children. I have to say, we're so delighted to be collaborating with you on the project and hoping that in the next part of our journey, we could yield the kind of publications and look at the data and the work that our students are doing in that project. And her work appears in leading journals, including Sexuality, Sex Education, and Children in Society, and she contributes to public engagement on child-centered sexuality education. Thank you and welcome.
So, thank you very much for this introduction, Devia, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to say sorry for my English. It's not very good, so if you don't understand something, please ask me. It's a great honor to be here today. Thank you very much for inviting me. It is also a privilege to give this keynote. During my PhD, I have discovered Professor Bahana's work. Her research inspired me very much. So it's a big pleasure to be here and with you. So thank you very much. Today I will talk about sexuality and childhood, but more specifically, I will focus on sexual consent between early childhood in school. And I will do this through the case of genital touching between peers, which we have found a very complex and sensitive topic. This research is a part of Sex in Barcelona project at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. It is also a topic where we still need much research. For this reason, I am now starting an ethnographic study with a primary school about peer consent in early childhood. So this is the outline of what we are going to look at. First, I would like to explain briefly the Spanish context. In recent years, Spain has become more aware of sexual violence. This also includes sexual violence between children and adolescents. Many people believe that a better sexuality education is a part of solution. In 2019, a study showed that the average age of first exposure to pornography in Spain was 8 years old. By the age of 14, exposure had become widespread. This study generated significant moral panics among families. Sexual education has been compulsory in Spain since 2020. However, the law does not explain how schools should teach it. It also does not provide enough resources. As a result, sexual education is very different across the country. Catalonia has introduced a new curricula in 2022. And for example, this curricula teach consent to young children as the right to one's body in relation to deciding who can touch it, where, and how. These legal changes are an important step forward. However, sexuality education is still controversial in Spain. There is opposition from conservative groups, far-right political parties, and anti-gender movements. Topics such as pleasure and decision-making and consent become more controversial when discussed in relation to young children, like in this case, where Catalan government withdrew some materials after being accused of teaching 3-year-old children how to masturbate. This shows that the consent is even more controversial in early childhood. Many people still see young children as innocent and asexual. However, World Health Organization recommends teaching consent from early age to help children respect other people's bodies and personal space. In recent years, consent has become central in discussions about sexual violence. In 2022, Spain introduced the Only Yes Means Yes law, and the focus moved from no means no to only yes means yes. Consent has also become an important idea in feminist movements. Campaigns use messages such "my body, my choice," "my body belongs to me." And these same messages also appear in children's books. For example, "My body belongs to me, your body belongs to you." But this also raises an important question. Does child really have complete control over their bodies? Children sometimes say, "My body belongs to me, so I don't want to have a shower." or I don't want to eat vegetables. So we need to ask, do children really have the right to decide about their bodies? Where are the limits? Finally, consent is not an easy concept. It is complex, even for adults. One recent article asked, do young people really understand sexual consent? I will ask another question. Do adults really understand consent? A recent study found that nearly 4 in 10 young people admitted taking advantage of someone who had been drinking in order to have sex. 37 of young men admitted that taking advantage of someone who, after they had consumed alcohol or drugs. These findings remind us that understanding consent is still a major challenge. In 2025, the Catalan series Poverty brought the complexities of consent to the forefront and explored the grey areas surrounding a case of sexual abuse between teenagers. As the director says, we expect to understand what consent is when we ourselves are still debating it. So in our society, not all forms of consent are considered equally valid. For example, some feminist perspectives deny or question sex workers' capacity of consent. In the same line, many ethics committees in the universities still ask us to talk about assent, not consent. In other words, children assent to something that another person has formally consented. This makes visible the social construction of childhood as vulnerable and an innocent group in need of protection. Now, let's look more closely at these complexities of consent. Consent is not always so binary. It seems easy, but it's not easy. It's not binary, and you can say yes, no, I don't know, maybe. Consent is always not rational. Many times we do not really what we know. And also desires created through our interactions with other people and with environment, context, etc. And it is also entangled in power relations. So this complex understanding of consent also creates important challenge for sex education. First, consent is always connected to power relations. Gender, age, race, class, ability, peer pressure. For example, children sometimes explain that they agree to something because they don't want their friend to get angry, or they don't want their mother to be sad. We need to go behind the simple yes-no model. Here. Third, it is not always easy to communicate how we feel and what we want. These are still abilities we need to practice. Also, desire is created through interaction. And the consent and desire are not the same thing. Sometimes giving consent means finding a balance between different or even conflicting desires. So, finally, this raises an important question. Do we allow children consent to the things that we consider sexual? In this presentation, I will focus on body and genital touching between peers. This is a very sensitive topic. In our work in Sexafin, we have received many calls from schools and families asking for advice about these situations. At this point, I really like to refer to the anthropologist Bronislaw Malinowski, who in 1932, when writing about Trobriand Island in Papua New Guinea, he described children engaging with each other bodies and genitals from an early age. He also described parents as being relatively indifferent to these practices and seeing them as natural. I like to include this example because it shows that children's body and sexual exploration has been reported in different cultural contexts and at different moments of history. So why do react so strongly to these practices today, the families? One important explanation is the increased visibility of child sexual abuse internationally during the 1980s and the 1990s. This produced an important cultural change. It changed how adults understand privacy, innocence, and protection. Families became more aware of sexual abuse, partly through the new ideas and representations of child protection. There was also a shift in adults' attitudes from tolerance and trust towards fear and prohibition. And adults started to use words as abuser and victim to describe children involved in these situations. This can create labels for children at a very young age. As a result, we saw an increased repression of children's sexual expression and the criminalization of childhood sexuality, and some children in particular. This has led to very different discourses about children's touching. On the one hand, there is a discourse of naturalization, although this is still based on ideas about what is normal and abnormal. On the other hand, there is a discourse of repression and prohibition. So we move between ideas such nobody can touch your genitals, and it is natural for children to explore their bodies. Research suggests that we need other possibilities between these two positions, approaches that can protect children, while also allowing them to explore their bodies and sexuality. This presentation is based on new feminist materialism. I understand consent as an assemblage of different materials and discursive elements such as sexuality, bodies, ideas, spaces, materials, gender, social norms, etc. And these elements do not exist independently. They emerge through their interaction. So they are constantly being created and transformed. In addition, the elements within different movements, they can territorialize, that is, constrain or limit the possibilities of consent, or they can deterritorialize, opening up new possibilities for consent. In our case, construction of childhood as asexual and innocent, together with the ideas of adult heterosexual sexuality, are shaped by a binary and heterosexual framework. This can make it difficult for children to give consent in relation to their own bodies. However, one or more components can create what Deleuze and Guattari call a line of sight, which can deterritorialize this assemblage. For example, creating opportunities to question dominant norms can destabilize the assemblage and open up new capacities to act, feel, and desire. Therefore, consent is not fixed. There are infinite possibilities and becomings of consent. Finally, I also draw on Bennett's concept of think power to analyze the capacity of matter to produce effects. So, in this presentation, I seek to identify the process of territorialization and deterritorialization with the assemblage of sexuality, as well as the think power that can enable or constrain children's consent. To do this, I analyzed 20 focus groups in 8 public schools in Catalonia, Spain, with children aged between 4 and 7. These focus groups were part of Sex Affinity Project, and the children gave their consent to participate, as did their families, and the methodology was based on drawing activities and the focus group. Now, let's look at the findings. Here, we asked them, the children, to draw 3 bodies. In the first, they color in the parts of the body they like touching themselves. In the second, the parts of the body they like others to touch. And the least, the parts of the body they do not like others to touch. As you can see, most of them did not color in their genitals, and later explain in the focus group that they did not do so because they felt embarrassed. Those who did color in genitals always did so in the third drawing, the parts they do not like others to touch. So it seems clear that interaction between the participating children, the researchers' space, drawings, constructions of childhood as a sexual taboo surrounding genitals produce the effect that genitals cannot be touched between peers. However, when we asked about this explicitly, we introduce a new discursive material element into the assemblage, and this interaction produces new effects. 2 discourses coexist. Here we introduce the explicit question in the assemblage. Here we have 2 focus groups from the same class. In the first group, the children say that genitals could not be touched by other children. They say that only family members could touch them, for example, when providing care or helping with hygiene. However, in another focus group with the same class, a different discourse about private parts emerged. Here, the researchers' questions worked as destabilizing element within an assemblage that was territorialized by silence around talking about genitals and by the idea that nobody can touch other person's genitals. In other words, the researcher question interacted with children with taboo and silence, producing new framework of possible responses. That was something that did not exist before. Here, a group of 7-year-old children gave us a definition of private parts. Private parts are those parts that the body that you need the other person's permission or consent to touch. At the same time, they told us that a boy and a girl were touching each other's bottoms. The girl explained yes, but we asked each other for permission to do it, and we both agreed. This definition was not only discursive, it was materialized in practice, when the boy and the girl were touching each other's bottoms. However, this materialization surprised from some of the other children. This practice of touching bottoms had the capacity to affect the other children. It made them question again whether young children could consent to touching each other's genitals. In this example, the children tell us about a case of genital touching between a boy and a girl. They call it penis vulva, or as they later explain, knickers and underpants. This practice was mediated by an important object, underwear. In the context of the boy and the girl bringing their genitals together, the underwear transformed a practice that could be seen as unacceptable by adults, bringing together genitals, into something more acceptable and easier to talk about, bringing underwear together. So this is the thin power of underwear. It did not sample cover the genitals. It also made this practice possible between young children. The experiences of touching between children that they told us were few compared with the large number of cases reported by teachers and families. As we've seen during the focus group, the assemblage sometimes became deterritorialized and created possibilities for children to talk about experiences of body and genital touching between peers. However, children continue to live within a strong tension. Discursive and material elements continue to be part of the assemblage, and these elements continue to restrict the possibilities for children's genital touching practices. Now, I will talk about two cases in school where after an incident of genital touching between children aged 4 and 6 and the family's angers toward the school management decided to place material objects in the school to discourage these practices. These are moments when the materiality of a school environment actively participates in reconfiguring the assemblage. I will look at two elements, the gate and the poster, as expressions of Bennett's think power. In Spain, toilets in early years classrooms are usually inside the classroom, here, as you can see, with several toilets in the same space. In this school, they had installed a gate to control access in the toilet, this one, because the children could not open it by themselves. Here, the gate restricted the possibilities for consent. Although one boy said, yes, with permission, we can touch body and genitals with permission, the rest of the class said that nobody will give you permission. However, one girl explained me that are some things in the school that you have to hide at such kissing in the mouth. So it seems that the restriction not only limits children's possibilities for consent, but also pushes this practice towards silence and hiding. In this example, 4-year-old children for the same school talked about experiences of touching each other's private parts. These comments deterritorialized the assemblage and opened up possibilities for consent between children. However, a few weeks later, the teacher of this group contacted us because she was upset. There had been another case of genital touching between a boy and a girl in the class. And the teacher said, they are smart children, and now, after the focus group, they know that it can be done, touching genitals between peers, with consent. This comment brings us back to the debate about sexuality education as encouraging sexual practices, and to the idea that saying something can encourage children to do it. This creates a logic in which teachers should not talk about touching as a way of preventing children from touching each other. The teacher had spoken to the children involved, and they said that they had given each other permission. Importantly, the deterritorialization of assemblage made it possible for the incident to be talked about and shared. This gave adults, teachers, and families an opportunity to provide information, investigate what happened, mediate, offer support, and provide children with tools. However, if the only adult response is prohibition, the assemblage may become deterritorialized. Children's everyday touching practices may then return to being marked by secrecy and hiding, making adult support more difficult, as we will see in this. Sorry, in this situation. In another school, they put a poster on the toilet door after an incident of genital touching between children, following complaints from families. And the poster says, we go to the toilet alone, friends wait outside. This example showed that the poster did not stop the touching practices. Instead, it pushed them towards hiding and secrecy. This is an experience of teacher, that the teacher found a boy and a girl touching each other's genitals in the classroom. When she spoke to them, the girl became very nervous. Her face showed fear, and she started to cry. The boy also started to crying and begged the teacher not to tell his mother because she will tell him off. In this way, the poster ritualized the assemblage. It created a clear rule: you must not do it. Guilt and shame can prevent dialogue and adult support, and it makes it harder to identify situations of vulnerability as a sexual abuse. So, to finish, I would like to highlight a few key points. First, we can see that contradictory discourses coexist in the classroom. Children sometimes reproduce very restrictive ideas about touching, but at other moments, they also created spaces where consent and touching between peers become possible to talk about. Second, we can see that material objects such as gates and posters also regulate children's touching practices. They can increase surveillance, secrecy, or limit opportunities for dialogue. Importantly, restrictive approaches do not necessarily eliminate genital touching practices. Instead, they can push these practices towards silence, guilt, and secrecy. At the same time, children continuously create lines of fight that can temporarily destabilize these prohibitive norms. However, despite these moments of deterritorialization, children report relatively few experiences of genital touching compared with the many cases reported by teachers and families. They may suggest that children are also internalizing the idea that touching is something that you don't do. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malgosa. This was a really interesting and fascinating keynote, I think, with data that is probably not the same all over the world, I would say. We are now coming to our tea break, so please enjoy the tea and coffee outside, and we'll be back at around 10:05 or a little bit earlier. We're almost back to be good in time. Thank you.
just play it. So I just play it.
Yeah.
How do I know if the sound goes? See, it's connecting here. It's not connecting
Oh, is
to
it
the...
a live? Is it a link to something?
No, it's just... But it needs to... Where's that sound guy? We need him to tell him that it's playing off the laptop and not off
Oh yeah,
that.
I mean they have the thing on the side, but yes. When is yours?
First session?
In the first session.
Yeah. So let's shout out to that guy, right?
Agendas.
He's not looking at us. Okay, now he looked. Okay.
And then we have to copy Raksha's.
Yeah. So, so this is the video clip, right? So when I play, this was my concern. It's gonna play off here.
Welcome back after our nice tea break. So we continue with our first session, and I'm going to call up the session chair, Dr. Raksha Yanak, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Pretoria, and we will introduce her more properly later when she presents her own.
Good morning, everyone. So the first session is titled, What Young People Know About Sexuality and What They Want to Know. And our first presentation in this session is titled, From Knowing to Competence, Theory and Politics Behind Learning Sexuality by Stefan Luca from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Luca is a second-year SAHI postdoctoral fellow at UKZN. He holds a PhD in human sexuality from the California Institute of Integral Studies, San Francisco. His doctoral work revolved around the conceptualizations of sexual competence and children's sexual rights. Stefan's current research focus areas are childhood and adolescent sexuality, related policy, sexual and gender minorities, and theorizing human sexual development. It's now my pleasure to call upon Dr. Luke to the platform. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, again. So my presentation today will take a look at the theory and politics of learning sexuality. My goal for the next 15 minutes is to give some inspiration for approaching comprehensive sexuality and relationship education, which we also call CSE, in an expanded fashion, shining a different light on some of the controversial topics around children and sexuality. In this short time frame, I can naturally only raise some major points and not go into too many details. I would like to start with a dedication of sorts and set the tone with Dr. Jocelyn Elders, who was the former US Surgeon General under Bill Clinton in the United States. And she gave an interview statement once which got into trouble. She said, "Masturbation is a part of human sexuality and a part of something that perhaps should be taught. But we've not even taught our children the very basics. And I feel that we have tried ignorance for a very long time, and it's time we try education." So this interview statement, which was not even in her official capacity, got her fired from her job. So more than 30 years later now, we can ask ourselves how much of ignorance we have exchanged for better education, and the bottom line is probably a mixed bag. So since this session is titled, What Young People Know About Sexuality and What They Want to Know, I intend to tease out some of the complications that arise from these questions. First, I start with the premise that all human beings have sexuality long before puberty, starting at birth. Children's sexuality is different from adult sexuality in that it does not have a sexual aim or sexual object initially, so there typically is no object of desire. Children's sexuality is typically playful, explorative, generally pleasure-seeking, and can deal with exploring one's own body and the body of a peer. Altogether, sexuality in childhood has a very different meaning, though, from adulthood sexuality compared. Puberty and adolescence then rather quickly shift this meaning into an adult understanding. Secondly, what children desire to know easily gets conflated with teachers and politicians' ideas of what children actually should know, or what adults think children can comprehend. And herein lies the biggest root of political controversies, as adults do not agree with each other even on what should be taught. The danger is that even well-meaning ideas for educating children on sexuality can be completely adultist and miss children's needs. But on the other hand, there's also knowledge that we cannot afford to ignore, such as the risk of HIV transmission, gender-based violence, and sexual violence, or knowledge that will be central for the current and future well-being of a child. Then thirdly, younger children might not know what to ask, really, in the sense of, if you don't know yet what you don't know, then you cannot formulate the right questions, really. So older children will be better in identifying their own knowledge gaps at some point, but younger children might not be there yet. And lastly, but most importantly maybe, sexual knowing is not just mere information such as accurate or medical facts about the body and reproduction or social definitions and norms. Sexual knowing is also about emotions, somatic awareness, practices, experiences, and observations of a sexual nature. And this already points to the sexual competence model I will introduce in a moment. Let's look at the history of comprehensive sexual education in politics and related theory. And I have to make this short because there's a lot actually that happened. Political battles about what to teach in sex ed or if to teach it at all or at which age have been an ongoing controversy in many countries. The points of contention against CSE often are fear of children's sexualization or introducing interest in sexual activity, giving wrong ideas. There's the purported loss of innocence and things like that. Or some people would see CSE as indoctrination or something as too early. And these concerns are often tied to religious and cultural idea about the concept of the child, culminating in moral panics beyond CSE even. As a result, policy changes are like a pendulum swing, often back and forth between progressive and conservative standpoints. So in the US, it's an extreme case. For example, there's various state laws which are conflicted with each other between states, different rules, opt-in and opt-out policies for parents. The state of Florida has banned, for example, the mentioning of the word gender or sexual orientation in most grades. So we are at an extreme end here. In South Africa, you might remember the online campaign that had the hashtag Leave Our Kids Alone a few years ago, which were parents resisting resisting sexuality education through digital activism. So we can ask really, why is this cycle not ending? Besides political standpoints, I think one of the several reasons is that we lack foundational theories and data about sexual development in early childhood. And then theories about sexual development, we don't really have a lot. We're still dealing with Sigmund Freud's old idea of sexual development, and we do have developmental theories out of psychology that are problematic because they often prescribe stages of expected stages of development that should happen in childhood, and they're often very Western in the idea of how children are supposed to grow up, that ignore, for example, African perspectives. So there's newer theories out there, but they have not addressed sexuality really on its own. And today we would frame sexuality as an interconnected mix of bio, psycho, and social phenomenon. So that is why it is complex also. And sadly, so the fields of childhood studies and the fields of gender and sexuality studies are somehow disconnected because the childhood people don't want to talk sex and the sexuality people don't want to address children. So I argue here that the idea of learning about sexuality is too simplified if we approach it as mere schooling. Instead, we should approach this issue as children developing sexual competence. So children do not simply learn sex, they create behavioral scripts, negotiate sexual meanings, identities, and expressions, and we just heard it in the keynote also, how this happens at an early age. So the notion of competence has actually a longer history and originated in cognitive psychology. It is typically a concept employed in education, so that's a good fit. It goes beyond simple classic theories of child development that I just mentioned. And so a definition of competence is, for example, cognitive abilities that individuals have available or can learn to solve certain problems. But notably here, competence has a goal under this definition. It's about solving a problem or deliver a specific performance. And it is a cognitive concept, delivering expected behavior. Sexuality is not just that, and here's the problem. So we have to define the acquisition of competence to make it useful for CSE and going beyond a simple idea of providing information. So as this is part of my doctoral work, actually conceptualizing sexual competence, and I have to keep this simple because it's much more deeper, but modern psychology starts with recognizing that there are three areas of intrapsychic processes that are connected to each other, and that is A for effect, B for behavior, C for cognition, and so this is the ABC of psychology. For a child developing sexual competence, we need to consider that these three areas are really interconnected and interacting with each other. And this is where theorizing starts, and the competence model becomes helpful for analysis in order to ask the right questions about how becoming sexually competent actually works for children and teens. Secondly, also in this model, I have included of levels of social analysis that are follow social domains that come out of sexual script theory, but I will not talk about that today. It goes too far. So what happens if you put the 3 dimensions of cognition, emotion, and behavior into conversation? Let's look at a few constellations. So knowledge and cognition does not automatically translate into competent behavior. And we have examples, for example, out of HIV research, where the use of condoms was always propagated, but as it turns out, people know what to do, but they don't always do it. And this is more complex in terms of that using a condom might have a meaning, like I'm suspecting my partner of cheating or something like that, right? Or I might not simply have access to condoms. So the knowledge alone is not guaranteeing competent behavior. Autoerotic experiences can increase knowledge, so there's a connection how behavior shapes also cognition. And for example, for children, how it feels good to give or receive erotic touch, that gives over time forms a cognitive idea of pleasure. And what I also want to point out, and this is really more a philosophical thing, there is such a thing as knowing with the body. So we have intuition, awareness about one's own body, sensations, physical situations that defy descriptions or clear definitions. So knowing with the body is something else than cognition, or it happens before rational knowledge. And what also can happen is that feelings are not congruent or contradictory to a child's cognition. So what is taught to be right might feel wrong, or vice versa, what's taught to be wrong might feel good, or so it's confusing potentially. So this could mean that some young people know about the mechanics of sex, but they have no clue about what kind of feelings are involved or how to go about being sexual with somebody else. They might also feel inadequate about lacking sexual knowledge, or feel unsure about the meaning of their own experiences. So young children do not, young children that do not necessarily have fully developed concepts about sexual matters, such as arousal, desire, love, and rights or so. But emotions and behaviors are, especially at a younger age, foregrounded often. So we have to keep that in mind. There's a connection to age. Where the motivation for sexual curiosity comes from, sexual theory still needs to explore this further. And one of the parts of the puzzle I want to just mention is adrenal puberty is a mid-childhood maturation of the adrenal cortex, beginning around ages 6 to 8, and that increases the production of adrenal androgens, and that is hypothesized to foster emotional attractions, which, for example, school teachers might describe as a little puberty, where children have crushes and feelings of longing to each other, but it's still not in any way genital, or it's not translating into actual sexual behavior. It's an emotional process. And our culture really strongly shapes whether children recognize, express, or conceal, or feel shame about these emotions. So I just want to raise 3 themes quickly that come out of sexual competence, and we can analyze differently with this tool. So consent, as we so well heard just from Dr. Margosa, is not really a child's capability to understand in terms of a rational binary, and it's often a legal definition. So we can also approach consent as coming via emotion. So how does it feel when transgressions happen, consent is violated, or being the perpetrator or the victim? So this is something we need to discuss, which might hold the truth for children also who not quite completely understand the rules about transgressions. It's also a practice, probably, and this is, I think, where it relates nicely to Dr. Margosa's presentation, that even there's rules, children might practice the rules like respecting bodily autonomy, so this is something we can teach. We might not quite know if children get the cognitive idea why that is or has to be that way. And binary consent definitions hardly apply to any sexual learners, really. And while it's also important to not forget, while we think about CSE and teaching, children also learn from the behavior of others by looking, by observing, by imitating, and this happens in and out of school. So it's not only what we say, it's also what we do. Pleasure is another topic that really emerges as a central theme in childhood. So a lot of children's behavior is pleasure-driven, and it can be physical or non-physical. There's also joy, just an emotional joy of play, for example. Whole body pleasure is, I think, more highlighted in childhood than prepubertal genital pleasure, even though there's exceptions. And some children go more genital and enjoy that. And others, for others, it's more like a piece of skin that feels good amongst other skin and other parts of the body. So it has not the adult meaning yet. Some children, though, do masturbate and display autoerotic behavior. We know that from empirical data. And still, pleasure is often framed as an exclusively adult domain, and that makes it very explosive. Just shortly, Department of Basic Education scripted lesson plan, life orientation, grade 7. This is where masturbation comes up for the first time. We can discuss, is that sufficient or too late? And then shortly, going beyond reproduction, reproduction is one frame of sexuality, saying sexuality is there to reproduce, but it's not suitable for children, of course, because they cannot reproduce yet. And for most adults also, we're not sexual because we want to procreate, because we want to have pleasure, we want to play, we want to have relationships, we use it as a recreational function. And this is also something to maybe emphasize, to go beyond typical adult normative behavior, such as sexual intercourse that we teach to children at that age might not be relevant yet. Complicating the whole issue nowadays is young sexualities online. What does it mean for areas of cognition, almost done, for the areas of cognition, emotion, behavior to be a young digitally networked person nowadays? Just to name a few areas that are important here, the access to knowledge and experience has vastly expanded. We don't know necessarily the emotional impact about that. It's ambiguous, can be good or bad maybe. And behavior and experience are shifting to audiovisual and non-physical actions. So the playing around with bodies is not happening in young sexualities online, it is mediated. Which also then poses a question to AI best CSE, for example. So take-home key points I want to press here is the notions of knowing and learning need to go beyond knowledge transfer and encompass emotions, feelings, behavior, and practice. Then sexual competence is a framework that can inform teaching, CSE in schools. Children's agency and their voices need to enter the discussion to avoid our adultist lens really here. And I think we all, as sexuality, gender, and childhood scholars, are tasked to gather more empirical data and offer better theories on that. And I thank you for your attention. I hope this was inspiring of some sort. Just launching the next one. Okay, here we go.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luca. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions. We will take questions at the end of all presentations. Our second presentation looks at a study on the effects of gender-sensitive orientation programs on first-year students' understanding of sexual consent at a higher education institution in Mpumalanga, Bombela municipality, by Sinetemba Sakhile Mbonambi and Nokubonga Nokwanda Mazibuko. The study will be presented by Dr. Nokubonga Mazibuko. Dr. Mazibuko is chair of the Gender Forum and senior lecturer in gender studies at the University of Mpumalanga. As an anthropologist, her teaching and learning focuses on gender, culture, and sexual and reproductive health. Her human-centered scholarship uses ethnographic methods to connect academic research with policy and community engagement. Dr. Mazibuko also served as a commissioner on the Commission on Khoisan Matters within the National Department of Traditional Affairs, contributing to its Research and Investigations Committee. During her tenure, She organized and hosted South Africa's inaugural KwaZulu-Natal Research Symposium. She supervises postgraduate research and contributes to scholarship addressing gender, society, and social inequality. It is now my pleasure to call upon Dr. Mazibuko to the platform.
Sanbanani, I do want to mention that this was the work that was done by one of my honors students, Sakila Mbonambi, who couldn't make it here today. And we are hoping to develop this into an academic paper, so your constructive criticism will be very much appreciated. So the work focused on first-year students' understanding of sexual consent at a public higher education institution. And unfortunately, because of ethical issues, we can't mention the name of the institution. We know that gender-based violence remains a serious concern in our country, and universities are microcosms of society, so they are not immune to this pandemic, and that is why we saw a need to do a study that looks at the systematic and educational approaches and aims to challenge patriarchy and restructure social norms. And sorry guys, I'm really struggling with this laptop. Can somebody help me? Because the slides keep moving and I don't know what's happening. Okay. Thank you. So where do I? Oh, thank you. So despite the efforts that have been done by South African higher education institutions to implement sexual violence prevention programs, we still see incidents of sexual misconduct within higher learning institutions. So beyond responding to gender-based violence, higher education institutions have a role in the prevention and transformation as a social justice imperative. That is why we used this transformative justice theory in the study, and the theory looks at the elimination of structural and cultural systems that perpetuate gender inequality and patriarchal authority. And orientation programs actually attempt to address the problem by offering gender-sensitive content. And a study by Ratele 2019 has revealed that students arrive at universities with culturally and socially entrenched understanding of gender, and such have a potential to resist transformation. So for this reason, universities or higher learning institutions can act as sites for socialization. So in this study, we wanted to understand the following. First, how do first-year students understand and negotiate sexual consent? And secondly, how can a gender-sensitive first-year orientation program create opportunities for critical reflection on gender, power, and consent? And the reason why this study was significant is that despite institutional responses, interventions, and activism, we still see gender-based violence within South African higher education institutions. And in a province like Mpumalanga, gender-based violence remains prevalent. So some of the research questions that we wanted to engage with were, how do first-year students conceptualize and understand sexual consent within social and cultural context of a public higher learning institution? And how do they perceive the influence of gender-sensitive orientation programs on their ability to identify, interpret, and communicate sexual consent in interpersonal relationships? We also wanted to understand how they perceive their contribution of gender-sensitive orientation programs to gender-equitable relationships, safety, and inclusivity within higher education institution environments. So to generate data for the study, we used qualitative methods, and this helped us to get an in-depth exploration of how first-year students understand sexual consent and how they interpret and make sense of gender-sensitive orientation programs. And we used semi-structured interviews, which helped us to understand students' prior understanding of sexual consent, their experiences and reflections on the gender-sensitive orientation programs, and the perceptions of how, if at all, the program had influenced their understanding of consent. And the data was analyzed using a thematic analysis. So in some of our findings, we realized that there are social and cultural constraints to understanding sexual consent. And these are influenced partially by the social environment and upbringing where students come from. And as I've said before, that students seem to come to university with prior socializations. And as we were doing the interviews, we realized that there are things that they felt they needed to unlearn. And there's also an issue of gendered norms and power imbalances, which again are influenced by culture and social norms. And there were also limitations of prior education on sexual consent. So, for example, students told us that they did not learn much in school about sexual consent, especially within subjects such as life orientation, where teachers often took a moralistic point of view when teaching LO. And apparently the teachings were more on abstinence and on avoiding sexual activity rather than negotiating it. So, and the university orientation programs were seen as transformative spaces by students. Some of them mentioned that they found the orientation programs as eye-opening because it introduced them to new ideas that they were not even aware of. And some said they were comforting because they enabled space where they could freely discuss sexually related matters without being judged. And others said it was educational because it exposed them to new information that they were not aware of. And there were some who said that it challenged their ingrained beliefs and broadened their awareness. For example, those who come from a religious background who said that instead of just being taught about abstinence in these orientation programs, they were taught about negotiating sexuality and also asking for consent, which are things that they were not exposed to prior to coming to university. So from this, we see that consent is not merely an individual decision, but it is often socially embedded practice that is shaped by patriarchal norms, by cultural scripts and institutional hierarchies and material inequalities. And that power relations and gendered expectations show us that consent is interwoven within patriarchal authority, and this is reinforced in tradition, culture, financial dependency, and alcohol-related vulnerabilities. And that gender-sensitive orientation programs serve as critical sites for raising consciousness and encouraging students to interrogate the internalized gender norms, to develop vocabularies, to clearly understand consent, and also reflect on meaningfully on their own experiences. So what we can take away from this is that sexual consent education has to begin at an early stage, for example, at school level, where life orientation teachers need to shift from a moralistic and heteronormative perspective to a perspective that enables conversations about sexuality. And that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mazibuko. We now move on to the third presentation titled Jill is Different, Teachers and Children's Responses to Intersex Bodies in a children's storybook in early schooling by Dr. Shaista Musa. Dr. Musa is a senior lecturer in the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, researching gender and education with a focus on men, masculinities, sexualities, and care in early childhood education. Her main interests are the presence and absence of men in the early years of schooling, raising questions about men's involvement with children, child care, and the broader project of transforming masculinity in South Africa. Dr. Musa's recent 2026 book is entitled Male Teachers and Masculinity in South Africa, Troubling Men in the Early Years, published by Palgrave Macmillan. It is with pleasure that I call upon Dr. Musa to the platform.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to present this study on teachers and children, on how teachers and children respond to intersex bodies in the storybook, Jill is Different. So I want to begin by introducing the story, Jill is Different, to you. So Jill is Different is a German children's picture book written by Ursula Rosen. So the book is freely available online, and it has been translated into multiple languages, which include isiZulu. It introduces young children aged 4 and up to the topic of intersexuality and bodily diversity. Jill, the main character in the book, is an intersex child who joins a kindergarten or school group. Throughout the book, Jill is not assigned to either the male or female gender category. The book also aims to challenge strict gender stereotypes and gender binary norms. It uses simple, clear language and illustrations to explain biological differences in an age-appropriate way. So our study forms part of a broader cross-cultural international project. The project began in Germany as a small-scale study led by Professor Tim Rarman and Dr. Hala El-Karif, and it involved reading the book aloud and observing children's responses. Professor Rarman and Dr. El-Karif reached out to colleagues abroad, inviting scholars from Czech Republic, Greece, Japan, and South Africa to conduct similar read-aloud and observation sessions in their countries. So we, of course, are going to be presenting the findings from the South African component of the study. So this study was conducted in a peri-urban public primary school in northern KwaZulu-Natal. 31 grade 1 children between the ages of 6 and 8, and 4 teachers participated in the study. We conducted interviews with teachers about reading the book. 10 interactive readings were conducted, 5 using the English version of the book and 5 using the isiZulu version of the book. Teachers also answered questionnaires before and after reading the book to children, and researchers observed this book being read to children aloud. So our theoretical framing for the findings of the study, we drew on gender as performance to examine how children and teachers, as I will show you in the findings that I present next, reproduced binary understandings of gender in their responses to Jill is Different. We also examined how ideas of children as innocent and asexual shaped what they were allowed to know and discuss about bodies, gender, and sexuality. Both these theoretical framings were used to make sense of our findings, which we present next. So I will firstly present our observations of the learners. Okay, so across all sessions, what we noticed was a similar pattern where children almost always assigned Jill Jill a gender category immediately based on the book's cover by saying that Jill is a boy because of their short hair. And interestingly, this initial judgment really shifted even after the story stated that Jill's mother did not know whether Jill was a boy or a girl. In one group, 9 out of the 10 children still identified Jill as a boy by the end of the reading. As I mentioned earlier, one of the aims of the book was to challenge and dispel gender stereotypes. For example, in one part of the story, when Jill's new friends try to determine whether Jill is a boy or a girl, one child asks about her favorite toy, suggesting that boys play with cars and girls play with dolls. A girl in the story challenges this assumption, responding that she is a girl but has never played with dolls. Jill in the story further disrupts this idea of gendered toys, as shown in this picture, by having both a favorite doll and a trait. So despite these attempts in the book to dispel gender stereotypes and gender binary norms in particular, the children in the study continually reinforced gender binary norms. So most often than not, they always said girls liked pink and purple, whilst boys liked blue. Dolls were for girls and cars were for boys. Clothing, in terms of clothing, skirts were for girls and boys were expected to wear pants. Interestingly, children also spontaneously used the term isitabane when a boy liked pink and played with dolls, or when Jill was seen as non-binary. When the book introduced male and female sexual and reproductive anatomy, including the isiZulu words for breasts and genitals, the children's response was not one of confusion so much as performance. They laughed, blushed, covered their mouths, and repeatedly shouted words such as amabele. When Jill was revealed to have both male and female genitalia, the children expressed surprise and curiosity. Some even jested by drawing a line through the air, describing Jill as half boy, half girl, as they attempted to make sense of the character by constructing a third category rather than rejecting the possibility altogether. One group, interestingly, stood up to inspect Jill's pants in the illustration, questioning how Jill could walk or urinate. In comparison to the children, the teachers in our study were the more uncomfortable part of the story. For example, the book was read by one teacher in a very clinical fashion and not interactive at all. And as a former grade 1 teacher, we are trained to read books to young children in a very interactive way. It is part of our teacher training. So here we interpreted this as a direct attempt to limit children's discussions on the topic, and thus it signals the teacher's discomfort with reading this book to children. While children were curious, teachers often shut down the conversation, saying children were too young to use or hear such words like penis, scrotum, testicles, vagina, and clitoris. And this, we argue, reflects childhood sexual innocence, the assumption that young children are innocent, asexual, and should be protected from discussions about bodies and sexuality. It shows how childhood innocence regulates what children can know, say, and ask about their bodies, while their curiosity about Jill's intersex body in the study challenges such expectations of silence. Underneath this discomfort with reading the book to children sat a very specific fear, as expressed by one teacher. Parents will not agree. And this fear can be situated within the broader South African debates around childhood sexuality and the protection of children, which includes the Leave Our Kids Alone Facebook campaign, where parents make comments like, "A child does not need to lose their childhood innocence that fast, and children need to be children." The campaign has mobilized this language of protecting children from perceived inappropriate discussions about sexuality, often framing such knowledge as something children should not be exposed to. The children Our findings, however, complicate this assumption. The children in our study were curious about understanding how Jill's body is intersex, while it was the adults who expressed discomfort about whether this book should be read to children. In this sense, the resistance was not coming from the 6-year-olds. Instead, it was coming from the adults responsible for teaching them. And this highlights how appeals to childhood innocence can become a way of regulating what children are permitted to know, name, and discuss about their own bodies. So rather than assuming that naming sexual and reproductive body parts undermines childhood innocence, we can ask whose idea of innocence is being protected and who decides what children are allowed to know. More specifically, this study raises the need for affirming spaces in schools where intersex bodies can be recognized, discussed, and respected without being forced into a male-female binary or treated as something that should remain invisible. To conclude our presentation, we offer the following 3 takeaways. Firstly, there is a need to equip teachers. Foundation phase teachers need targeted knowledge and practical strategies to have these conversations with young children, not just about diversity, but about gender and intersexuality specifically, since our findings show that's where teachers and not children hit a wall. Secondly, we want to acknowledge the pedagogical power of picture books. Literature like this gives children a non-threatening way into complex identities inside an early learning environment that rarely makes space for them otherwise. And lastly, we want to highlight the importance of this book and the impact of this book, Jill is Different, more specifically. As Jill is Different introduced the subject, stimulated curiosity, and prompted real discussion. And in doing so, it challenged something closer to home, that is, adults' assumptions about what children can and can't handle. Because this is the main finding of our study. Children engaged with intersexuality without treating it as dangerous. Adults did that part on their own. And this is the same instinct that drives campaigns such as Leave Our Kids Alone, just that it happens inside a classroom instead of on Facebook. Thank you. And
Just gonna launch the next one here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musa. We now move on to the last presentation in the session. And the title of the presentation is Speaking the Unspeakable: Children's Negotiations of Sexuality Education in a South African Primary School by Renishma Datu. Renishma is a master's candidate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and an intern with the Human Sciences Research Council under the South African Research Chair Initiative in Gender and Childhood Sexuality at the School of Education. Her research explores children's perspectives on comprehensive sexuality education with a particular focus on children's agency, knowledge, and lived experiences. It's my pleasure to call upon Renishma. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone here. It's a pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to share my research with you all today. But before I begin, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Professor Bana for the opportunity and privilege to present at today's conference. My presentation today, Speaking the Unspeakable, Children's Negotiations of Sexuality Education in a South African Primary School, draws on the findings from my master's research and highlights the tension that sits at the heart of comprehensive sexuality education in childhood. Existing research indicates that sexuality continues to be understood as a sensitive and often uncomfortable topic, particularly in relation to childhood. And within these dominant understandings, children are often positioned as innocent, asexual, and in need of protection from sexuality-related knowledge. However, this raises an important contradiction as children are growing up in changing bodies. They encounter issues of relationships, gender, sexuality, as well as questions about their own development in their everyday lives. They already are seeing, hearing, and trying to make sense of these things. Yet at the same time, there are boundaries around what children are considered ready to know, ask, or talk about. As a result, children can be positioned as a passive recipient of sexuality education, while their own experiences, questions, and perspectives are often overlooked. This is where my research begins. My research forms part of the broader Sex AFIN project, which explores effective sexual and reproduction education within the primary school communities. Within this broader project, my research focuses specifically on children's perspectives and experiences of comprehensive sexuality education. Rather than focusing on what adults think children should know about sexuality, I wanted to listen to what children wanted to know themselves and what they were saying. What do they already know? What do they want to know? And what challenges are they facing in accessing CSE knowledge? This was important because children's own perspectives are often overlooked in discussions around sexuality education. Much of the conversations remain centered on adults, teachers, curriculum, and what is considered appropriate for children to learn. My research, therefore, places children's voices at the center, asking not only what they know about sexuality, but also how they navigate the different spaces, relationships, and sources through which this knowledge is produced. Ultimately, I wanted to shift the question from what should children know to what are children telling us they want and need to know. This brings me to my study, which was conducted in a primary school on the south coast of Durban in KwaZulu-Natal with approximately 30 learners between the ages of 10 and 11 years old. Data generation took place over approximately 4 to 5 months, and given the sensitivity of this topic, I first had to build rapport with the children before moving into the research activities. I used a range of participatory methods, including a vignette, focus group discussions, drawings, and a video production. So, when we create spaces for children to speak, what do they actually tell us? Rather than me telling you what children said, I want you all to hear from them directly.
boys and girls. There are different types of gender like boys, girls, lesbian, and gays. Gender is not taught at school nor at home. We see gender in TV, social media, and TikTok, and we hear it in radio. Even people in the outside talk about gender. Some people discriminate gender, like, for example, a girl must always do chores, but boys don't do chores. But for my own opinion, gender is the same thing. We must not discriminate.
Okay, so do they teach about gender, all of the stuff at school?
No.
And can you tell me what are the different forms of genders that they have, or the different types?
Boys, gay, girls, lesbian.
Okay, do your parents talk to you about this stuff?
No. Body development. Body development is the changement in your body. It happens in different stages and different ways between boys and girls. It is also known as puberty.
Do you all know what puberty is?
Yes.
Can you tell me some of the stuff?
Periods.
What are some of the changes that happens in your bodies?
Girls develop breasts.
And boys?
Mustache.
And would you think that it's important to talk about all of this?
Yes.
Why you think so?
Because now when you grow old, it's going to happen to you. So you should know before it happens to you what's going to happen and what you need to do.
We are taught only a little about this stuff at school. They do not give us good or enough details. I also do not talk about this stuff at home. I do not feel comfortable. It is awkward.
I am going to be talking about romantic relationships. A romantic relationship is when you're in love with someone. In a romantic relationship, the couple hug and kiss. In a romantic relationship, the couple go out for dinner. They have a sexual relationship. Some relationships are not healthy and some are. We do not learn about this in school, but we see it on TV. In a romantic relationship is not only between a boy and girl, but it's also a boy and boy, which is gay, and even a girl and girl, which is lesbian.
Can you give me some reasons why you think it is good to know
Because
about?
ma'am, when you grow up, you're also going to go into a relationship and you should know how it works, ma'am.
Firstly, I would like to talk about circumcision. Circumcision is when a man gets circumcised because they do not want to get disease easily. It is a common within the Zulu tradition in South Africa. They do not teach this at school, but we hear people talking about it outside. No, parents do not tell much about it.
Would you like more information?
Yes, ma'am, because we want to know our history, what is going to do when you grow older.
Secondly, I would like to talk about condoms. If you don't want baby, you put condoms. Sometimes I see it in clinics, tuck shop, but people they buy it because they want to do sex.
Okay, and do they teach you about it at school?
No, ma'am.
Do you think it's okay to talk about sexuality and stuff like this to children your age?
Yes.
Why do you think it's okay? Why is it?
When you want the baby, what you're going to do.
It's important information, ma'am.
In case you want to have sex.
Okay. And do you talk about this stuff with your teachers and your family members?
No.
How come? How do you not speak about it?
It's scared.
What else?
Awkward.
All right.
Shouting at school.
Okay. What you have just heard here is not an isolated account. While I could not present the whole video due to the time constraints of this presentation, this video clip gives us one window into children's perspectives and offers us children's voices. However, the wider dataset allows us to see these patterns within their voices. I want to begin with the first of these patterns. What we see here is that children are already actively making sense of relationships, gender, and sexual diversity. As seen throughout the video and the focus group discussions, they spoke about relationships not only through romance, but also through love, consent, communication, while also recognizing same-sex relationships. They also spoke quite naturally about people they knew whom they described as gay, lesbian, transgender, using terms such as istaban, tomboy, and transgender. Lorato's drawing here provides another way of seeing how children make sense of gender and sexual diversity. She uses body, appearances, clothing, and identity labels to distinguish between identities such as boy, girl, gay, and lesbian. What is particularly interesting is how she combines these different features, such as hair, clothing, lipsticks, and jewelry, and body parts across these figures. This suggests that she's beginning to recognize that gender and sexuality do not always fit into fixed categories, but their understandings were not always straightforward. While my findings showed that some children describe gender and sexual diversity as normal, on the contrary, others use terms such as weird, creepy, or disgusting. What we see here is both an awareness and a contradiction. So children are already engaging with these ideas while negotiating the norms and attitudes that surround them. When asked whether they were familiar with the term LGBTQI, their responses revealed partial and fragmented understandings shaped through their everyday encounters. Some children referred to LGBTQI flag, which they had seen on a soccer player's shirt, whereas others drew on familiar TV shows referring to characters such as Mzamo or Somizi. These examples show that children are already encountering and negotiating ideas about gender and sexual diversity across their everyday worlds, not only through school. This brings me to my next findings. Children's curiosity also strongly centered on reproduction, particularly around the questions, where do babies come from? What stood out was that children did not simply accept explanations they received from adults. Some described being told that babies come from heaven, God, or aeroplanes, or being caught in a box. But they openly questioned these explanations. As one child put it, we know they're lying to us, but we don't believe it. At the same time, while they had knowledge, it was often partial or fragmented. Children drew on information from their siblings, their peers, and their everyday experiences, bringing together ideas about sex, sperm, pregnancy, and conception. So what we see here is not an absence of knowledge, but children actively trying to piece together an understanding of reproduction from the information available to them. And importantly, their curiosity did not stop on how babies are made. Children also demonstrated an awareness that becoming pregnant is always not straightforward. Ngobile's drawing here captures this particularly well. Her depiction of a couple hoping to conceive alongside pregnancy tests, medication, and other reproductive objects, suggesting an emerging awareness that conception can involve uncertainty and effort. Although some of her understandings were not scientifically accurate, the drawing demonstrates that children were already engaging with ideas around fertility and difficulty in conceiving. In other words, children were thinking beyond simply where do babies come from. They were beginning to recognize that reproduction can be complex. Children also demonstrated an emerging knowledge about condoms and contraception. They understood condoms as a form of protection and in relation to preventing HIV and pregnancy. Some also recognized that there were other forms of contraception, such as pills and an injection. They spoke about seeing these items in clinics, shops, and hearing it from TVs and friends. They also made sense of condoms through their own language and experiences. For example, they described them as coming in different colors and jokingly referred to them as bananas or balloons. At the same time, they openly acknowledged that there were more information that they needed because they only knew a little. So again, their knowledge is present but partial, assembled through the different peoples, places, and objects and media they encountered in their everyday lives. In support of this, Zama's drawing here presents pregnancy prevention and sexual responsibility through the story of two teenagers who want to have sex but do not want to have a baby. The inclusion of condoms and tablets show that they already have an awareness of different forms of contraception and an understanding that these are in relation to preventing pregnancy. These drawings also position responsibility across both partners, with John using a condom and Eva taking a medicine. While understanding is not necessarily accurate, the drawing demonstrates that Zama is already making a connection between the risk and responsibility. Abonge's drawing here builds on the previous one, but presents pregnancy after contraceptives have not been used. Interestingly, we see the same objects here, but they do now take a different meaning. Instead of prevention, they are presented as something that could have been used to avoid pregnancy. The drawings therefore connect contraception with responsibility and consequences, while also showing an awareness that pregnancy can happen at a time when someone may feel too young or unprepared. Together with Zama's drawings, it shows how children are beginning to make connection between sexual choices and contraception and possible consequences. Looking across all of these drawings, there is an important pattern to notice. While the same objects are present, they appear to be in different reproductive situations. In Ngobile's drawing here, medicine and pills are associated with trying to conceive and have a baby, whereas in Mzama's drawing, condoms and pills are presented as ways of preventing pregnancy. And in Abonge's drawing, the same objects are connected to pregnancy, regret, and what could have been done to prevent it. So these objects do not have one fixed meanings, but their meanings changes depending on the situations children are imagining. What this shows us is that children's understanding of reproduction and contraception are not simply right or wrong, but they are actively trying to piece together meanings from the information and objects and experiences available to them. Together, these drawings show how children actively make sense of reproduction, pregnancy, and contraception. So, what do children know? Having explored what children already spoke about, I then asked a very simple question. What do you know? What emerged here was that children wanted to build on the knowledge they already had. Although they could speak about these topics, their understanding was often inaccurate or partial. They therefore wanted more clearer and detailed information. So their questions were not simply about new information, they were asking for the missing pieces to make sense of what they already knew. What stood out was that their questions were closely linked to growing up. They were not simply asking out of curiosity, but they wanted to understand what was going to happen to their bodies, relationships, and lives as they got older. Finally, I want to turn to what prevents children from accessing these knowledge. So as you could see here, they felt a range of emotions that prevented them from speaking, and this led them to avoidance and not asking questions. So however, while they had questions, their curiosity did not disappear. While they could not ask adults, they looked elsewhere. They spoke about learning from TVs, siblings, peers, and the internet. So what we see here is that children do not stop seeking information simply, but even though adults remain silent, so when formal spaces for learning are limited, children create and find other ways of knowing. Looking forward, we need to move towards a more transformative space for CSE. This means moving beyond the idea of childhood innocence and asking and taking children's questions and experiences seriously. We need to move towards creating more safe spaces for children to ask questions without shame or fear, and most importantly, we need to work with children to listen to what they identify as important for their own lives. And ultimately, if children are already speaking about what we have made unspeakable, the question is no longer whether they should speak. The question is, are we willing to listen? And if we are, our task is to make the unspeakable speakable, hearable, and actionable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renishma. I would like to now open the platform for questions or any comments that you may have. And so I would like to call upon all presenters from the session to the front, please. Please note that our Q&A is limited to 10 minutes, So I kindly ask that your questions are short and direct, if it's possible. Thank you. Okay. We already have a hand up, and that is Tawanda.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, colleagues. Maybe let me move this side. Thank you. My name is Tawanda Makusha. I'm from the Africa Health Research Institute, Nelson Mandela School of Medicine. My question for Dr. Musa is, you spoke about equipping teachers as your closing remark. Maybe, okay, take it as a comment. So equipping teachers is only one way, one intervention, right? These children live in families and communities, and we should also think about that. So that's, no response, that's fine. So I think the question goes to Dr. Masibuku, is you spoke of social and structural norms. How about the power of the individual themselves, like individual agency? And maybe the second question is, how long were these orientation programs and who was coordinating them? Because it does determine the responses that you might get. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'll begin with the second one. How long were the orientation programs and who was coordinating them? They often take a week, and they are coordinated by the Office of the Dean of Students. And they invite different stakeholders within the university. And the question on individual agency, we did not explore that in the study, but we'll take it into consideration. Thank you.
I am so touched and so inspired by all your presentations. I find the themes that run through all your presentations, whether you are coming from Spain, Barcelona, or from the South Coast in KwaZulu-Natal, or from Mpumalanga, the theme about childhood sexual innocence flows throughout these presentations. And to end with the words that you ended with, is what is actionable. But I guess my big question here is about the ethics of conducting sexuality research, and how, and this is a question for anyone. It's not so specifically, because all of us are working around these complicated matters, and how might we convince ethics boards or gatekeepers about the value of our work?
Okay, I can respond to Prof. Okay, so I'm very involved in applying for ethical research for various projects within SACHI. So I can also say that it's also the ethics committees that need to be enlightened and educated, because it seems as they too reproduce these ideas of childhood innocence and the constant need to protect children. And it's more difficult to get consent to research on gender and sexuality when it's involving children in primary schools, more specifically in the foundation phase, from preschool, from age 5 to age 8 years, it's much more difficult than getting ethical approval to do research on the exact same topics in a high school. Okay, so I think ethical committees, also those who sit and those who approve ethical applications, they also need some form of awareness, because from what I experienced and from what I can see is that they too, like the teachers in our schools, they too reproduce these ideologies of childhood innocence. Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musa. Are there any? Yes.
Yes,
I'm gonna
I
now-
wanted.
Okay, sorry. I will come back to Ndumiso. You may go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to comment about ethics, because I think also that ethics is a challenging issue, very challenging issue, no? It's very difficult for us to get ethical approval sometimes, and also in Spain, in Catalonia, we need also another ethical approval from government, from institution of education, so it's very hard. But in the same time, I think that it's a protection for us. So for example, we work very sensitive topic and in troubled times. So if some movements can denunciate or ask something, no? As the researchers, we have approval of committee, ethics committee is a very support. So it's very important. But I think that there are another level of ethics, not only the administrative one that is very important and very difficult, but also the moral level that is a relational issue that we have to work in all the process of our fieldwork. And it is a relation between children, between researchers. We have to think about it and how to, for example, get a consent, but truly consent during all the fieldwork. So this is another issue that we have to reflect about the consent during all the fieldwork. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We're now going to take the question from Ndumiso.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's a question, but I always wonder where all of these grown-ups, these ethics boards and teachers and parents, which rock do they live under to assume that children are innocent? And maybe we need to trouble that innocence, that concept of innocence. I mean, as far back as 5, 6 years old, we were probably all of us here playing house. And you know what happens in those games. Yes, and we assume that there's somebody who comes in and teach children about sex and gender and sexuality when the knowledge at that age is already established. I can't remember which of the presenters, I think it's the last presenter, was saying that it's there. They might not have a conceptual grasp, but they know the terms. They know that pregnancy happens and that children don't fly from the sky. We are raising children, and we sometimes listen in on their conversation with friends, and the innocence I always question, because it's just not there. And so who are we protecting children from? Because they will always find ways of social media and the internet. So young people will always find ways to get knowledge. If there is a gap, something is always going to fill that gap, whether we like it or not. And so I think it's time that particularly ethics boards, which is quite disturbing and ironic, because these are academics who should know better than to gatekeep research and also the benefits of research. But I also want to talk about the issue of consent. And I think Doc spoke about his study with young men at the university. We recently submitted a paper with a colleague on a similar topic on transactional intimacy. And maybe to go back to your question about agency and where these young men's agency, one of the key things that is emerging from our research is the idea of consent as a peer-regulated masculine practice. And so consent is wrapped around what my peers, what Amachita will say or do. If, so for example, if I buy a girl stuff, if I give you money, if I buy you airtime, that is implied consent in their understanding. And if I don't get what I want, which is sex, it means that I'm going to be embarrassed, I'm going to be shamed, and so there's a lot of emotional vulnerability around consent, surrounding rejection, humiliation, masculine failure, where young men see consent as implied, and if they don't get consent, then they are perceived as a failed in the masculine spectacular arena. And so we need to maybe start thinking of consent as a form of, I guess, peer-regulated masculine practice, particularly when we're looking at consent from the perspective of young men. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndumiso, for those insights. So our time is up, but I'm going to just maybe two short questions, take two short questions. And I did see two hands at the back, and then we will take one quickly here at Prof. Alvarez. Thanks.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Fiso Zondi. I'm a student from Durban University of Technology. I'm doing my master's specializing in public administration in the field of peace studies under the Department of International Center of Nonviolence. So I have a short comment and a question. When we think about childhood and sexualities in the politics of schooling, I think we should move beyond just focusing on risk narratives. Like, for instance, in life orientation, learners get to hear most oftenly about restraint rather than consent or diversity. So I believe that rights-based frameworks that are aligned with sustainable development, like for instance the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which encourages quality education, and SDG 5, which promotes gender equality. And also this is echoed in the African Agenda 2063 and the NDP 2030 of South Africa, and also the Children's Act number 38 of 2005. These policies and legislative frameworks remind us that sexuality education is not just about protection. It's about preparing children for full participation in society. So my question is, how do we ensure that these frameworks do not remain just as policy statements, but active classroom practices, and also empowers learners? And also, how do we ensure that we balance cultural sensitivities with the need for inclusivity and sexual-based education in the diverse school context? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to answer before I move on quickly to the next question?
I can shortly maybe say something. I very much agree on your critique of the paradigm that I would call it's a paradigm because it encompasses so much of childhood. And I think the hard part is that the positive sides, like the rights to participation, provision, the cultural sensitive things are less easy to agree on. Everybody can agree on protection for the most part, and this is not the discussion. It's more like how do you feel alive to be sexually thriving, to be inclusive, and then the argument starts. So it's a different level of contention. And we are all struggling, this is why we're here. I think researchers would mostly agree that yes, we have to change this paradigm. And I think it's happening in some fields already, but it takes a long time to arrive in politics and then to arrive in school, especially then if you deal with non-informed stakeholders like parents also and teachers that would not have no education around teaching CSE, for example. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we might end up in a better and more inclusive education, but it's also a cultural battle. It's not only research in schools, I would say. I don't know if this really is a helpful answer.
Thank you, Dr. Luca. So very quickly, we'll take the last two comments or questions.
Okay, good morning. Firstly, thank you for to all of the presenters for such insightful presentations. I think it did come out in one or two of the presentations that young people nowadays have access to more information about sexuality than ever before, particularly through social media. How do we help them then to distinguish between accurate information and misinformation? Thank you.
Okay, does anyone from the panel want to answer that very quickly? Renishma.
I would also say, like, hold the question for the next session, which deals with digital sexualities, just saying.
Yes, we have an entire section on digital sexualities. I think we can address that one there. Lastly, Prof. Alvarez.
Thank you. Thank you to all presenters for your wonderful presentations. I just was, it's a general question, probably difficult to answer, but I was thinking, because we have seen different ways of approaching the meaning of consent and how consent is put in practice. So I was wondering how we can create or transform or imagine an agreement of when consent is a socially agreement, I mean like a cultural transformation, as you said now. But do you think is it possible? Because I think, or perhaps not, there would be always a different way of understanding consent and put it into practice. So I was just thinking and wondering if talking about consent and how we have to teach to consent, we are not creating some kind of hegemonic meaning of consent and also creating some discriminations. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentations again.
Thank you very much, Prof. Alvarez. Would anyone else like to quickly add anything before we break for tea? Okay.
We probably short answer, but we have to move on also.
So thank you. I think I was wondering the same question, so I don't have the response. I think that we need more, and this is my objective in the next research, so I want to explore how and learn from children how they use a consent to maybe develop a new framework or a new type of consent that goes beyond the adult perspective and make focus in the child understanding of consent. And maybe we can use this for the sexual consent, but also in the research from studies of with children. So I think that we need to explore and learn more from children.
Thank you very much for all the comments and suggestions, and thank you to all the presenters in the session. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your attention so far. And we're coming now to our next session. Session 2 is childhood and schooling in the age of digital sexual cultures. And we have 4 presenters for this. And the first one is Dr. Raksha Yanak, who was just chairing before, of the University of Pretoria. So Dr. Yanak is a senior lecturer in the Department of Educational Psychology at the University of Pretoria. Her research focuses on gender, sexuality, and violence, particularly how young people experience and negotiate violence within digital spaces in South Africa. On qualitative and arts-based methodologies, her work examines digital sexual violence among young people and contributes to a broader conversation on gender justice, educational development, and youth well-being. Her research has been published in leading international journals, including the International Journal of Educational Development, Culture, Health and Sexuality, and Children and Society. Dr. Yana is also a recipient of the NRF Tutuka Grant and principal investigator of a research project examining gender and sexual violence among young people in the digital age. And please welcome again Dr. Yanak with her topic Teenage Boys, Digital Masculinity and the Negotiation of Heterosexuality on Social Media.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. So my presentation today focuses on heterosexuality, particularly amongst teenage boys, and how they construct this on social media. Now, worldwide social media applications like Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp form a major and common part of young people's everyday lives. These platforms are not only spaces where young people communicate, share pictures and videos with each other, it's also a space that can be seen as a heterosexual marketplace where young people are constantly having to navigate ideas about gender and sexuality and what it means to be a boy, or what it means to be a girl, where they present themselves, express sexual interest, flirt, and make their heterosexual orientation known to others. Now, globally, much research on young people's digital sexual cultures has focused on girls and their sexual subjectivities. When boys do appear in this research, they're usually positioned as perpetrators of digital sexual harm or secondary to the focus. In recent years, however, there's now an increase in the focus of boys and their digital sexual experiences, as we can see from the research. This recent work on young men's digital sexual cultures shows how heterosexuality is secured, for example, through the creation of jokes and the sharing of non-consensual images of girls. And of course, talk about girls that peers police and reward or punish. Now, in South Africa, much of the research on boys and heterosexuality remains focused in school and community spaces. Little research has examined, in boys' own words, how they make sense of their heterosexual selves on social media. There's a need for much more to understand the complexity of boys' digital sexual experiences and what matters to them in their locale. For theory, I draw on heterosexuality as the conceptual lens, which refers to the sexual or romantic attraction to people of the opposite sex. Being heterosexual here is an important part of how young men construct and demonstrate masculinity. Heterosexual masculinity refers to the ways in which masculinity is expressed. It is not understood as something that boys simply possess, but something that they can perform through repeated behaviors, through negotiation and validation by their peers. I also draw on the concept of hegemonic masculinity, as I find it particularly useful here to understand how particular forms of heterosexual masculinity become dominant, valued, desirable within a specific socio-cultural context, while simultaneously subordinating women and or alternative masculinities. In South Africa, boys' performances of heterosexuality are mostly associated or tied to the social, cultural class, racial class, and economic context, which influences how masculinity is understood and performed. Studies have shown how an idealized heteromasculine status is associated with physical strength, sexual prowess, and entitlement. I also draw on new feminist materialism here because in boys' claim sexuality, the significance of the more than human entities and its affordances are essential to understand how this heterosexual masculinity is established and secured. Now, this study forms part of a broader research project. It was conducted at Lilyfields High, which is located in the community of Lilyfields, a peri-urban community along the north coast region of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. I present to you 3 themes. In theme 1, we explore how boys attract girls online and how this attraction or these negotiations are entangled with class, culture, and religion. I introduce to you Sashin. When asked how do boys attract girls on social media, Sashin explains that boys from more affluent areas such as Belito, a coastal town along the north coast of KZN, they post pictures of expensive cars, restaurants, and other materials. In contrast, he describes that boys from Lilyfields, a peri-urban community where he also comes from, they do not show wealth to attract girls, but rather they show how gangster boys can be and makes reference to boys looking like a para. With reference to Hunter's work, and of course, Bana and colleagues, the term here, the isiZulu term amapara, can be tied to a particular form of masculinity that is localized, shaped by particular socio-cultural contexts marked by poverty, like Lilyfields, and how these circumstances can make violence and toughness resources through which boys use to claim oneself as a real man. Boys perform this masculinity in relation to other boys competing who is tougher, more powerful, or respected. Now, this illustrates how masculine status is context dependent. Boys here draw on the resources available to them to construct a particular kind of masculinity that is valued within their context. More than human entities here, like social media spaces, begin to afford a space to which existing class inequalities are now played out in the digital realm and intensified. I now want to introduce to you Bongani, who brings in the cultural dimension to this theme. Here, Bongani explains that showing off to girls online is not about Western ideals of wealth, but it actually involves culturally valued forms of wealth, such as having cattle. According to Bongani, girls see what boys have and may be interested in them. In many Black South African communities, cattle carry significant cultural value connected to wealth, family status, social standing, and cultural identity. So when boys post pictures of their cows, the chances of girls following them on Instagram increases. Importantly here is how Bongani mentions how other boys then begin to compete with this. One boy says, I have 10 cows, followed by another that says, I have 20. What we see here is how the more cows you have, the more of an idealized, desirable heterosexual man you become. Social media here again provides a space where entanglement between cows, videos, Instagram come together to produce a particular form of heterosexual masculinity. I now move on to Donovan, who brings in the element of religion here. He describes how Hindu boys post themselves at festivals, at temples, in traditional clothing, while Christian boys may post Bible verses or images of themselves at church to appear as desirable to their partners. These posts communicate a particular kind of identity. This is who I am. This is what I believe in. And this is the community I belong to. Donovan explains that boys may want girls to look who share the same religious background to see that they participate in these practices. Now, an important point here is to note how heterosexual masculinity is reinforced here as heteronormative and proper, as if anything outside of this is considered as improper, showing how social media spaces reinforces this narrative. I now want to introduce you to Zianda, which falls under the second theme. And in the second theme, we look at how boys solicit non-consensual sharing and engage in the non-consensual sharing of girls' nudes. Here I focus on how these practices become connected to sexual conquest. Now, in Zianda's example, which is taken from the focus group discussion, we see how heterosexual masculinity is tied to the ability to gain access to girls' nudes and bodies. He explains how boys use the digital ring emoji, which you might be familiar with, as a promise of marriage to coerce girls into sharing nudes, which is then later distributed on a boys' WhatsApp group. Now, the image becomes a resource through which an idealized heterosexual masculinity is claimed, with boys competing over who can secure the most prettiest girl and get access to her intimate images. Zianda then links these practices to broader cultural ideals of masculinity associated with male dominance, multiple partners, and social prestige. He makes reference to the late isiZulu King Shaka and polygamy, illustrating how cultural constructions of masculinities draw on historical legacies. Boys reconfigure this online, where having many girlfriends and access to sexualized images functions as markers of masculine success. In the last theme, I bring your attention to how this a kind of heterosexual masculinity is then policed, and then there's a pressure for other boys to conform to this online. And I introduce to you Joseph. Now, Joseph here shows us how heterosexual masculinity is policed and becomes an expectation. That is, it is expected for boys to be dating or in a relationship. He draws on how popular boys within their friend groups not only not only encourage boys to pursue girls, but also for them to provide evidence of this in the form of nudes to the WhatsApp chat group. In other words, heterosexuality has to be proven. Simply saying you have a girlfriend is not enough. We expect evidence. If a boy says he has a girlfriend but cannot produce the evidence, then in this context, he is called a claimer. The idea of being a claimer is particularly important because boys are expected to prove their claims of heterosexual success and to validate if it's genuine. If claimers then cannot provide proof or refuse to do this, then their masculinity becomes into question. They are ridiculed and then accused of being gay. Now, note here how the WhatsApp group is a vibrant space online. It's a chat that becomes a space where, it collectively regulates what counts as acceptable masculinity and heterosexuality. And in order for its power to be sustained, heterosexuality is policed, defended, and regulated. I'm very sorry, the slide did not change, but this was Joseph's excerpt. This now brings me to what now, the implications of this. So boys do not simply express an already existing heterosexual identity. They actively negotiate, construct this, and perform this through an entanglement of socio-material entities, along with the more than human here. And social media spaces create opportunities, through the posting of pictures, videos, and other sophisticated forms. And these performances, very importantly here, are shaped by, a context, class, culture, competition with other friends, and showing that how heterosexuality is not fixed, but socially and materially negotiated. Importantly, these performances reinforces unequal relations of power, can reproduce gender power relations as girls' relationships and intimate images become resources through which boys gain status, and also it can reinforce the heteronormative ideas about what it means to be a real or successful boy. So we move towards a more digital literacy and sexual citizenship space, where the findings now point to the need for digital literacy, interventions that move beyond teaching young people how to use social media towards helping them critically understand how gender power and heterosexuality here are produced online. And then now this calls for a specific kind of education that not only teaches them about safety in digital spaces, but also how to question, how to challenge, how to critically reflect on masculinity. And so there is a need for this. And of course, this is not a compartmentalized, isolated process. There needs to be an entanglement between the schools, the learners, parents, as well as the community and chieftains. So it involves a broader scale of entities coming together to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Janak. We now move on to the second presentation in our session, which is called Porn, Pleasure, and Power, Boys, Girls, and Masturbation. And the presenter is Dr. Valerie Reddy, who received her PhD from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and researches digital technology and young people's experiences of gender and sexuality. Her work has been published in the Journal of Homosexuality, Sexualities, and Children and Society. She has also contributed a book chapter published by Palgrave Macmillan. Let's all welcome Dr. Reddy. Launch service for you.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here at this conference and to be part of this session. The study I will be presenting today is titled Porn, Pleasure, and Power, Boys, Girls, and Masturbation. In this study, I explore how young people navigate pornography within today's digital world and what their experiences reveal about gender, pleasure, and power. As the session reminds us, childhood and schooling are increasingly shaped by digital sexual cultures. Young people are no longer learning about sexuality only through schools. Social media, streaming platforms, music videos, and other forms of digital media have become important sites where they encounter and negotiate messages about sex, relationships, and desire. Alongside these opportunities has come growing concern about young people's engagement with porn. But before we even speak about porn, it's worth asking, what actually counts as porn? Porn, in fact, is a slippery term, extending beyond explicit online videos to include music videos, television series, games, books, still images, and other forms of media designed to elicit sexual arousal. Much of the existing literature approaches pornography through a lens of risk, linking it to sexual objectification, misogyny, addiction, and the reinforcement of male sexual violence. These discussions also tend to assume that pornography is primarily consumed by boys and men, rendering girls' engagement either invisible or heavily stigmatized. In South Africa, research has similarly focused on the risk associated with pornography, paying far less attention to young people's own experiences of pleasure, curiosity, and sexual learning. This study addresses this gap by exploring how young boys and girls' engagement with pornography are shaped through the entanglements of digital technologies, gender norms, pleasure, and power. It also explores what these experiences reveal about sexuality in the digital age. To explore this, I draw on new feminist materialism, which views pornography not simply as something young people consume, but as part of an assemblage of both human and more than human forces. Some of the theoretical concepts used are assemblages, which includes bodies, technologies, emotions, desires, and gender norms, which continually interact, producing affects and shaping young people's sexual experiences, identities, and capacities. Rather than seeing sexuality as fixed, this perspective understands sexuality as constantly becoming through these relationships. I use the concept territorialization, where gender norms reinforce boundaries around sexuality, and deterritorialization, where young people may challenge or reimagine these norms, and also reterritorialization, where new boundaries such as shame, stigma, or new possibilities emerge. Together, these concepts allow us to see pornography as both reproducing and disrupting gendered sexual norms. Right. So, this study was conducted in 2 high schools in the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa. One was Stamford High School, a peri-urban school with Black, Indian, and colored learners. The second was Inkosi High School, a rural school attended by Black learners. 49 participants were used in total, between 16 to 19 years old. 42 identified as heterosexual, while 7 identified as sexually diverse. Data were generated through 33 individual interviews, 6 focus group discussions, together with drawings and photo elicitation. The analysis used diffractive analysis within a new feminist materialist framework, allowing me to explore how meanings, experiences, and identities are produced through the entanglements between human and more than human forces. Ethical considerations were central to the research process, including informed consent, voluntary participation, anonymity, and confidentiality. The study presents 3 themes. Firstly, porn comes looking for you, boys and masturbation. For young people in the study, porn included everyday sexualized images in music videos, songs, and lyrics. Porn also offered them ways to explore sexuality, experience pleasure, and even as a tool for masturbation. So here, porn is not just online videos, but it is entangled with music, sound, and lyrics. Entities like Cardi B, TikTok, and terms such as thick ass and boobs reinforce gendered meanings of sexuality and the making of heterosexual masculinity. Sound as a vibratory force interacts with the different bodies in the assemblage carrying agentile capacities. So Lucas's experience also links to the sonic affect, which is the vibrational movement of bodies. This concept suggests that sound in the music videos possess an affective potential that shape his feelings and performances. The lyrics and the visuals intensify pleasure and facilitate masturbation. Such intensities show how porn as a pleasure technology that deterritorializes norms about young people and sexuality. Furthermore, porn as a pleasure technology was found to be one-sided, where it primarily serves to please men, as depicted in the drawing. The depiction of the penis, along with phrases such as, "I want to stick it in you," "I want to have sex," and "you make me horny," emphasize the penis gaining pleasure from women. This reflects the male gaze, reducing women to passive objects of male pleasure. Likewise, women's breasts are objectified as erotic objects, eliciting affective responses tied to gender norms of female sexuality. During interviews, several boys also spoke about porn as a masturbatory aid. For James and Luyanda, watching porn brought sexual excitement and opportunities to masturbate. For Luyanda, porn enabled him to imagine that he is actually performing sexual acts. This process of imagination further interacts with the broader assemblage to facilitate sexual pleasure and masturbation. The weather here is also an affective body and part of the sexuality assemblage. So feeling cold produces the desire for sexual warmth, suggestive of a connection between porn, environmental factors, and sexual desire. The second theme is girls and masturbation. So in this drawing, porn is sexual, indicates the direct relation of porn to sexuality and its intention to arouse. So by looking at this, it is clear that female sexuality is constrained by patriarchy that privileges male pleasure and portrays men as popular and masculine, yet some girls contest these stereotypes. It also shows how phrases in the porn assemblage create affective capacities for pleasure and masturbation. Although girls in particular engage in such sexual experiences behind the scenes, it is certainly a means for them to derive pleasure, as Jezreel reported. So here, she shows that in masturbation, porn, which is the more than human element, outweighs the boyfriend, which is the human. Porn's affective force takes precedence over her partner's presence. It is evident how the entanglement of bodies, porn, feelings, desires, pleasure, and satisfaction, and masturbation work together to bring about gratification within the porn assemblage. Another participant, Tammy, made reference to porn that is portrayed in the television series The Bridgerton, that sparked affective forces of curiosity and desire, subsequently prompting her to perform similar physical acts in order to masturbate. The interactive forces of the scene intensified excitement, showing the transforming possibilities of sexual capacities. So now moving from the pleasurable affects of girls' interactions with porn, I also highlight how feelings of guilt and shame are related to the perpetuation of gender norms within the assemblage, which leads me to the last theme that is titled Gender Norms in the Porn Assemblage. So here, Tammy's sexuality is territorialized by an assemblage of religion, sin, guilt, pleasure, and gender norms shaped by Christian values. Her religious beliefs territorialize her sexuality, setting abstinence until marriage as the boundary. Her account reinforces how religion shapes her affective experiences, establishing them within a context of sin. Her claim that for men it's nothing reflects how masculinity is tied to heterosexual prowess, with porn and masturbation reinforcing their place in the masculine hierarchy. Tammy is torn between pleasure and obedience, leaving her with guilt, reduced sexual satisfaction, and disconnection from God, thus hindering her sexual capacities. This could be one of the reasons why many girls conceal their sexual desires and pleasure. A similar sentiment was echoed by Jezreel. Here, her hesitation to speak freely reflects this territorialized space. However, she experiences pleasure as a form of deterritorialization, enabling her to freely embrace her sexual capacities. So pleasure, guilt, and shame emerge as affective responses to navigating the socio-cultural context. Another participant, Christine, suggested that girls who consumed porn were compelled to do so within a heterosexual matrix where male power was evident. Her response shows how, within the assemblage, heterosexual expectations and male power shape girls' capacities, curtailing their autonomy in intimate relations, while privileging boys with expertise. Girls are pressured to conform to porn's normal practices, reinforcing gender norms. However, Figure 3 documents that girls too can be dominant when it comes to consuming porn. So in this drawing, it depicts that the porn assemblage where sex tools, gender roles, words, and the portrayal of an intimate scene works together to produce sexual capacities for becoming for both girls and boys. The drawing highlights BDSM, bondage, discipline, dominance, and sadism, as seen in the movie 50 Shades of Grey. In one scene in the drawing, the male figure asserts his masculinity and dominance over the female figure, whilst in the second scene, the woman is dominant. This suggests the complexity and fluidity of power relations in BDSM and porn, challenging the idea that the man is always dominant. Despite some girls showing dominance in BDSM and porn, many are mocked with offensive language. Christine highlights the ways in which language such as porn star function to label and objectify girls. Her response reflects gender stereotypes and sexual double standards, where girls are stigmatized for engaging in porn while boys face little judgment. Here, relations between the girls and porn resulted in negative outcomes for sexual becoming, as being labeled as a porn star restrained girls' capacities for sexual becomings. So to conclude, the study showed how porn and sexuality are affective entanglements and always in a state of becoming. Boys' pleasure is normalized, while girls face stigma, shame, and restriction. Girls' engagement with porn opens possibilities to resist and reshape norms. The study calls for sexual and gender justice where girls are not stigmatized for consuming porn. There is also a need to restructure the life orientation curriculum to address porn and sexuality. It is also imperative to support educators to teach porn as part of sexuality education. So that means that education should address harm, pleasure, respect, and consent grounded in the actual experiences of young people. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Now we come into our third paper, which is called Schooling, Sex and Digital Cultures, Young People Negotiating Gender and Sexuality on Social Media. And it's presented by Laika Siye, who is a PhD student in the School of Education, whose research examines how teenagers negotiate gender and sexuality on social media. She's particularly interested in how digital spaces shape adolescents' understanding and expression of sexuality, both offering opportunities for exploration while also creating risks of sexual victimization and other forms of harm. Her work seeks to contribute to safer, more informed, and supportive digital environments for young people. So, welcome, Laika Siye.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation today is based on schooling, sex and digital cultures, young people negotiating gender and sexuality on social media. So I will take you very briefly through the content of this presentation, which will encapsulate all of the following headings. So the proliferation of digital devices and the increasing use of social media networks in recent years have transformed how young people communicate and interact. This scenario has created new avenues for young adults' social expressions and sexual risks, thereby becoming a pervasive force shaping the lives of young people. Globally, platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, and YouTube are not merely tools for communication or entertainment, but they function as central arenas for identity formation, social comparison, belonging, and social interaction, influencing both psychological and social processes that underpin their behavior and well-being. This complex digital immersion raises critical questions about how social media exposure can contribute to experiences of peer pressure, emotional stress, and health-related behaviors in the context where socioeconomic vulnerability intersects with pervasive digital engagement, generating new dynamics in the interpersonal and sexual relationships of young people. In the United States, for example, 95% of young people aged 13 to 17 years report using a social media platform. Despite most social media platforms having a default age limit of 13 years, research consistently indicates that many children begin using social media well before this age. Social media, commonly defined as internet-based channels, allow users to opportunistically interact and selectively self-present either in real time or asynchronously with both broad and narrow audiences who derive value from user-generated content and the perception of interaction with others, resulting in growing concerns about the harms such as increase in risky sexual behavior, harassments, and inequalities. Personal interactions are replaced with sexting, which is the sharing of sexy selfies and sexually explicit images, sexual conversations, and the exchange of uncensored sexual material through digital devices. In this study, I therefore argue that the failure of parents, teenagers, and communities to understand new technological advancements coupled with teenagers' use of social media and the gender ramifications will reinforce rather than change the context of teenagers' vulnerabilities. So in this study, I seek to examine how a sample of 36 teenage boys and girls between the ages of 13 and 15 years navigate gender and sexuality on digital spaces. My study finds itself in a primary school in a suburb called Sydenham in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, and drawing from a new feminist materialism theory using an image-based approach incorporating drawings from participants, photo elicitation, a vignette, semi-structured interviews, and focus group discussions, I conceptualize gender and sexuality through a material analysis of both the human and more than human entities that allow us to understand what young people are able to feel, do, and be. How cybersocialization impacts the gender and sexuality assemblage. Cybersocialization challenges the conventional notion of appropriate socialization. Digital media plays a pivotal role in the cultivation of friendships, sexual and romantic relationships. It supports constructive engagement and creativity in young people. However, it also facilitates a patriarchal hierarchy where men are the dominant gender. Sexual entitlement and male power contribute to an increase in the probability of sexual risk. Offline sexual risks in relationships are often played out in the online realm. Violence linked to socially constructed gender norms that position women in subordinate positions to men. In this study, I aim to examine how social media impacts their identity and development in terms of gender and sexuality to create supportive environments that will help to inform sexual violence prevention, intervention, and responses within communities. So my study was underpinned by the new feminist materialism theory, and this focuses on how components such as technology, buildings, and tools are social agents that affect each other, thereby contributing to a social production of meaning. Interconnections between social media, young people, gender, and sexuality elucidate how these divergent bodies, forms, and elements come together to affect the young life course. New feminist materialism allows for the understanding of resistance and agency of digital devices in relation to gender and sexuality. Social media can be considered as part of an assemblage that affects and is affected by young people. In this study, I seek to demonstrate how the bodies are always already part of a more than human assemblage. Young people negotiate gender and sexuality through social media. Material entities such as sexy selfies, emojis, videos, voice notes enhance people's status and convey convergent nuanced messages that give things and bodies agency. I focus on the micropolitics of these experiences in the assemblage that produces different constraints and capacities for young people. These constraints and capacities are always in flux and assemble and reassemble based on what constraints and capacities are possible within the context and circumstance. This study conceptualizes young people's experiences within a techno-sexy assemblage of bodies, things, ideas, social media applications, videos, pictures, to illustrate how ideals of gender and sexuality are connected to an effective flow of matter that create vibrancy, catalyzing constraints and capacities. Gender and heterosexual powers are used to territorialize and deterritorialize different social potentials. Drawing from Butler's theory of performativity that proposes that gender is fluid and performative, sexuality is not constant, reinforcing the notions within the study that aim to explore the spaces of flexibility where young people are able to freely negotiate gender and sexuality in private spaces through digital devices. Social media and digital devices allow for this negotiation of these sexualities instead of being passive victims. As young people become more confident to access sexually explicit materials online, it is evident that girls adopt new versions of femininities and become more confident to express their personal sexual desires as well as assert power and status. So in the slide that I have up here right now, these are some of the common terminology that's simplified that have been used within the new feminist materialism theory. So moving on to findings, and we're looking at finding number 1, teenagers as sexual beings. So in this finding, I found that social media enables teenagers to privately explore their sexuality on network spaces, making them fully agentive sexual beings. The implications of the above findings suggest that digital devices, pictures, videos, and conversations enable an assemblage that affect teenage sexual capacities as young people, entangle their sexual desires, fantasies, and curiosities to assert their agency. Drawing from new feminist materialism, we see matter and bodies can be viewed as a complex network of relationalities, allowing teenagers to produce capacities to express their sexiness. In this little bit of an excerpt, Awande describes how young sexual capacities emerge through the interactive connection between girls, boys, WhatsApp, and the vagina sticker. These connections work to re-territorialize girls as sexual objects, which is the vagina sticker, and subjects them to heterosexual advances of boys. In findings 2, here we are looking at how teenage girls are portrayed on social media. Female sexuality is viewed as ubiquitous, resulting in affective flows influencing arousal, shame, and delight. The digital world provides girls with the freedom to enter a realm of fantasy, producing specific capacities to express their sexiness and sexual desires, resulting in risky sexual behavior. Sexuality assemblage is intensified, and nudity, sexual objectification of women, and aggregation of power become territorialized within this entanglement. This entanglement interconnectivity produces a social arena that provides teenagers opportunities to openly express their sexual desires and pleasures, facilitating interacting in complex ways. Evident in the above findings are the ways in which social media and technological devices create an assemblage that prioritizes affective relations. Teenagers' capacities are affected by their relationships with objects and devices, expanding and materializing their sexual becomings. Here, Pierre Kuchler mobilizes heterosexual desires in the interactive connection made between human matter, which is the boy and her mother, and the non-human matter, which is digital devices and the nude pictures, to re-territorialize the ways in which girls use their bodies as sexual commodities in order to attract boys and boost their heterosexual desires. The affects produced through the boy reporting to her mother is reflective of the re-territorializing capacity that seeks to constrain her ability for sexual becomings and repositioning her within an oppressive assemblage. And in findings 3, we see an illustration of patriarchal heteronormative behavior and body shaming. Boys coax girls into sharing pornographic pictures and videos. The vulnerability of the girls and the concept of patriarchal hierarchy is reinforced where boys use their power and the power of porn to satisfy their male sexual entitlement and view feminine bodies as objects of desire. Entanglement constrains femininity in service to male power. Teenage girls openly and confidently express their sexiness in ways that not only reduce their capacity to feel sexually desirable, but create an opportune moment for males to objectify these human bodies and derive sexual gratification, territorializing his position in the assemblage and deterritorializing her position. So these are just a few more excerpts where Selena uses her position to deterritorialize herself with these emojis. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that the world can be considered as continuously emergent through multiple capacities. Human bodies, social media, technological devices, and sexuality are situated within an assemblage. Girls are active agents of sexuality at a much earlier age. They possess capacities to feel, think, act against female subordination. And these findings suggest that there is a need to reimagine the social world, education, social justice, and human futures in a virtual reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Laika. And now we're coming to our last but not least presentation. It's called No Nut November, Hegemonic Masculinity Among Black Boys in a South African Boarding School. It's presented by Dr. Rabia Rizvi, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of KwaZulu-Natal under the SACHI umbrella. Her research focuses on learners' negotiations of gender and sexuality at schools. Welcome, Rab. Security alert.
Thank you, Chair. So last month, Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested in Miami, facing extradition for human trafficking as well as rape. This is a global spectacle of accountability. But does removing the loudest voices in the manosphere dismantle male dominance? It does not. While global media focuses on extreme exploitation, the core ideas of the manosphere circulate quietly in our schools. Today, we examine how global internet trends take hold locally. In South Africa, gender violence has been declared a national disaster, and changing men is high on the national agenda. Yet, by looking at the No Nut November challenge in a South African boarding school, we see how boys turn online narratives into a local test of male power. Male dominance survives not just through physical force, but through everyday habits of self-control. We must ask ourselves, if we only look for violence, what quiet forms of dominance are we missing? To answer this, we must first look at the current scholarship. In South Africa, research on boys and masculinity usually focuses on violence and on poverty. When scholars look at black boys specifically, the tendency is to highlight historical race and class inequalities. This work is vital for understanding marginalization, but it also leaves a glaring gap. How do wealthy, privileged black boys negotiate manhood? We also face a rapid increase in digital access, even in the global south. Social media heavily shapes young people's gender cultures. We are seeing the rise of the manosphere, a network of online spaces that are pushing anti-feminist and male supremacist ideas. In these spaces, men are framed as victims, and they claim that they are vulnerable to feminist gains. This is not just a Western issue. Recent surveys spanning South Africa, Rwanda, and Uganda show that influencers such as Andrew Tate are actually highly popular among young African men. Importantly, the manosphere hides behind humor. Anti-feminist ideas are packed into memes, into jokes, and exaggerated caricatures, looking like harmless boyhood fun. Boys use jokes to normalize sexism while keeping plausible deniability to secure peer belonging. They distance themselves from sexism verbally, but they continue to share the jokes online. The clearest example of global influence in our data is No Nut November. So then what is No Nut November? It is a global online challenge calling on men and boys to stop masturbating or ejaculating for the whole month of November. This emerged from the broader NoFap movement within the manosphere. To understand it, we must first look at the history of male authority. Historically, holding onto semen is seen as the foundation of male strength and discipline. Losing semen through habitual masturbation is thought to undermine male power. To claim power back, No Nut November is framed as a test of endurance and willpower. In schools, masculinity is constantly evaluated, ranked, and policed by peers, as we already know. Through this challenge, hegemonic masculinity is reorganized around self-discipline and control. Manhood is proven not through sexual conquest, but through sexual discipline. Saying no to sexual activity functions to prove superiority.
it becomes a measurable marker of male status. So we conducted qualitative research at Dinaledi Academy, a wealthy private school in South Africa's Northwest Province. This school primarily serves the affluent Bafokeng community. Due to platinum mining, the Royal Bafokeng is widely regarded as one of the wealthiest traditional African communities. Our participants were 27 black boys, aged 12 to 15 years old, who were living in the junior boarding house. This physical space is important. Boarding parents finish their supervisory duties at around 9 p.m. at night, and they seldom enter the boys' rooms. After this time, the boys are unsupervised in their shared rooms. They have free access to personal devices, to laptops and Wi-Fi, allowing global internet trends into their local spaces. During the interviews, boys admitted to viewing pornography or streaming platforms throughout the night, bypassing school content blockers. So we looked at these different elements and mapped how they come together in an assemblage. The boys, the phones, the boarding house, as well as the online challenges that they participated in. We tracked how rules about manhood are enforced and sometimes broken in the specific physical and digital setting. Is participating in No Nut November voluntary? No, it's not. It is a strictly enforced rule. When asked if participation was mandatory, Tsepo, who is one of the participants, said everyone has to participate. Tumelo also confirmed everyone in the house is doing it. Boaho stated as well, it's compulsory to participate. It's according to the culture of the boys. This culture relies on constant peer surveillance and hierarchical structures within the boarding house. The challenge is pushed by peer leaders, not by external adults. The boys adapt the global rules to fit their lives. Thabo explained, you can masturbate, but just don't nut. They draw a hard line at ejaculation. Endurance gives them status. They frame success as a test to see if you are built like that, and if you can become mentally stronger. Furthermore, boys talk about saving it for December. This connects to Destroy Dick December, an online trend where extreme sexual release is the reward for November's discipline. Failure also brings collective shame. Participant Kagisos noted that failing the challenge means bruising my pride. It is viewed as a wound to status and proves that you have a lack of control. However, strict obedience is only half the story. The boys also engineer ways to cheat the system. The rules of restraint may be rigid, but 15-year-old boys are not. They bend the rules. The pressure is immense. Lefika noted that he usually masturbates once every 2 weeks, but knowing he is forbidden makes him want to do it even more. Many fail early. Kia confessed, on day 3, I couldn't control myself. It was time. They use laughter to soften the failure and remain friends using humor as a currency for belonging. More importantly, the boys create loopholes using digital coupons. They share memes on WhatsApp that grant them a free nut during the month of November. These memes often feature barcodes or mock signatures of leaders like Barack Obama or Cyril Ramaphosa to provide fake legitimacy. Participant Kutlo explained, you use the coupon if you want to masturbate. It doesn't count as if you are losing. The coupons become part of an economy of trade. with one boy mentioning he planned on scanning and selling his coupon. The boys use internet culture to break the rules without losing their social standing. This raises a critical question. Does using coupons then dismantle the power hierarchy? Absolutely not. It actually reinforces it. The coupons act as a managed form of rule breaking. Not all boys accept them, though. Some reject this loophole entirely. Pule said it doesn't count. Tapelo also said it doesn't work. You have to survive the month. The coupons don't count. For these boys, endurance cannot be faked with a digital picture. Because abstinence is hard and most fail, success becomes even more valuable to them. Endurance remains scarce masculine capital. This is the paradox of control. The system is flexible enough to allow jokes and loopholes, but the core ideal remains the same. Real manhood requires self-mastery and discipline. They bend the rules to get pleasure, but they never question the rule itself. The Global Internet Challenge is reorganized to ensure boys' access to pleasure whilst protecting their superiority. The structure bends, but it does not break. These dynamics force us to rethink how we address these issues in schools. In South Africa, we often link problematic masculinity to marginalized youth. But this research proves that male power is heavily enforced in wealthy, privileged spaces as well. It is enforced through discipline, abstinence, and jokes rather than explicit violence. Misogyny does not always look hostile. Harmful gender norms spread through irony and digital peer culture. The boys in the study still view girls as ingrained objects of temptation or of future reward, firmly rooted in a heterosexual network. Educational policy needs to adapt. We cannot just punish overt violence or blatant sexism. Interventions cannot focus on spectacular harms. To change gender inequality in South African schools, we have to interrupt the everyday, seemingly harmless ways male dominance operates. We must target peer cultures, internet habits, and the affective economies of shame and belonging that make these practices stick. The architecture of male dominance is constantly adapting. So I ask you, if male dominance now circulates as a meme, how then do we regulate the punchline? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rabia. We now have a short Q&A, so I want to ask all the presenters of this session please to come to the stage. And we'll try to keep it short. I know everybody's hungry, so. So I didn't want to not shortchange the question we had from the last session. And if I remember right, maybe you want to re-ask it, but it was about how children would learn online and what the differences is in the quality we might find there in terms of information. Is that correct, or? So maybe that's the first question to the round in terms of not only being sexual online, but also what is the education moment of that, and how far do we have to be concerned about what's out there, or is it a chance as well, or do we frame this maybe as children being agentic enough to decide for themselves.
So, I'm not sure if I'm going to answer this correctly, but it all boils down to the digital sexual education, again at schools, and what we teach children. And this isn't easy work. It's very difficult, and it's not going to happen overnight. It requires a lot of factors to consider, teaching workshops and so on. But in essence, it's about re-looking, reimagining the current content, especially in subjects like life orientation, And we need to challenge young people to think critically, as what I've just suggested in my presentation earlier. Think critically about, fostering more ethical relations amongst themselves, amongst their peer groups. This is very important because they have to know about consent, about respect. These are essential aspects to navigating digital online experiences. But also about, just simple things as how boys, when boys speak to girls and girls speak to boys, and even non-gender binary identities as well. This is more about respect, and this would then minimize unequal gender power relations and, gendered harm on social media. So start off small, but there's a lot to do.
Anybody else? Then I would open it up to the floor. If there's any question or comments on the session and its presenters. We have one over there. Oh, over here first. Then over there later, okay. Yes, Sandile.
Greetings, everyone. Sandile Nawonde, master student. I have a question for Dr. Vale. I think in your presentation around the conclusion, you did mention something along the lines of the teaching of pornography in schools. And considering the backlash that we have seen in South Africa regarding comprehensive sexuality education, how do you exactly, practically envision this teaching of porn to look like in schools without someone capitalizing it and blowing things out of proportion?
Okay, I would not assume that discussing a phenomenon would actually result in that behavior, right? I think the real question is whether education leaves them to navigate these encounters without critical tools, or whether it provides them with the knowledge to understand and to question what they see. And just to make it known, I am not for or against porn, right? But what I am advocating is for age-appropriate and critical digital sexualized content in school. And this will also help to address issues around sexual violence, objectification, and also pleasure, desires, and so on. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we had a question at the end there. Or Dr. Malgosa as well, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your very, very interesting presentations. I have two questions. First of all, I wanted to know in this course, life orientation, it is actually include porn and masculinities or not? This is the first question. And the second question, I was wondering about how we can work or include masculinities in education. So I think that is a very big challenge. In the last decades, feminism has worked a lot with feminities, no? Empowering them, but we have done work it with masculinities. So I was wondering how we can work in the schools. Thank you.
Okay, when it comes to topics like around masturbation, for example, it is included in the curriculum in life skills and also life orientation. However, what we find is that many teachers are ignorant of this and they skip or just overlook this topic. So we do have these types of topics included, but it's just ignored by many.
I'll speak on masculinity. So I think the first step is to actually acknowledge that children are watching porn and that they are involved in content that we are not aware of. So we need to acknowledge that first. And then it's not only the life orientation teacher's job to teach about these issues. It's all teachers. And not only teachers, but it also takes effort from parents as well, monitoring children's devices, having conversations around what content they consume, acknowledging that there are different types of content that is available online that you might not be comfortable talking about, such as porn with young people, like 10 years old, 11 years old. But we have to acknowledge that this is out there in the world and that children will come across it. So we'd rather begin and start the conversations right now, early on, so that they are equipped to deal with issues later on.
I just want to add to that as far as life orientation and education is concerned. What I found, or what I'm finding rather in my current study, and this isn't about today's presentation specifically, but when interviewing young people, they themselves have expressed a desire to want to know more about digital sexual harms and aspects related to that. For example, there was an instance of AI and AI-generated image-based sexual abuse. And these learners have indicated that they only know AI insofar as an educational tool. They would want to know more about how it plays out in social media, especially in relation to harm. So I think this needs to be fleshed out more in life orientation curriculums. So while it might be there to an extent, digital sexual cultures, and while teachers do touch on that, it needs to be much more in-depth, because learners need to know about the terminologies that, or what classifies rather as image-based sexual abuse. They may be going through that, but they don't know that it is classified under such a term. And this is then again not only limited to learners, but the community also needs to be familiar. So it needs to stretch back to the community. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Probably schools could have mini workshops for parents to attend, because social media is not going anywhere. It's here to stay, and we need to adapt our ways in terms of what we teach and how we teach. And I think it's really a wake-up call for the Department of Education to now look at what can we do about this, because it's here, it's a reality.
Okay, we have time for one last short question, maybe. Oh, okay. Maybe do two, because you signaled first. Okay. Oh, over here too. Okay. Please be short, yeah, because we have to kind of wrap it up soon. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then we're done.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm just out of curiosity. What are the cultural implications of this topic, for example, sexual education in school? Like, I'm looking at it from a perspective of, we live in a multi-diverse society, multicultural society, but specifically here in KwaZulu-Natal, we're mainly dominated by Zulu people. Now, I'm interested, what are the cultural implications of sex education in school? Is there a blanket approach, or were the studies looked at from a specific approach, and is it applicable in KwaZulu-Natal schools? That's my question on cultural implications. Thank you.
My research wasn't based on KZN schools, but can't we change the culture? Culture is always changing, so why not change the culture and how we actually look
at topics of sex and sexuality. So for me, that's how I see it. Culture is always adapting, so let's adapt.
Sorry, I wanted to I wanted to ask on the point of the life orientation teachers and also the issue of culture, because my study also had an issue with, because our work, we are looking at sensitive topics. So when we get into schools and we want to do this kind of work, so there is that blockage in terms of the topic that you are going to present, and want to research. So some of the sites where I was collecting my data, the LO teacher didn't really want to assist me because I was looking at the experiences of the LGBT learners, girls, and she blatantly told me that I'm not comfortable, you can't come and corrupt our kids, yeah. So today, sitting in this conference, I thought that the work that I felt was sensitive is much lighter than the issues of pornography and sexual education. So I think as researchers, we really need to do this work and empower our communities, because religion, culture, and the schooling system as a system is blocking us to do this much interesting and empowering work. Thank you.
Can I go? Yeah.
One more over here, yeah.
Okay, and whether we like it or we don't, whether we implore culture and religion, young people will always find ways. Now you mentioned Zulu culture, and we often use Zulu culture or Xhosa culture, but as if young people from those particular cultural dispensations are anti-sexual. But even before the advent of social media or these connectivity platforms, terms such as Osoma, Amahlayendlela, those were things that young people do as sexual practice, but because they get tested for virginity, they find ways that eventually become culturally appropriate over time to engage in sexual activity, to engage in sexual. We need to admit that young people are sexual beings. They are curious. They are going to have sex, whether we like it or not, whether we impose religion or culture, they will still find, because they are agentic, they have authority over their bodies, whether we hide the curriculum or we don't, whether we are comfortable or not with teaching such content, young people will always find ways. But the question then is, how are we meeting them halfway so that they do this constructively, they engage in sexuality in ways that do not harm them and other people, and in ways that are safe in terms of their health, but also in terms of protecting the people around them. I mean, we young people are sending each other pictures and videos, and we find this in research, but we see this in our own homes. When you listen to young people, you know it's happening, and they find language to even hide from the adults. They find ways of not for us not to understand what they. But any person who's critical and is curious about young people and their culture, you know, when they say "Ukutaba," for example, you know what they mean by that. But but you know, I mean, we think ukutaba is clarification, but they mean ukutaba, penetration, and they do that. And you bring in the idea of masturbating and nutting and all of those things. Young people typically discover or explore their sexuality through masturbation, and that is something we cannot hold, because it happens in the private spaces of their bedrooms, their bathrooms, etc., etc.
One more. Comments on the comment? No? Over here. Okay, one more. guess the last two really, because then, okay, Verona too. And then we have to really hurry up if we want to make it to lunch before it gets cold.
Sure, just a quick one, and like perhaps as it relates to the presentation that we had around pornography and masturbation, yours was quite a topical one. Perhaps I think where one wants to get at with regards to your presentation is where we doing research and being more informative is one, but it's when we look at programming that what follows that, how we're looking at the issues around mental health, issues around addiction, but also how porn by young people now is being used as an economic way of making money. Hence, the young man from Cape Town recently arrested for selling pornography. But I think insofar as merging academic and practice, it's going to also be quite important insofar as looking at how parents and social workers and psychologists have been brought on board as post-research type of an activity or mechanism that is such that from what we've learned, what we've heard, how do we then fit that back into programming that would be an empowerment type of programming for those young people in these different schools. I know a number of our partners working with young people in schools would be quite excited to consume and also figure out ways in how we make or strengthen our own programs with the research that has been received. I guess the last one is really just a dilemma that I see all of this posing on some of our work from a legal perspective, redefining concept, redefining terminology, the concept of consent. But I'm glad I've got colleagues within the human trafficking task team here. I suppose this is some of the work we'll be looking into.
Una, I think. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering, because all of you, and thank you again for your wonderful presentations, we're talking about educators and how we can teach something ethical, respect, ways of looking or watching porn. But I was wondering if there is any research, or if you know if teachers watch porn or not, what are their practices while they are watching porn? Because I think that for me it's important know about what teachers think and practice about porn, because if not, at least in our experience in Sexafin project, there is a big distance between what children do and practice and watch and teens and what adults do. So when we started as children about porn, and they gave us some web pages, so we started to look at these web pages, but without being so explicitly that we were looking at what children were telling us. And another question related to masculinities is if what men teachers perform and act with respect masculinities, or they also have these masculinities exams and all of these and assemblages of masculinity. So I think that we also have to look at teachers. Perhaps you are doing some research with teachers and all these topics. So thank you.
Any comment on that? Teachers watching porn, teachers knowing
Okay,
about
I'll speak about myself personally as a teacher. I come from an Islamic, well, I'm a Muslim, so here again we're going to have a clash with cultural beliefs, etc. Because within my culture, Muslims are not allowed to actually even watch pornography. So I don't think I've even ventured into it, but if it's like for a study, I guess I would. But but I do believe it's also going to be something that's very personal. Not personal, I mean, it's going to, everybody's going to have their own unique approach to it. Some may go for it and others just may not.
Just to add to that, of course, indeed, research with teachers is important if we are to address these sensitive issues. It is only through research that we can find out about what they feel about these aspects, right? And their attitudes and so on. Because, for example, you may get some teachers that are obviously very conservative, and because of this very reason, because of the socio-cultural connection, they evade these topics or discuss this or explore this more in class. So this then directly has an impact on that. So my research focuses on young people, but I would definitely like to expand that probably in the near future with teachers as well.
And to address the question on masculinity, I don't think young people have examples of diverse forms of masculinity. So many teachers, male teachers in schools are very rigid and think in binary terms and have a particular way of presenting themselves as men. So there definitely needs to be more work on that, on how do we actually teach male teachers how to be masculine without resorting to sexism and misogyny and homophobia.
Yeah, may I just come in on the issue around masculinities? Because it was varying, but I thought it was. I see all of you presented on, most of you presented on masculinities. What seemed missing for me was African masculinities, particularly in the African context. Because you look at all your participants, they're African. And what's critical that's coming out of, yes, we've got Cornell, we've got we've got hegemonic masculinity, but inside that also, there are vast numbers of masculinities, including African masculinities. And inside African masculinities, also vast. So it's looking at that and saying, okay, so how do I interrogate this according to the sample that I have? According to, you know, it's between men themselves, there is different forms of masculinity. White male, black male, colored male, you know, how that gives you that interpretation of, to say, okay, you know, in this group, there is something like this. It's just a comment. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thanks. And a very valid comment, I think. I think we have to really shut it down now because lunch is waiting, and I also want to remind you we have a roundtable discussion afterwards, so we can continue some of this there too, because we also will allow audience questions. Thanks for the panel, thanks for the lively discussion. And before we leave, yes, applause. Very important for lunch, please when you leave through the back door and collect a blue ribbon, which will allow you to go for lunch, and also a drink voucher. You need those two things to be fed. So just go to the registration desk and collect it on the way out. And then we meet again at, let's cut it to 50 minutes, sorry, to make up a bit, will be 2 p.m. And we behind and trying to make up for some of this time then. Thank you. So I hope your lunch was good and fulfilling. As you find your seats, we have to move on with our next program point. And this is the keynote of Professor Bruna Alvarez. So I want to introduce her shortly. Dr. Alvarez is an associate professor at the Autonomous University of Barcelona and co-director of the AFIN Research Group. She leads Sex AFIN, a 10-year initiative examining children's and adolescents' sexualities in school settings. With more than 15 years of research experience, her work explores the politics of reproductive and sexual health through a gender lens, focusing on how institutions, labor markets, and cultural narratives shape reproductive decisions and sexual behavior. She holds a PhD from UAB and currently coordinates its master's program in anthropology. She also supervises postgraduate research on sexuality, childhood, and adolescence. Let's all welcome our visiting scholar, Dr. Alvarez.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity to join you today. I will talk about this contested knowledge, the political and ethical dimensions of children's sexuality research, based on the experience of these 10 years, almost 10 years, of Sex AFIN project. And I will divide this presentation in 3 parts. The first one, I will introduce a little bit myself and my research context and also Sex AFIN project. The second part, I will focus on the anthropology research about children and sexuality, because it has appeared here some worries about what happens with diversity and cultural diversity. So I think I can just point out some anthropological views. And finally, I will explain the experience, and I will focus on the political and ethical dilemmas that we had doing Sex AFIN Ciudad Juárez in northern Mexico. So these are the 3 parts of the presentation. This is the AFIN Research Group that it was founded by Professor Diana Marre in 2004. And we are doing research about reproduction, childhood, families, sexuality. And is the place where Sex AFIN is based. And we have a special attention to applied anthropology in the sense that our research results, we want to go to the society and try to improve the society. So in 2016, we create this outreach services laboratory. And for the Sex AFIN project, it was very, very important because we could sell our research results in form of sex education programs to schools. So schools were buying our way of doing research through applied anthropology. And for us, it has been very, very important. So Sex AFIN, what is Sex AFIN? Estelle mentioned it at the beginning of this conference. So it is an action research project that aims to understand what children know about sexuality, how adults talk about these issues with them if they do, and what are the limitations and possibilities of families and teachers in addressing sexuality education. So basically we create spaces for children, families, and teachers to produce knowledge collectively, talking about sexuality, and doing participatory and creative approaches. So it's very similar of what you are doing in the presentations we have seen and in the group of Professor Bahana. So the project started in 2017. In that moment, I was just finished my PhD about the politics of motherhood in Spain. I looked about work-life balance between what happened when women had children and what happens with their careers, the labor market, and gender relations in heterosexual couples, so nothing to do with children and sexuality. But in that moment, we met with Estelle and Marta, we were all 3 anthropologists,
And it was very interesting because in an afternoon, being there in a fin building, we just think, why don't we ask for funding to do research about children and sexuality? And of course, we didn't get that funding because we have no idea about nothing about children and sexuality. However, our colleague Marta and also Stel, they came from intervention projects, being anthropologists, and they had been working doing intervention and thinking about how anthropology and applied anthropology can help to improve different problems in the contemporary society. So we asked for intervention project in sex education, and we got that funding without having any idea, nor sexuality, nor education, nor children, but we got the funding. And it was a very interesting moment and very funny because there is a story that has become something of a founding joke in this project, because after our SEXAFIN meetings of how develop this intervention project, I often went running in the afternoons because Marta and Estelle were so enthusiastic about developing interventions with children, but what have we do with them because we don't have any previous research results. So while I was running, I was always thinking that we need research first. We do not yet know what children understand about sexuality, what their needs are, or even if they have any needs about it. So this tension about intervention and research, it is still a tension that it's present in our current project, but the point is that we can find a way doing these action research projects that we can try to solve this situation. Doing research at the same time that we are doing something. For example, when we ask, and it appears this morning, when we ask some questions, we are transforming our social context. So if some of you want to know a little bit more about the beginning of the SEXAFIN project, we wrote this chapter because it was a very sensitive topic in Spain, because the educational law didn't look at sex education as compulsory in education curriculum. It happened in 2022. So when we sex education was something in a very gray area. So meanwhile, Estelle was doing her PhD, and you can find both her publications and our publications together online. I was doing another research on reproductive mobilities in different contexts, and this other research took me in the northern Mexico, in Ciudad Juárez and Tijuana, in the US border. And because I was there, I also developed there what it has been SEXAFIN Ciudad Juárez from 2019 to 2023. And meanwhile, I continued to support SEXAFIN in Catalonia, and more or less during these 9 years of project, we have been always between 4 and 6 researchers. So currently we are Estelle Malgosa, that she completed her PhD in 2023. You know her, and now she holds a very important postdoctoral fellowship in another university. There is Zenaida, who is doing a PhD researching children, adolescent sexuality, and digital media. Georgi Slavin Rudokavov, who is exploring gender and sexuality systems among adolescents who have migrated from Russia to Catalonia. Adriana Prexigueiro, who has just finished her master thesis about the understanding of gender, sexuality, and the body. And Jana Moron, who is conducting research on intergenerational conversations about sexuality involving children and grandparents. And finally, Zaira, who is our research assistant. So I have to admit that children and sexuality has not been my primary research topic during these years, but what fascinated me was the challenge of conducting research on a topic that is often a taboo. and it is very controversial, as we have seen, and it creates moral panics. So I was really interested in that points of the limits of what is able to speak or unspeakable, as also it has been mentioned this morning. However, it was my not first interest of research. We have been talking now, we have talked to around 6,000 children in this 9 years project and 700 adolescents and teachers. So we basically work with teachers, teens and children, and when we can, with community. So over the years, the Sexafin project has extended to 4 countries, Catalonia, Spain, we were in Mexico, we are now working in Brazil, and there is also Sexafin Ciudad Juárez, that I have to thank Professor Bajana, Estelle, Renishma, and other people who have taken part of the Sexafin project here in South Africa. So this was the first part. Let's go to the second part of my presentation, that it's about anthropology, and why for me anthropology is so important to do research about, with children and sexuality. So what is anthropology? If we look at the American Anthropological Association, the definition points out 2 things. That what we share as human beings and what is universal to all people in the world, different cultures, every difference, but we have very things that are common, but at the same time, the rich diversity of human beings and human societies. One of the examples that it gives the American Anthropological Association is food. It says, there is, all people need to eat, but everyone eats differently. Get food in different ways, so anthropologists look at how different groups of people get food, prepare it, and share it. They look at the meaning of different food traditions, so just what make a dish appropriate for a special occasions, traditions, whatever. So we can focus about this difference also into children, because when we talk in this politics of schooling, we always talk about children as, okay, we say it in plural, so we recognize somehow the diversity of children, but which are the specific differences that these children at the schools share. So each society can understand childhood in different ways and assign different responsibilities and expectations to children in different ages. For example, when I was in northern Mexico, I was in contact with Raramuri indigenous group, and in their communities, a 7-year-old child might be considered able of caring for a cattle and managing a small plot of land in order to contribute to household economy. So some of you have children around 6, 7 years old, perhaps think if you will leave them carrying a cattle and give them some plot of land to make it money with it. So these are cultural differences of how childhood is understood. And another second example is, of course, sexuality. There are different ways of understanding sexuality. And I go up to Gail Rubin's concept of sex and gender system, that I have to recognize that I'm very fan of this concept, because it helps to understand how each society organizes gender and sexuality in different way. And she started inspired by this Marxist analysis of class oppression, and she asked herself about what happens with universal or women's oppression, and she was focused on how to organize the reproductive work and the inequalities of reproductive work, and think about sex as the material practice of production of human beings. And she described that sex, as we know it, gender identity, sexual desire, and fantasies, and concepts of childhood, it itself is a social product that is different in different societies. And it is very interesting how she describes sex, showing the diversity of what sex means, but also put in the same sentence with childhood. So this is what we are studying, children and sexuality. So these sex and gender systems, it creates another conceptual framework to understand gender and sexual relations, indicate in a neutral term, nothing neutral, but anyway, she used neutral term, indicating that oppression is not inevitable, but rather the product of the specific social relations that organize it. So with this sex and gender system, she could organize equal relationships instead of patriarchy, that it is always a man domination over woman. Later, in thinking sex, she thought that gender and sexuality should be analyzed as a distinct social systems, so gender systems and sexual systems, and sexuality functions as a system of social stratification. So she focused on power relations when she studied sexuality. So now I would like to travel a little bit. I will talk about Bronislaw Malinowski. Estelle has mentioned him in her presentation too, because it's a reference in anthropology. And he went in the beginning of the 20th century in the Trobriand Island in Indonesia, and he got stuck there during the First World War. He couldn't come back to Britain, but he was originally from Poland. So while he stuck there, he wrote The Sexual Life of Savages in Northern Western Melanesia, and I will focus on this chapter 3, where he talked about the prenuptial intercourse, and he observed and described things like that. Children hear and witness sexual life of elders. There is no possibility of finding privacy. A child has opportunities of acquiring practical information concerning the sexual act. And this is a very important point, because when we think about intimacy and privacy, sometimes it has to do with the space. A lot of people have closed rooms where to have sexual practices, but a lot of other cultures and other communities, and specifically in the beginning of the 20th century, they have houses made of wood and made with other materials that now allow this concept of intimacy, so more open houses. And another quote from this book: small girls follow their fathers on fishing expeditions during which the men removed their public leaf, and they became nakedness as regarded as natural. There is no lubricity or rivalry associated with it. So in this last sentence, which sexuality Malinowski is describing? The Trobriand sexuality or the Victorian British sexuality that has a taboo with the nakedness body? For example, would we feel comfortable having sex at home knowing that our children are nearby? So which are our own moralities of sexuality and how we behave according to our research topic? This is another quote from Malinowski. That is the one that Estelle has put in her presentation, that is genital manipulation and these minor perversions or as oral stimulation of the organs that are typical forms of this amusement. It was written in 1929, if I don't mistake, so it's almost 100 years later and we are still asking the same questions. We wrote this paper, but Estelle has just published another one about children touching their genitals. So another anthropologist, it's Margaret Mead, and she went to Samoa in 1928, and she was analyzing adolescence, criticizing the fact that adolescence was universal and it was not a critical time. So it was in that way in the US society, but not in other societies. So in this book, she found this sexual practice that more frequently an older man, a widower, for example, or a divorced man, will be the girl's first lover. So it was a very different age sexual relationship there. But also in the opposite, the experience of young boy with an older woman. This is very interesting because it seems that there is not abuse there in this society. So she tried to describe how these sexual relationships were allowed in that specific culture. And if we come back for a moment to Malinowski, here you have that small boys and girls are said to be frequently initiated by their somewhat older companions to allow them to witness their own amorous dalliance. So sexuality was something that was not so intimate and private as it is globally, or this is a question. Can we think that sexuality is something that is private and intimate in the global world? And coming back again to Margaret Mead, and for me, this is very, very interesting point, is that ever since the first contact with white civilization, rape in the form of violent assault has occurred occasionally in Samoa. So for me, or at least what happened in this 19th, 20th century, the colonization, challenge and make universal one of the topics that have appeared this morning, that it's children, innocence, and sexuality. I don't want to idealize cultures before colonization, but there were other ways, other gender and sex systems, and other ways of organizing sexuality. And some of them are still with us. So the contributions of anthropology, for me, is that it is able to ask what is unescapable. And another thing that worries me quite a lot is what we are unable to see in our own research. For example, Margaret Mead and Malinowski, they were doing research in the colonial time, but they didn't say anything about these power relations. Or Margaret Mead in Samoa. In Samoa, there are people now and then with that gender has nothing to do with their genitals. So people with vulva that are considered men, and people with penis that are considered women. And this is part of the Samoan culture, but Margaret Mead didn't see it. So anthropology for me is a reflection of how we produce knowledge, the constant doubt, and having a question mark always in my shoulder. So this is my role in Sexafin project, to constantly question our own ways of researching children and sexuality and to reflect on the assumptions that shape our work. But this cultural relativism has its limits, that the discipline, the anthropology, has solved this cultural relativism point, because what is cultural? If there is violence as a cultural practice, can we respect it because it's a specific cultural practice? So the discipline has solved this dilemma, saying that, okay, but if this cultural practice are respectful with the human rights, but sometimes this is also very gray area. Okay, so the third part of my presentation is about, I would like to share some experience in Ciudad Juárez in northern Mexico, because I learned a lot about how to deal with different dilemmas that my own context, it would be very difficult to deal with them. I would focus in South-North relations, conservative ideology, that in Ciudad Juárez enjoys academic legitimacy, religion as part of the feminist movement, masculinities and the capacity of transformation, and this prevention and promoting pleasure framework. Just to remember, where is Ciudad Juárez in this border with the US? So this is Ciudad Juárez. It's a desert, it's a city that's in the middle of the desert. And it's widely known as one of the main border cities between Mexico and the United States. So here you can see a photograph of the border itself. So this is the way to the, the border. You have to cross it to arrive at the United States. And this big pink cross, it's the cross that remembers all the feminicides that it has happened, all the women that have been murdered in Ciudad Juárez because of situation of violence there. So we got 3 competitive international cooperation grants, and we did this research with the 3 universities there, and we were a team that were professors and staff from the universities of based on faculties of education, and with some anthropologists there. And what we did there included fieldwork in 3 educational institutions that provided residential care for children, 1 public primary school, and 5 focus groups with the university students. And we had also planned to work with Raramuri, the indigenous group I mentioned before, but the COVID pandemic will make it impossible. But it was very interesting because in the Raramuri society, people have children in a very young age. So for example, there are young parents who are around 15 or 16, and they have children that are 2 or 3 years old. So when we were discussing this research with Raramuri, we realized that the parents of these kids that had to sign the ethical consent they were also minors. So it was a very interesting question there. And it was not accidental pregnancies. They constitute as couples and they somehow decide to have children. So it was a very interesting question there, but we couldn't do the research. So what we did, we trained and mentoring students enrolled in sexuality course in the bachelor's degree in educational intervention at Universidad Politécnica Nacional, and we organized the 2nd International Sexafin Conference that it was entitled Comprehensive Sexuality Education for the Prevention of Violence in 2023. And here, this is one of the publications that we produced from this project. If you are interested, you can find it. So my first lesson, or the first dilemma, was about these North-South relations and the persistence of colonial assumptions in international cooperation projects. So the funding call stated that it was aimed at improving the quality of teaching and strengthening research capacities in countries of the Global South, of course, between commas, of the Global North, from the Global North. So this was the call, but in our experience in Ciudad Juárez challenged this perspective because the knowledge exchange was not unidirectional. For example, colleagues at the Universidad Pedagógica Nacional provided us with a specialized training on the prevention of child sexual abuse because they, at the schools, children tell teachers that they are being abused at home, and then teachers are the safe place for children. So they have been working with child sexual abuse since a lot of time. Sex education in Mexico was in the educational law in the 40s, and since 1972, it is in primary and secondary schools, and until 2004, it's in early childhood education. So they have a very long tradition of sex education at the schools, but based on risk and prevention. Finally, it's interesting that what we have learned from this experience is that we highlight this issue of knowledge exchange in our final report, explaining that from Ciudad Juárez we get this training in children sexual abuse, and finally the institution that promote this call changed the call itself, and now it talks about exchange knowledge in different universities. So it's something that can be changed. The second challenge, or the second dilemma, is the diversity of our team. And it seems that it was one of the greatest strengths. It included feminist people and LGTB plus researchers, but also researchers with more conservative perspective, including some of the researchers who opposed LGBTQ plus rights and abortion rights. Despite these profound differences, we share the commitment of sexual education as a tool of preventing sexual violence. So from this common place, we work all together. And it is important to point out that in Ciudad Juárez, because everyday life has long been shaped by experience of violence and insecurity, people tend to develop particularly respectful and careful ways of interacting with one another. So they never so they are very respectful all the time, just to avoid some performance of violence. So we could engage in dialogue with all of these differences. And it is related. Here we have some picture of the conference with the Raramuri people and some students and all the team there. So this difference has also something to do with religion, and the position about religion, it was another difference. There were people from the feminist movement, for example, Marea Verde, who is a pro-choice feminist and activist group, so they fight for a free abortion and access to free abortion to all women. And they consider that freedom of faith is an individual option. And then we had Catholic women for the right to decide, that they defined they were Catholic women, but also fight to the right to decide, so it means the right to abortion. And in opposition, we have some evangelical Christianity researchers that think that they understand sexuality as a political project, not as an individual option. So they try to make a public policy based on their own sexual morality. And we have all these topics in the same research group. So what would we do? We, in the second Sexafin project, we organize this round table where these different ways of thinking religion, sexuality, and abortion and reproduction were put on the same table. Of course, it was a very risky decision, but just remind that respect was something very important there in Ciudad Juárez, just to avoid any kind of violence, and it helps us to make this dialogue possible. And for me, it was very, very important, this experience, because I know, for example, that in Barcelona, it wouldn't be possible. Just talk about different ways of understanding, at the end, the moralities, different moralities of sexuality. The fourth dilemma is about masculinities and the capacity of transformation. And here I would like to read and share with you a story. We were at the Women's Institute of Ciudad Juárez, which was hosting one of the sessions of the Second International Sexafin Conference. During that session, Professor Ugo Gaggiotti from the University of the West of England presented the results of a study on workplace discrimination against women in Tijuana, another city in northern Mexico. When the presentation ended, a man in the audience, probably around 65 years old, asked to speak and said, "How brave you women are to have to fight against all these forms of discrimination in the workplace, especially considering the context of feminicide in which you live. I encourage you to continue with your struggle." He genuinely believed that he was paying a compliment to the woman in the room. However, what followed was a long and uncomfortable silence. Nobody responded. As an outsider, I felt I could take a certain liberty, so I said what many people seem to be thinking. "Thank you for the compliment, but this is not only our struggle, it is also your struggle as men. And what you have just said is in itself a form of discrimination." The silence continued. We were in Ciudad Juárez, where social interactions often favor politeness and avoid direct confrontation. Then it was the time for the coffee break. I remember standing there with a knot in my stomach while a feminist colleague handed me a cup of coffee. And as we talked, we noticed one of our male research collaborators speaking with the man who had made the comment. We looked at each other and immediately assumed that male brotherhood was at work, that one man was defending another man. In a way, we were right, but the outcome was not as we expected. When the coffee break ended and we returned to the conference room, the man asked to speak again. He walked to the podium and publicly apologized. He explained that until that moment, he had never fully understood what the feminist struggle involved. He said that the conversation had made him reflect on his relationship with his wife and daughters, and that he now realized he had not supported them as much as he could have, either as a husband or as a father. After witnessing this moment of transformation, I woke up him and gave him a big hug. In the end, male solidarity had indeed been at work, but in a very different way from the one we had imagined. During the coffee break, our colleague had taken the time to explain why the comment had been problematic and why it had generated such discomfort among women at present. So for me, this experience became a very important lesson about how to deal with differences and with masculinities. So the last thing we did in Ciudad Juárez was organize this, and this is the 5th dilemma, I am finishing. We organized this conference, the Comprehensive Sex Education for the Prevention of Violence, and this word, the prevention of violence, is essential. So in Ciudad Juárez, you could not talk about children's sexuality or sex education if it's not to prevent violence. So it is something that is a commonality, something that makes everyone agree with that. But it's very similar what happened in Catalonia, in the region where Barcelona is, because through our colleagues in the Gender and Education group, we were invited for the Catalan government to do some kind of assessment about how to include sex education in the primary and secondary curriculum and also early childhood. And our research results talk about pleasure, children pleasure on sexuality and all over the body. Estelle also has mentioned it this morning. But the politicians didn't agree with talk about children and pleasure, and they change the word to well-being, but they keep saying that the way of designing this curriculum was based on research results. And yes, but there is something that we don't totally agree. Here we also publish a text just thinking about how to include children's voices in public policy participation. So the point is that it seems that prevention and risk reduction are the socially accepted entry points for sexuality education, and perhaps it is better to start there, knowing its limitation. So from that position, it may be possible to gradually introduce other dimensions of sexuality, such as pleasure, desire, self-touching, children touch their genitals, so different things that currently are moral panics. So my final remarks are about this constantly questioning ourselves and our research finding as social scientists, in the sense that we also have our own moralities on sexuality, so we have to put it on the table while we are doing research. Understanding the context in which we conduct research and intervention, and applying an anthropological perspective that takes into account these diverse cultural, social, and moral understandings of childhood and sexuality. So put the difference also on the table. When we are in a class of children, each children has its own diversities. So I haven't said anything about a schooling or politics of a schooling, but I think if I should link all this presentation with the politics of schooling, I would say put into account the diversity and differences, while at the same time that we are educating. So if we are educating, it means that we have these moral regimes that are also educate with children, and I suggest, or anthropology brings me to suggest, that perhaps we have to produce knowledge with children and try to be perhaps more horizontal and acknowledging what children know and what can they produce. So thank you very much. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Alvarez, for this interesting view out of anthropology. And we will now allow for some questions, if you have any. And so please, our microphone assistants, if they could be ready. While we do this, just little housekeeping announcement. The hotel reminds us there is somebody maybe here that has a white BMW with license plate BS59, because the window is open in the garage, in case somebody is dead here. Also, before we do the tea, or during our tea later, I would like to ask everybody to join the photographer in the 8th floor for a group photo, which means also we need probably to bring our coffees and teas in afterwards to not extend the time too much. So, any questions for Dr. Alvarez? Over there, we have a person here.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Manatsa, and I'm from DUT. Maybe it's just that I need some clarity with part of the presentation. When you use that book, where they were talking about other ethnic groups being savage, on my part is just a little bit uncertain that maybe we don't have any Samoans and Samoans to respond to that, considering that we live in an age now, we understand that, especially in the colonial period, there was a lot of misinformation. Because if you look at the Samoans, that's a civilization on its own that thrived and lived for hundreds of years. So some of the information, considering that the topic, or rather the name of the book, referring to them as savages. And we still expect that whatever information that is said in that book being valid. It's the same as asking Trump to speak positive about the Mexican government, or having Cecil John Rhodes on our side saying that, can you write anything positive about the ethnic groups that he found in the Southern Africa? So I think, for me as a scholar, if we do not take into consideration the context and the time in which that book was written, it could stir a little bit controversy, because I'm sure even the Samoans, hearing themselves as being referred to as savages, it might not be that good. So it was just a concern that I was just seeing from the presentation. I was like, did you take that into consideration? And why was it part of the study and included and seen as valid book? Please, if you may respond to that, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I have to apologize because I had written the mention about the title, but I just wasn't reading properly, so finally I jumped this part. But yeah, of course you are right. The point of including these works basically is because I think that they try to do like an ethnographic description of these people that they met. But when they talk about sexuality and other topics, I think that they were more describing their own moral regimes of sexuality, that the Victorian British morality, in the case of Malinowski, that the Trobriand itself. Because I think that they didn't have the Malinowski or Margaret Mead didn't have the deep knowledge of what these cultures mean and practice about sexuality. The thing that they were describing was the things that shocked to their own moral sexualities. So this is why I am very interested, because it seems that somehow these moral sexualities that come from colonization, it perhaps it has become universal, between commas. And I also forget, I have another slide here. No, it's off. Because I also forget to mention, when I was talking about Gail Rubin and sex and gender system, there was a picture of a film, a short film, that it's called Muches. And Muches are people in the South Mexico. They are Zapotecas culture, and they have, it's very interesting what has survived from this culture before the Spanish colonization, because they have three ways of explaining the reality, and they have persons, plants, and things. But any gender, I mean, they didn't have masculine or feminine in their original language. And what happens in that community is that are people who are not men nor women. So that there is another sex and gender system that it's not binary. So it's a Spanish colonization what brought there the binary system, gender binary system. And in the States, also in the East Coast, sorry, there is also a lot of indigenous groups that have another gender, and they call now two spirits, that it seems that it's the common name that they have agreed, because they are different cultural and indigenous groups. So there are other ways of understanding sex and gender system that has nothing to do with this binary way of understanding that I think that come from the colonization that has erased other sex and gender system, precisely because these moralities that can be focused on British in the 19th, 20th century. But thank you very much for your point, because yeah, I think it's very important.
Thank you. I think what's critical from your talk is that often as academics, as researchers, and even as implementers, we often, no, it's a comment. So And I think what you stress that's very clear is that when we look at people who are working with or communities we're working with, we take it like other people's children. So what I mean is we often go there with a preconceived idea to say, okay, I'll give an example, particularly here in South Africa, where we've got informal settlements, and those children sleep in the same kind of room with their parents, and it's what your book is symbolizing, you know, saying you know, savages, etc. But the thing is, we then often forget to say, okay, you know what, these situations put families in the in the context that they live in. And how are those families? Because we want children to thrive, we want children to do well, and it's not an ideal situation in which children and families live. But how do we, so it then becomes more of a systemic kind of like, you know, a bigger problem that is structural rather than, you know, self-made, rather than individualized. And it's something that I don't know how we need to put it in our own kind of like work, but to say, okay, you know, all these things that happen at an individual level, you've got roots that are coming from a big systemic structural issue that we need to deal with. Thank you so much.
If I can just say something about that, I think it's very important because when you focus, for example, if you say families have the responsibility on sex education. So what happened, these vulnerable families, that they don't have the resources and they have to live together in one room. So sometimes when politicians or also educators establish that, okay, families have to do something with children, sometimes schools, or they don't have into account the possibilities and the context where these children live. And we have seen it in Catalonia very, very often, that sometimes we challenge and we ask to teachers, okay, but perhaps these children don't have the opportunity to do something because of an economic situation, for example. And sometimes it gets invisible. And also different ways of thinking on sexuality. But I think that this point of individual and something collectively is very, very important, because it's very different if you focus families have to do something that is an individual approach or having into account all the structural context. So thank you for your comment.
Thank you. I guess it ties to what the doctors have just commented on, and the very colonial nature of research, but also in particular anthropological research. I mean, ethnography by its conceptualization is quite colonial. You come in, you gaze at people, but how is that different from us going into an informal settlement or a school and observing children or researching children? Is that not a form of colonial? And we go in as these experts or researchers with our own worldviews and forms of knowledge and thinking and doing, and reflexivity. And I mean, some call them savages, we might call them black boys in the township. But how is that not a colonial way of engaging with people? And maybe how then do we decolonize our practice as researchers? How do we go in and not extract, you know, research that is very extractive, and instead engage fully with whether we're working with young people or adults, so that we avoid, I mean, of course I understand that particular research you touched on was done during the colonial era, but you know, and I love anthropology and I love ethnography, but I always have a problem with how it just feels like you're zooming in colonially with this, you're gazing at a particular community and you extract and you walk away. So how do we then do this, especially with the beautiful work that you are doing with children and sexuality? How do we get in there and work with children, research with young people instead of on young people. And then there was the one thing in your presentation that I really found quite very interesting. I mean, it was a beautiful presentation. The getting consent from those who can't consent. How do we negotiate that? You spoke of this problem. We have let me not call it a problem, but we have an issue of teenage pregnancy, even in South Africa. Parents who are teenagers, and according to research standards, to research a child, you need to get permission from a parent. But what happens when a parent is a child? Because you want to research their 5-year-old and the parent is 17 years old. So then where do you go and how do we navigate that space? And maybe that's also something we need to start thinking about, because we're gonna encounter it. Thank you.
Yeah, and to just add on that, and which lens are we using to present this data that we're getting? Is it my, like, the way I see my view, or is it the participants? So, you know, that kind of issue to say, okay, when we talk about sexuality, am I talking it from my own point of view, and how do I address those kind of like, to say, okay, this is Tawanda thinking to say, okay, but this is what they mean. Is it what they mean? Exactly. So
yeah, it's very interesting what you are put on the table, because about the, yeah, of course, colonial origin of anthropology and some of colonial practice, I think, in all academia in general. I have found some kind of relief in feminist anthropology, because feminist anthropology, Donna Haraway, I put her, feminist anthropology put on the table how the relationship we have with our participants. So we talk, for example, about participants, not informants. So, and we try to work with children, with teachers, with communities, with families, and put on the table, try to create relationships. I think Estelle mentioned it in this morning too, strong relationships with people who are doing research with. And we have to think about it all the time, because it's very easy, and the academic way of working, of producing papers and so on, it reproduces some kind of hierarchical practices. And about who is writing, and it's me or it's children who are speaking, it's always, Donna Haraway put it in the sense of objectivity in research doesn't exist. Not even people who are engineering or what, it doesn't never exist. It's that feminist objectivity, that it means put on the table and situated the knowledge, how knowledge is produced, who are the researchers, what are the advantages and disadvantages. And what we do, and it worked quite well, is doing collective analysis. So we are 5 or 6 people with data and trying to give different opinions and different interpretations. It helps to diversify. Of course, we will never know which is mine and which is children, but we can put in dialogue that I think it's a good way.
Thank you. Appreciate the discussion. I think it's important, really. And nevertheless, we have to move on to our next program point, which is our roundtable discussion. So more talk, more interesting voices. What are we going to do? I'm just going to introduce it quickly, what the session is about, and then Dr. Rabia will call our participants, which we do not exactly know who actually showed up. Most did, a few not, and we have a few substitutes. So we'll call you out, introduce you, and then we'll have our round ready for. The topic here really is from the research to the ground, childhood sexuality in schools. It means we want to bring the discussion from the academic to the applied to the ground. And this is the moment where there's also maybe time for humility for academics to listen to people that work in the field in several capacities. So in this discussion, we want to ask things like what organizations working directly with children in schools, see on the ground what the research has or has not offered them, and where the gaps are between scholarship and practice, and what productive relationships can we have between researchers, practitioners, and communities that work on childhood sexuality. So I'm turning it over to Rabia now to call our participants.
Thank you. As I read the bios for each panel discussant, please may you come and take a seat at the front. Our first discussant is Nonhlanhla Mkhize, who is from the Lesbian and Gay Community and Health Center. He is the Executive Director and Human Rights Advocate with the Center in Durban, and chairs the South African National AIDS Council's Civic Society Forum and the LGBTI sector specifically. In these roles, they engage with issues of identity, human rights, legislation, health, as well as well-being. They are well-versed on issues around bullying, structural and cultural barriers, school and uniform policies, as well as the SOGIESC guidelines, among other related topics. Aluta Hambane is a South African human rights activist, educator, and multidisciplinary artist and cultural practitioner whose work connects social justice, creative expression, and community development. She advocates for LGBTIQ+ communities, women, young people, and other marginalized groups through education, media, and the arts. Next, we have Phumelele Ngwenya from Marion Ridge Secondary School, who is a proud UKZN alumna and a life orientation educator at Marion Ridge Secondary School. She is also a trained comprehensive sexuality education facilitator through the Department of Basic Education. She enjoys working with young people and helping them learn, grow, and make informed decisions. Next up is Nomakosi Mabuza from Hillview Secondary School. Nomakosi is an educator, content creator, and youth advocate from Durban, currently teaching life orientation, economics, and EMS at Hillview Secondary School. She is passionate about youth development, social justice, and creating inclusive spaces that support young people's well-being, identities, as well as aspirations. After that, we have Nancy Strauss from True Life. She is the managing director of True Life, which is part of the Durban-based Restoration of Hope NPO, a South African youth development organization working in schools nationwide since 2011. She leads grant management, monitoring and evaluation, operations, and program development, overseeing initiatives addressing bullying, gender-based violence, human trafficking, mental health, safeguarding social justice, and healthy sexuality amongst learners. We also have two substitute panelists, Ndumiso Ngiri, who is from the Durban University of Technology. He is the associate professor at this university, as well as the director of the International Center of Nonviolence. And finally, we have Tawanda Makusha, who is from the African Health Research Institute, and he is a social public health specialist and a senior research associate in the clinical research department at the Institute. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. We intend for this to be an open conversation, so we also welcome questions and comments from the audience as well. Thank you.
And if we forgot anybody that was invited to the roundtable and is here, then please show yourself, but I think we have everybody. Okay. So to start, just want to say I don't have to give all the prompts. You can talk to each other, but I start with an appetizer question. From what you have heard today so far at our conference, is any of the presented scholarship useful for your work or not? And please explain why. And anybody can answer.
Good afternoon, Phumelele Ngwenya here from Marion Ridge Secondary School. I think what I did find quite interesting, all the presentations were quite interesting, but I loved how one of the speakers, I can't remember who it was, but they just brought up the fact that consent is not a binary thing. You know, when you're teaching consent, you don't really think much about that. Because I do teach grade 8, 9, 10 life orientation, so we do discuss consent. So I liked how they put the fact that consent is also about, sometimes they think about, I want to please this person, so maybe I'll say yes. I want to please my friends, I want to do this, I want to do that. And so it's not just a one-way thing to decide whether they want to consent or not. I think that will definitely impact how I now teach about consent. I really liked that. One of the things that I was a bit concerned about is the fact that majority of the speakers were talking about how the LO teachers should, the LO teachers don't. There was no mention of the parents, of the home upbringing, as Doc just said now about how some children are actually hearing or seeing their parents having sex and so on. And, you know, and then they come to the school environment and they have this knowledge and they have this experience and they teach the other kids at school. You know, how do we address that? So I would love for us to also just talk about what happens in the homes and what then happens in the school after that. Because we can't only talk about what the teachers do. The parents also have a role to play in raising their children and also shaping their children's sexuality and so on. Thank you.
So, Luther here. I think, yes, the research is quite relevant, and I think it kind of offers opportunity to reflect through children. I think as responders, as people who are implementers, we hardly see the after effects, especially on such a sensitive thing. You know, as an educator, it's very difficult to go to those great lengths with children when you're teaching them. We are not peers. And there's also that power dynamic that exists of a teacher and a learner, which we would not necessarily get through how we've received the information through this research. So I think it kind of challenged the power dynamics, but it offered us an opportunity to engage on intergenerational advancement. This is very, very advanced. And I think for most of us, like when I was listening to most of it, I was getting a bit of a cognitive dissonance because it's like, oops, okay, sex, porn, okay. I mean, we're still hiding it. But, I mean, I'm 30-something old, but I'm still uncomfortable to have those conversations with my mom, you know? So we're coming from cultural nuances where, especially in the African culture, especially in KZN, yeah, but it's critical as well because it means that somehow, somewhere, we are a bit, you know, falling behind as this generation. And we do need to catch up because they are 10, 15 steps ahead of us. Question is, how?
Ms. Nomakhosi Mabuza here. Just to add on to what my colleagues have said, I'm a life orientation educator and we administer OCSE in schools. So in terms of the dialogue that we're having here, it's lighter. It is lighter in this room because we are scholars, we are doing research, and it's more on a work base, right? So it's a lighter conversation. But in reality, even if we were to go home and have this conversation, it wouldn't be to this extent that it is here. It wouldn't be as light. So the reality is, in the classroom, when we administer OCSE, we are guided by scripted lesson plans, which most of our speakers alluded to the fact that when we introduced a comprehensive sexuality education, there was an uproar with parents. And I feel like with this conversation that we are, yes, it's for kids, but who raises the kids? The children. The parents. Who teaches the children? The parents. The teachers. So an average teacher is about 40-something years old. And a 43-year-old is coming from a generation where talking about sex, pornography is a taboo. It's something to be ashamed of. It's something to be hidden. And so when Dr. Ndomiso came up with these terms that kids come up with these terms. These terms exist because it is something that has been integrated towards the previous generation, that it is something to be hidden. And so it still continues. So we might be ahead of ourselves in terms of we're teaching the next generation, but we need to go back and take the people that are day to day with these people and say to them, it's okay to have this dialogue. It's okay to have this conversation. Let's not make it something to be ashamed of. Let's not make it something to be afraid of. And then when it comes to the issue of pleasure and so on, in lessons, we don't get into those. And when I was sitting and listening, I realized that over and above the fact that obviously there's regulations and policy in place when it governs pleasure, but pleasure is subjective. So you might be saying this is pleasurable, but to the next person it might not be, because it is a subjective topic. So that's what happens in the classroom, is that the reality of things is we are guided by scripted lesson plans so that we don't share our own personal ideas into the next person, and thus making that all above all. So, yeah.
Sure. I think perhaps then to write on that, taking it back to what was on the initial script, you know, where has the research helped us and where is the gap? I think for me, the major gap with everything that has been presented is exactly that, is, okay, from here now onwards, what is it that we need to tweak? And how do we tweak that? And what is the language that needs to have been applied? And the context within which that language would work, because right now we are working insofar as us as colleagues within KZN, of course, bringing colleagues from other countries and from other provinces, but ultimately when you have to put it down on paper and say, here's a blueprint that you can work with, where does this conversation take us insofar as getting to that nitty-gritty that a frontline staff can then go out and execute? And who are the partners that are missing in this conversation insofar as strengthening that? I've already alluded to where are the social workers, the psychologists, where are the parents? Because between academics and us being implementers on the ground, we still need something to tie this nicely so that it is up, you know, the appetite for it is not blocked by the rejection that comes from culture, religion, and whatever else people might have. But I think the crux of it for me is eyes are open, reflection has happened, and then what? How does it look like? And who's getting themselves involved? And what resources would they need? And what is the time frame? Because we can't talk about it now and then still talk about it next year this time.
Okay, try coming after that. So I've just been thinking a lot about the work that we do at ICON, the International Center of Nonviolence, and how we always fall into this trap. I mean, we call ourselves academic and we theorize about these things, but we also fall into this trap of implying them. So, for example, throughout today, we speak about sex and sexuality and gender in childhood, and there are identities missing in the conversation. They were touched on, but not the focal, because we assume that gender and sexuality are only concentrated or only viewed through heteronormativity, and it becomes the standard. We have not touched on queer learners, for example. Implied but not really addressed or touched on. We speak about porn, we speak about masturbation as if it's something that only happens within the hetero sexual child or heterosexual body. When we speak about gender and sexuality, for example, how about then we also speak about menstrual hygiene of trans boys? Menstrual hygiene of trans boys. And then you get silence.
Yeah.
And so even we are then hypocrites in the sense that we set the standard at the heteronormative heterosexuality level and never really interrogate our own belief systems and our own way of being, because the implication is that the world is heterosexual, and therefore that is the standard within which we need to organize ourselves and we need to organize our conversations around, and forget who are we excluding in these very important conversations, because lesbians, girls do masturbate, trans women do watch porn, but they are seldom in the conversation. And I haven't read any of the literature that speaks about these topics that center queer learners outside of violence, bullying, discrimination, etc., as if that is their only experience, as if they don't enjoy pleasure or seek pleasure or explore other ways of being outside of violence and discrimination. That's that.
I think that's a good place maybe for me to come in. I've been listening really with great interest the whole day. So our organization works in schools every single day on the ground, delivering life skills education. And we see close to 6,000 young people a year. And so hearing, about some of your samples and just thinking, okay, what would our young people say from township schools? We work a lot, in Umlazi, all the way through to rural Zululand, Eastern Cape, and then we're in, the most private, wealthiest schools in the country. So we really are seeing a full spectrum. And I think my question that I often sat with is, so what? And that's maybe my challenge to some of the researchers here, and I think maybe what sets some of the research apart is what is the end goal of the research? And if you find yourself researching for research's sake, I think we are going to run into some of the problems that have been raised, where you find problematic narratives creeping in. We are all implementers, and so for us, even at True Life, that have a research arm, that research has one goal and one goal only. It's to refine the implementation. Because all we're interested in is helping more young people be more successful in their choices. And so to answer the question, I think if you can't see a natural link between how your research is going to help someone like me or someone like a life orientation teacher do a better job of raising healthy, identity-sure young people that can form meaningful attachment in whatever that looks like in their context, because isn't that ultimately what sexual health looks like one day? Is making smart choices that don't lead them into danger, and they can form healthy attachments as adults. That's what we want for all young people. So I would just say, like follow that research line through to its natural conclusion and kind of interrogate that. Another thing, and I'll hand over after this one, that got me thinking as I was listening is, and I'd love to know how the teachers felt, but I saw quite a worrying narrative coming through in a lot of the discussions of like a bit of a villainizing of teachers and of people that represent youth, so that parents, caregivers, the department, whatever that may be. Now, we know full well the issues with our departments, okay? But I do get concerned when we start to villainize some of those role players. And, even speaking about, there was a really good discussion around ethics clearances and things like that. And I think you need to recognize that as, and I may be unpopular for saying this, but as the researcher, you too bring a bias. And so a teacher's job is to protect those children. And that might be convenient for the researcher, but if they don't trust what the end goal of that research is and what kind of background you are coming from and bringing that research with, then why should they let you have free access to what are essentially children as much as we want their voices heard and we want to give them, agency to be heard, I would say start with a point of trust and know, understanding why we want to do this work and how we've put guardrails in place to protect those children. Because we have seen research that's gone horribly wrong, where we've come in maybe from an anthropological point of view, but without a child psychological development lens. And, there's a whole narrative on re-victimizing or, exposing children to things before it's time. And so I think that for me is some of the gaps that I'm seeing is like, there's such valuable research, but if the researchers could just make those recommendations the next step a little clearer, we'd start to get to a really interesting place.
Thank you. So I think for me there are two issues. Firstly is problematizing heteronormative. That word itself is problematic. It's assuming that we are already othering whatever that's not heteronormative. So who, who invented time? It's that kind of scenario, right? Like, so if we're taking heterosexual as normal, and heteronormative is already something that is something that's normal, the other is actually, so we need to even in our conversations be conscious and be intentional, to start thinking, to say, okay, when we're talking about other, what are we talking about? What do we mean when we're othering, the other sexual identities? I think that's the first important thing that as academics, as implementers, as researchers, we need to start thinking about. The second thing is we are preaching to the choir. Most of the people that are here are actually people who agree with everything that's happening. How do we ensure that we get government departments involved, other stakeholders involved, and are they ready? What's the politics of the country? Where is the wave going? Because we need to look at these things and be realistic and say, okay, are we taking a pinch of salt and we say, okay, let's present this now. Then the next step, let's take another step on the ladder. Because considering the whole politics of sexual education in South Africa, what is it that's a priority that we need to say, okay, let's advocate for this? And how do we advocate for it? How do we go for it? Rather than saying, okay, this is what's happening. I'm sure, wow, what are they teaching our children? Like, what's happening? So I think there is need for strategy. There is need for thoughtful consideration on the priorities, and also just taking into consideration to saying, okay, exactly as my colleagues were speaking about, children are raised in families and they're raised in communities. I still maintain that. It's very important that, yes, what they might learn at school is important, but also how do we ensure that we are respectful of the family and community environments that they come from? Because that's very critical. Thank you.
I think, having looked at all the presentations, one striking thing that I think we are just trying to really be ignorant about is what the children are giving us as feedback. Somehow what they're giving us as feedback is indicating that we are falling behind. And it's a space of a very vastly changed. We are in the AI era now. Every child almost has a phone. And most of us, especially, again, I think I like what Prof. Ngiti was speaking about, saying, are we going to be using a blanket approach? Because in the African context, in KwaZulu-Natal, the dynamic is totally different. While others are talking about porn, we are still talking about the culture of silencing. And what does that mean? So there is a dynamic where we have to confront the fact that maybe us OGs are also resisting change. And in us resisting change, children are ahead of us. They already know what pornography is. They've got it from their phones. When we are out, they've got smart TVs. They can have access to all of these things. And quite often for us Black and African families, most of whichever parent is still left in the home is absent most of the time because they have to be hustling. So we have to grow ourselves up and we have to find our way around. And in the absence of structured and knowledge and kind of curriculum that guides the children, in the absence of parents, in the absence of people who can supervise them, we've got predators, there's human trafficking. There's a lot of realities that we are seemingly trying to ignore. Perhaps the conversation should be moving in a space of saying, how does this beautiful research goes back and look at issues around the culture of silencing in terms of these narratives, but also how do we transform or move with culture and religion such that it understands the importance of having this in the context of such a very rapidly changing environment. We cannot deny that. Yabo ingane zethu have sezazinto eziningi. Some of them even know sexual positions. And I mean, if you look at those images, they are telling us that we are not ready to have those conversations, but they are a way ahead. Now, as people, I think we need to critically reflect. Do we let them just go wandering off? Or do we find ways of integrating and finding ways of saying, how do we put it together such that it becomes guidance and it is integrated, but considering the big issues around culture and religion?
If anybody in the audience wants to chime in, that's a good moment maybe to ask your own questions or comments on the topic right now. Okay, not really? Okay. Maybe we can, touch on another topic. I mean, I just heard when you talked about teachers being, getting the brunt of the demands, right? And maybe then being also under the bus for like not performing correctly. There seems to be many stakeholders. So there's not only teachers, there's the learners, the parents, school principals, governmental institutions, community organizations, the ones that write the policy. Can we really please them all, or where do we have to start? I don't know if you might have an answer on that, like, or is it just like a big ocean of fish and what are we going to do?
I think the reality of pleasing everyone is still far ahead until we sort of somewhat have a blueprint of an idea of where we're going. That's the only time we can please everyone, because when CSE was introduced in schools, parents were left behind in the conversation. They didn't understand what their children were taught. They didn't understand that we're not teaching them sexual education, but we are actually teaching them about sexuality and about development of self. So until such time that we have an idea of where we are going in terms of what we want our children to know and what is acceptable for them to know, when and how, and we're in agreement, that's the only time we can get to a point where we're thinking, okay, how do we then please everybody? But the dialogue needs to involve everybody. It can't just be scholars and only government institutions and educators. Those people are, as the young people say it, are woke enough and accepting and open-minded enough. But what about a parent who's sitting at home and is like 50 years old, and you're telling them, I want to teach your children about pleasure? They're going to be resistant. So it's a bit of it's a bit far for us to get to a place where we're looking at pleasing everybody. We need to find a direction first.
Maybe if I can answer it by sharing our approach at True Life. What the angle we've chosen to take is, and we have a gender-based violence program, we also have a digital safety program, which touches on a lot of the topics shared in the last session. And we've chosen to take a very values approach education. So we're not actually teaching any of the practical, I mean, we touch on skills, but we just feel like when we listen to young people, as you've said, they actually know. So let's take digital sexual violence as an example. I don't think there's much value in teaching a group of grade 8s how to block someone on social media. They're going to figure that out on their own. But what they need help in is how do they navigate the values of relationships online. And so I think that's where, even to your point, the criticism around comprehensive sexual education has come in as everyone focuses on the kind of nuts and bolts of what it's teaching. Oh, it's teaching how to masturbate, and all these myths about what it's actually teaching. But actually, if we had the conversations with parents about, forget that, how do you just have a conversation with your teenager? When they're in distress, when you can see they're drifting, here's how you approach them in a non-conflict way. Like, let's teach those skills to young people. Let's teach skills to those that feel isolated, that feel like, for whatever reason, they're on the outside of normative. How do you find a sense of value, a sense of belonging, and speak up about your experiences? That's actually got very little to do with the nuts and bolts of sex, and but it obviously has everything to do with sexuality. And I think that's the approach we've taken, is let's equip with life skills as opposed to with pure knowledge kind of stuff. And what we're seeing from, and I think it's another forgotten group that hasn't been mentioned today, what we're seeing a lot from the young people we work with is that there is a growing group that actually favor, I don't want to use the word conservatism, because for them it's not coming from a conservative moralistic point of view, but they are making really what we would maybe on paper look at and go conservative decisions about their sexuality. Even learners from the LGBT community that are saying, we aren't promiscuous, we don't want to just engage in reckless pornography. We've read the studies, we've gone and seen what's happening. And so I think to lump them all in one kind of research group and go, oh, all boys are horny and just can't even go a day without, masturbate. They need a month to, yes, for some maybe, because that's the Netflix stereotype, but actually we're seeing a growing number of this generation that are so values driven and want to be known for their maths ability or their sporting prowess, and not just be labeled as, oh, these sexual beings. We're seeing a growing number of kids choosing abstinence as a legitimate personal choice. Yeah. And so I think we need to, and excuse the only white South African in the room saying this, but we need to be careful we don't throw the entirety of culture and religion out in the conversation, because it has done harm in some areas. There are beautiful aspects to, particularly in KZN, to our culture, but again, it goes back to how do we have those conversations, those values conversations with traditional leaders going, here's the bad, but here's the good, guys, because then they won't see it as a threat. And we deal with these traditional leaders that are like, you're teaching our girls all to have sex. No, we're not. We're wanting to help them actually prevent the child pregnancies and be informed about their bodies, informed about their decisions. Would you partner with us? So we need to educate in those grounds and not just come in from a, hey, let's dump information on kind of these overwhelmed young people.
Yeah, so maybe if I was to, because I'm an academic, if I was to pose a question to my panelists, I would ask to say, what advice would you give gender and childhood sexuality department, Prof. Bana here? What advice would you say, okay, this is, okay, we're leaving this meeting. I think the critical thing to focus on is one, we can park this, or we can move on to this. I think for Prof. Bana, I think she would want to hear that. Thank you for the food.
Well, I think I'll let somebody else jump onto that one. Just wanted to go back a little back insofar as the issue of values, very much linked to it nevertheless. And I'm thinking, and I'm looking at some of the work that you guys do within Jongo and Sila Foundation, but that we've also partnered with Star for Life, Zululand, and Johannesburg to do. And I know colleagues that might have worked with the organization NACOSA in its childhood and youth program. This has been there. It has been there with us 2014 to 2020, I think 2019, before we went into COVID, when we were doing DUT, MUT, UKZN, UniZulu, and so on. But it had placed the responsibility at the hands of the young person insofar as this is your journey. This is where we start with you, and along the way, this is how your journey might look like. But ultimately, you are in charge, in control. But how do we then support you? And who are these agents that are your support partners? So it would identify from parents, from other learners as well, because in other schools you even went as far as having young people that would be coaches themselves, even though they are also learners. But it basically would take you through a journey where it would be either, at the end of this journey, what is it that you want to achieve? I want to get to matric without being a parent. I want to get to matric without being HIV positive. I want to get to matric being somebody that excels in my school grades, but also maybe in sports. Okay, then let's look at how this journey. So right now, I know those organizations, we're at the point where we've even produced a booklet that is called the My Journey booklet, that basically gives you that power from the word go when it starts. And at the front, it starts with you write the name like you're doing your own journal. My name is, and you describe yourself however, because then you're starting that journey with yourself. But that journey is very much a value systems journey about who I am and who do I want to be in the world. And who is it that is with me and who is it that is against me. And therefore, how in my journey do I get to learn to know who is against me and how do they look like? What language are they using when they come through? How are they dressed when they come through to me? Because they might be dressed nicely, but only to find that what they're saying to me is actually undressing me. Ah, okay, so you are not. So I think for me, that's the other aspect that I think in our work has perhaps, if I look at how many have graduated and how many have come back to say, hey, I'm a doctor now, I'm a scientist now, and I appreciated the journey over the past 8 to 12 years, depending on when they caught up with the program and which school they were in. I think that's what we've loved insofar as they're concerned. I know the work that we've done insofar as the Human Trafficking Task Team and your organization, Spotlight and all of them, was also an added element to that where the young people were already a step ahead because they already were aware of what the threats are. But we were the ones that were lagging behind, wanting to come up with these novel ideas of how to talk about human trafficking and being a sex prisoner and all of that. But they already knew. And the question was, like you indicating, then how do we say these are the positive supports, guides that would help you through the journey? And should you find yourself in trouble for real, then what is there for you to sort of use to support yourself? And who is available, be it on the phone, be it on WhatsApp, be it even on Facebook, that might be seen as a dangerous space for others. But how do you navigate? So I think for me, when you talk about really what, and I think also in that journey, it's very clear, it's not just your peers, it's not just your teachers, it's not just your parents, it's even the religious person in church. It's even the cultural leader in the community. So when we do dialogues on the weekend and you bring parents and leaders, even the politicians, so you're saying buy into the scheme. When you go into saying vote for my party, we shall. Please bring that in, that we want to make sure that the streets are safer for our kids. But even beyond the streets being safer, we do not want a girl child to be coming from school and still fetching water and. These are the programs we're going to implement. But ultimately, that journey is the child's journey. And we have to be people that at most times are looking at it from both sides, the giver and the receiver. And at the end of the day, what does the future look like for them? How they see it, not how we see it for them. So I think for me, the value system approach has been a great one, but I think ultimately it's listening from them. Where are you when we find you? And how do we walk with you?
So, and then it would be a question of saying, are we willing to reject and to unlearn, to relearn when they hold us by their hand? I think to kind of also, I think I love the research, but we also have to start fostering collaborations, and perhaps we might need to question ourselves that, do we need to place this within a schooling context when there is already existing structures, especially, I mean, in the African space or Tina, we have ukuhlola kwentombi, you know, where women would get tested for virginity, It's not just about testing for virginity. They are taught values. They are taught about their body. They are taught about sex. We've got Eastern Cape, Ukweluka kwabafana. I've just recently had a conversation with a colleague who was telling me that it's not just about the circumcision. They are taught how to please a woman. They are taught to understand their body. They are taught how to masturbate. Even in local traditional settings, we have insizwa, which is guided by insizwa endala. And then we have amakriza, which is guided, so it's your girls. It's to say, let's not, I know this is beautiful, but also let's look into existing structures. Perhaps transformation needs to happen there because those structures are already existing. And quite often there's a big distrust in Western research. We come from a colonial past where there was an exchange and things were taken. So us Africans are still very skeptical about your findings that you claim to come emancipate us. However, if collaborations are fostered, and I think that's what Dr. Ngeti was speaking about, to say, let's do the research with, yeah? Because if we are doing with, there is a degree of ownership, there is a degree of saying, this approach would work, rather than insinuating that these approaches are working, especially they might work within a Western context. But a Western context is totally different from an African context, from an African rural context, from an African township context, from an African city center, eThekwini CBD context. And again, it's to go to the question, are we going to be using a blanket approach, or perhaps more zoning in to localizing and more deeper zoom in to say, for these specific groups, this might work, and this might not. And this is taking into consideration our beautiful constitution, which caters for 11 and 12 languages, which caters to the variety of cultures. South Africa is a very complex country, and we cannot use a blanket approach. And I think right now we are finding easy way out. Perhaps now this needs to be a transgression to say, oh, okay, now how do I form collaborations within this specific tribe, etc.
I think from a life orientation educator, we often, everything gets left with us as educators. The parenting, the caregiving, everything gets left with an educator. And so, again, to echo what my fellow panelists are saying, is that it is absolute collaboration, and it is looking at it in terms of, I listened to everybody, it's looking at it in terms of dissecting whatever we come up with, let's dissect it further and see how do we get to different spaces. If we have such existing structures, like she's saying, we've got amakriza, we've got insizwa, we've got all of those, let the research go there so that when we bring it, it actually works and there's very little resistance that comes with it, because the resistance comes from you are bringing to me, you're not finding out what I already have. So when the parent is saying, no, but I'm saying something different, and perhaps you are saying the same thing, but you haven't come to me first to ask, Koguti, are we actually using the same language, or am I comfortable with the language you're using? So I think it is that collaboration that's going to get us, and not only leaving it to just life orientation educators.
Address that question. Can we please all the stakeholders, and let's be honest and realistic. 10 minutes. Oh, sorry, it's not at me. If we are being honest, we will never please all the stakeholders, whoever is a stakeholder, because just as when we think we are winning, America votes for Trump, and then Uganda bans same-sex desire, and the work starts all over again. And so we need to appreciate the fact that this work, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we will never reach actualization, but we aspire towards, we're pulling our hands towards getting to that self-actualization, however that looks like. The work is long, sometimes tedious, exhausting. It takes a lot from us, it demands a lot, but it also calls us to be very patient. I mean, when I think about the work that your center does, I was probably still an adolescent teenager when I first encountered your center. And the work is still being done, which means the only time that the center closes, it means we've won. How many years later, or probably a decade later, yes, decades later, I was still a boy. The work continue. I'm not revealing our age, but but the work continues. So it really needs a lot of patience and sober-mindedness, but patience, because you get into it, you think you are winning, and then somebody says, but in my culture, and then the whole thing starts again. Oh, in my religion, and then it starts all over again. But I also think that we are being unfair, and I love teachers. We are being unfair when we think that teachers can carry this load on their own. And I do feel like in this country in particular, we ask too much of our teachers. Like they're not paid that much yeah. I am. We ask too much from teachers. And unfortunately, the children, the learners, are also expecting a lot from teachers because that's where they spend their entire childhood. That's where they spend most of their day, with teachers. And so the teacher becomes, what do you call it? Local parents. But you become the parent. And I know for a fact, just through raising my own son, that teachers have more power than I do. Like, whatever I say, it just falls on closed ears. But the moment Miss Somebody says, Enzo needs to do this, no questions are asked, it's done. But we also then need to find ways of working with teachers in a very collaborative way that is not demonizing the beautiful work that teachers are doing, because they're doing quite a lot. But they also have the power to influence our children. And so how do we then take that influence, shape it into meaningful programs, meaningful interventions, because, I mean, yeah, we know parents are just always missing. Even now, when we do the work with children in the research, they will tell you, I know my parents this. They are nowhere to be found. They are just there as these biological figures who allow you to sleep in their house. But really, children's communities are in the school mostly. And of course, when they get home, they are in the streets, in the playground, and more recently now, on socials. So the parents are just a drop, a figure that exists, but the influence lies mostly outside of the vicinity of the living room, the dining room, and the parent. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to also add on to what Prof was just speaking about, the issue of will we ever please all the stakeholders? The first thing that we need to look at is the fact that CSE was introduced because obviously the parents were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. They were not teaching their children about sexuality. They were not teaching their children about safety, sexual safety, because that is what is taught in the primary schools. They are taught that no one can touch you without your permission. For us to have to teach that as teachers tells us that the parents are not doing enough. So obviously the parents are in denial that their children are actually sexual beings. And so I don't think we can please all the stakeholders. Maybe in 10 years' time, when we are parents and not them, when they are now grandparents, because even if you were to call meetings, let's be honest, the school that I come from, you call a meeting, you get the parents of the children that you don't want to see. For example, Prof, he will be present at the meeting, and you know, if you explain to Prof, listen, we're teaching CSE for these reasons, he gets it. But the parent of the child that is already having sex, that is smoking, that is doing this and that, will not be present at that meeting. So it's not easy for us to please all the stakeholders because not all the stakeholders are willing to actually work with us. And also the parents are not looking at it from the perspective that we are looking at it as teachers. As a life orientation teacher, when I see a child that is pregnant, I am concerned. When I see children in a grade that are pregnant, I'm highly concerned. That tells me that I'm not doing my job properly, you know? And so for the parents, it's a matter of my child is not having sex, my child is not dating. They are in denial. And that is the main issue here, that they are walking around claiming that their children are innocent and we are the bad people, that they are teaching their children all of these bad things. And I'm going to make an example about myself. I feel like we need the CSE because had someone said to me when I was younger that taking a contraceptive, even though you don't have a child, is a good idea, I would have done it. But when we were growing up, our parents would tell us things like, no, you should not be on a contraceptive, you should not be on this and that. We were told that taking a contraceptive would actually affect your fertility. But now we have the opportunity to educate this generation and tell them, get onto a contraceptive, take PrEP, it's for your own good. Because honestly speaking, being a teenage mom will actually set their lives back a step or two. You know, so for me personally, I will continue with CSE. Whether the other stakeholders are happy or not, I will continue for the sake of my children.
Maybe just to answer the question, a few suggestions of where I think this is such a fabulous annual thing. Where would I love to see future research go? And if there are people who are continuing with their research. I think we've learned such a valuable lesson. I love what you shared about having diversity in your research team. So actually being intentional about including maybe voices from the traditional leaders that get under your skin, but have them be part of it, because sometimes they just might be the key to unlocking access because they see things from a different perspective. I think there's a huge research opportunity there. I think actually looking for teachers that are doing it well and doing research there. We had someone mention look, teachers' activity with pornography, but let's look even broader than that. Where are teachers teaching CSE successfully, where the kids are loving the classes, and really let's do a study there. I think tech is only becoming a bigger and bigger issue. Our studies show that over 80% of young people are experiencing violence online. A recent survey we did of 1,000 young people. And then I think lastly, I'd love to see research looking at how do we mobilize the good parts of culture, like making children proud of their religion, their cultural heritage, as a way of kind of leveraging like them speaking up and kind of claiming their own unique identity, as opposed to only ever focusing on the harmful sides of it.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Can I add one?
Short, please, yes.
Okay, no, I think it's just also to decolonize the language. I think there needs to be a concerted effort in funding substitute for language, for ideas, for everything that would actually fit the context. You know, if it were, you know, when I was looking at the pornography research, if somebody said it was exploration, self-exploration, it sounds so damp and so easy to digest. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, just decolonizing the language so that it is edible to the people who need to consume it. Because sometimes it might not even be the content, the approach, or what needs to happen, but it's being overwhelmed by how it sounds and how it feels. So decolonizing the language is going to be critical. Also to gain trust. You know, we speak about this in sexuality, where we've seen a lot of cases where some people who have come out that they are gay will then be victimized, but when they were living as gay, then it was just fine. It was just a child who is just very happy. But immediately when they tell their parents, Mom, I'm gay, I'm lesbian, then uproar, things get burned, get everything. But this person has been living like that. But immediately when you give it the terminology which is associated with colonization and Western ideology, it then becomes, oh, So I think that's also going to be very critical.
Thanks, yeah. Unfortunately, we're really out of time, but I didn't want to close just so and still give the audience a chance to ask maybe one question if there is a need. Over there, please, yes. And then please, panel, really short answer, and then we have to move on.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have a short comment, actually. When we're looking at this critical topic about sexuality education, I strongly believe that schools, especially in subjects like life orientation, they also have to look at the country or countries are governed by or guided by legislative frameworks such as the Children Act 38 of 2005, which foregrounds for the best interest of the child. It states that schools should be principles that guide or must be aware of how they approach topics like sexuality in schools in diverse societies. And also, I think they should involve the community, the parents, the school governing body, and decide on an approach that will not challenge the existing legislative frameworks. And because most of the time, as you all said, that students spend most of the time in schools and some time with their parents, and the school governing body are the representative of the community. And also they play like a mediator between the community and the educators. So it would be better if you all sit down and involve them, hear the voices. What challenges do they face when they are at home, and also when at school, what are the challenges? And in that way, I think there will be constructive criticism where you'll come to a common understanding and have a resolution, but also not deviating from existing frameworks and policies of the country. Because at the end of the day, it must not backfire. As much as we are empowering our learners, it must not come back to the educators who are trying to help. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments on the comments? No, then I thank you very much for the panel, for showing up and for having this really lively, good discussion. Thank you. Short photo for use, please. A photo. And while we do this, I just wanted to announce we have the tea, but please do not stay outside. Grab something and come back in, and we do the photo at the very end of the conference. So we can save some time, and then we can start our next session while people bring tea and coffee. Thank you. So we have the tea break now, but please return quickly.
These ones were long. She said we must cut the break. It was.
So yeah, so she said no break, photo after lunch, because it will take 15 minutes for the photo. After lunch? I mean, sorry, at the end. She said we must find a way to fix this so it ends at 5:02, and then the photo. I don't know. How am I going to do that? It stays as is. We can't alter everyone's time now. Everyone has a set 15 minutes. That can't change. But we can cut a bit of a Q&A, obviously. And then this roundtable was actually the only session that was on time. Even though it was long, it was exactly 1 hour. No. And then we're closing 5 minutes. And announce for the bus at, 5. When I get stuff. Sure, what is there? Isn't enough. I just want to go. I've been in the whole afternoon. I don't want to eat because I have to go in the front now and I don't want to see who's going to talk.
You can just start calling the session, right? Because you don't need an introduction already. Should I
Great.
call you up?
I'm going to be strict. Just now the queue is extremely long. Oh God, he said I must start.
No, I mean not now, but you don't need my introduction.
Yeah, but when must I start? Not now, when everyone's here. But that's a long queue, it will take a while. So at least give them 10 minutes.
Is this the audience?
and gentlemen, is it on? Is it on? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We are now going to move to our final session. Our session for this evening is entitled Beyond Heteronormativity, Sexual Diversity in Schooling. Our first speaker, may we please have silence? Thank you. Our first speaker is Professor Ndumiso Ngiri. I have already introduced him earlier. He is from the Durban University of Technology, and he is going to be presenting on Fading the Norm, Queer Aesthetics and the Fade Haircut as a Political Defiance in a South African School. Professor Ngiri.
Okay. No, people are exhausted. I'm not sure if I should wait for everybody to come in because I know people are still getting their coffee. I must continue. Okay, cool. So I want to start with a question, and that is, to what do we do with answers to questions we didn't ask? To what do we do with answers to questions we didn't ask? And I think that then sums up this particular study. It's called Fading the Norm, Queer Aesthetics and the Fade Haircut as a Political Defiance in a South African School. And so I want to set the scene. So it was what I would probably call a study within a study. It was quite accidental. We went into a school to research the experiences of girls and how their Afro-textured hair is policed in a former Model C school, in a former whites-only school. And this group of, we call them girls at the time, but now, yeah, my conceptualization of who they are when the more I engage with the data changes. And so they came in with their fade haircuts and they brought into the dynamic something quite different. So different that we had to go back and ask to redo ethics. So we had to reapply for ethics so that we can then engage these girls on a different study within a study. So just to set the tone, Castor here says, when people see me with a fade haircut, they clearly and quickly understand my sexuality. And then that becomes then the entry point within which our study comes in. I was looking here at how the fade haircut, fade, something that I have, I never thought it had any political significance or that it can be attached to a person's identity. For me, it's just a style that I like to do, that most people do. It had nothing. But, and I know that it's typically coded as masculine because it's mostly heterosexual men who would have a fade haircut. But with engaging with this data, it becomes a queer and a racial aesthetic rapture. It's no longer for me just a style, it has become a defiance of gender binaries and racial expectation, and I'll show you how in the next couple of slides. So this research, as I said, took place in a racially segregated or racially diverse urban high school here in KZN. We initially went in to investigate the policing of Afro hair in a former whites-only school. And so we had 16 black girls, but 5 queer-identifying black African youths came in and they started talking about their own experiences and how their own hair, the fade haircut, was being policed within the school and how they used the haircut as a way of defying school policies and social norms. So we did participatory visual methods to generate data through photo elicitation and drawings. We did photo focus group discussions, and of course one-on-one interview in the form of a narrative inquiry. And because of time, I will just jump straight into the findings. So the first, no, not the findings first. Because there was so limited literature written about this phenomenon, I had to really go back and scrap for scholarship to make sense of this. And I recognize that what is available is scholarship that is now beginning to locate the body styling, so the body fully, as a site of queer resistance. So queer people use the body as a site of resistance. So for example, the work of Zethu Matabeni and Professor James Hames contend that black queer youth often use style and appearance, including hair, as a tactic of identity assertion and boundary negotiation within hostile social terrains. And this is also echoed by Afrofeminist work, particularly the work of Professor Sylvia Tamal, who argues about the embodied and affective register through which African queer subjects subvert colonial and gender binaries. And so I frame this work within that broader scholarship, but also that the fade haircut now emerges as a cultural artifact when worn by those identifying across the queer spectrum. Okay, so I framed this work within different frames of reference or perspectives. First, African feminism, particularly the work of Desiree Lewis and Nameka, which recognizes African hair as an embodied resistance and cultural memory. I also draw on the work of black queer theorists, such as Zethu Matabeni, who centers non-normative genders and sexualities in everyday survival, but also on the work around disciplinary aesthetics, which speaks to school spaces which regulate gender and race via appearance. Sorry, my mouth gets very dry, so I need to constantly take water. And then finally, most recent work, emerging work on resilient styling, particularly the work of Shantae Smalls and Elliot Powell, that speaks about what they term an impossibility, wherein they center queer aesthetics. And so there is emerging work around queer aesthetics. And now I want to move into the findings, or what at least what I think the data is telling me. And I'm still working on this study, and hopefully will write a paper. And maybe for me, it is an invitation to help me think through what the data is saying and how I can make sense of the data. So the first theme that is emerging is hair as an aesthetic insurgency. And here, the fade haircuts emerges as a deeply personal and political aesthetic. It also becomes a bodily archive. So these young people are using their bodies as an archive of defiance and visibility within a very heteronormative schooling space. So for example, Amanda says that she likes it, the fade haircuts. She feels comfortable and the trim is different. Lebu says it feels good and it makes her feel very confident. And so here, I draw on the work of queer semiotics. So queer semiotic is basically the study of how LGBTIQ individuals and subcultures use signs, symbols, language, and dress code to communicate identity, to communicate desire and community. And so the fade haircuts then becomes a queer semiotic, which allows these young participants to reconfigure what we call femininity and assert queer visibility within very rigid, very binarized school cultures. it also then is a way of resisting the hegemonic demand for so-called girlness that the fade haircuts then indices a gender non-conforming futurity. So they are then speaking into the futures that they want to create through the fade haircut. So the fade then emerges as more than a styling. So it becomes more than a style, but a visual archive of queer resistance. For the participants, it is also a symbolic act of claiming space and a declarative aesthetic of identity. So they're declaring their identity, which also echoes older scholarship that speaks to queer aesthetics as an act of counter archives to heteronormative visual cultures. So it becomes a counter archive to heteronormative visual culture. And so within the schooling space, these young people are using the fade haircut to unsettle dominant binaries of male, female, neat, messy, appropriate, inappropriate, and they are also in the process documenting their bodies as sites of defiant memory and possibility. And then the second theme speaks to how these young people perform boyhood in black female bodies. And this is where, for me, the data complicates my understanding of gender and sexuality. Remember, we walked in to recruit black girls, black African girls, but what emerged are young people who identify as boys. And so, for example, Lebu says, when I have a fade haircut, I see myself as a boy. And many people get confused and ask each other if I am a boy or a girl. And then I would explain that I am a girl, but I like the life of being a boy. The same with Casta, who says, I'm a girl, but I like being a boy. I love a fade haircut, and when I have a fade haircut, I feel like a complete boy. And I even feel more confident when I'm approaching a girl because I know she will see me as, she will see a guy in me. And so this aesthetic resistance is a form of survival. It becomes a survival strategy and a way of reclaiming dignity and voice in a space where their bodies are often pathologized. They also use the fade haircuts, and I've said this, to defy both racial and gender disciplinary regimes, which then foregrounds black queer resistance through their everyday embodied choices. They also negotiate and reframe masculine embodiment. Whilst they are classified as female, they reframe themselves within the masculine embodiment, which is what Judith Halberstam calls the notion of female masculinity. And I also draw on the work of Professor Thabo Msibi and others on black queer youth disrupting heteropatriarchal norms. So the fade haircuts, according to this data, then disrupt and becomes a transgressive performance which maps desire onto the scalp as both an expression and a boundary crossing aesthetic. And then the third theme speaks into how the fade haircut continues to face policing within the school. And so policing queer black femininities in the school. So even though they use the fade haircut to defy social norms and school authority, and despite their agency, they still describe routine harassment and gatekeeping and symbolic exclusion, particularly from teachers, but also from their peers who then see their haircuts as deviant or inappropriate for a schooling environment. So here, the school becomes a hostile site where the fade is policed through disciplinary practices. So their discipline, they are seen as disorderly, as inappropriate, and thus punishable because they are defying the school's code of conduct through wearing, and by the way, boys are allowed to have the fade haircut. It only creates discomfort when a female body has a fade haircut. And then the last theme, because of time, speaks to queer solidarity and resilience. So they draw on peer networks or friendships within the school, so they find each other and they use the fade as a way to form friendships and collective resistance, but they also draw on particular role models. They spoke about Leon Mabena. I had to go and Google who Leon Mabena is. So they invoke role models like Leon Mabena, suggesting that aesthetics also serve as a tool for community making. So they use these aesthetics as a tool to build community, to draw inspiration, and for archive building across the digital and the embodied spaces. And so despite the hostility that they are facing from the schools, these young people construct their queer futures through collective affirmation and inspiration. They draw on role models and provide visibility and reassurance, and they negotiate recognition and shared styling. And then finally, styling here becomes both an act of survival and an archive of joy, identity, and imagination. And then lastly, this is, I promise, timekeeper, this is my last slide. There are some preliminary, and I don't want to say conclusion, they are preliminary because I'm still thinking through this and I'm inviting you to help me think through this. It's one of those researches where I'm emerging with more questions than answers. But for me, the haircut, as narrated and worn by the Black queer participants, functions as a powerful queer aesthetic and survival strategy. It is also a politicized mode of self-fashioning and a refusal of heteronormative school discipline. So these are some of the questions that are emerging as I do and engage with the data. What does this mean for scholarship on queer African youth, aesthetic politics and schooling? And in what ways might we reframe Black queer aesthetics, not only as survival or resistance, but as futuristic archives that insist on presence, belonging, world building within hostile social spaces such as schools? And finally, how can everyday styling practices become forms of epistemic authority for queer youth? And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ngidi, for sharing your research with us. Up next, we have Dr. Primrose Shabane, who is from the Durban University of Technology. She is a lecturer as well as a researcher at DUT in the International Center for Nonviolence. And her presentation today is entitled The Politics of Survival, Identity Construction as Resistance Among Black Lesbian Youth.
Good afternoon. One of the most interesting things for me now is that I will cut my presentation very short because I do not want to bore people. It's a little bit late, and yeah. Okay, so this is part of the work that I did in my PhD work. So it's one of the themes that came out when I was analyzing my data. But what is important for me to highlight is that the title of this is this work that because my thesis is not like that, it's just part of what is going on. So I termed it The Politics of Survival, Identity Construction as Resistance Among the Black Lesbian lesbian youth because I was investigating the experiences of lesbian youth in my school. Before I joined duty, I was a teacher. So the motivation to do the study was because I was sitting in the SGB and also I was the teacher liaison officer. So every day I was experiencing, every Monday we'll have these meetings, I will experience this kind of injustice that was happening when the young girls were sometimes suspended, some were expelled because of their sexuality. So I felt that I needed to do something to know what is it that the schools are not doing right. So I thought, let me do, but I didn't do learners in my school. So it wasn't a comparative study, but I did a rural context and township context. Even though I was not comparing, but I wanted to, because this is KZN, we were talking about KZN and how traditional it is and conservative, so I wanted to see if what is happening in the township is actually happening in the rural settings. So I had 12 participants. One of the identifiers was that the participants would have identified as lesbian girls. So I didn't just go there to say, you have a fade, you look like you're lesbian. They said, we are lesbians. So I wanted to know their stories. So it is then important that to say my studies speak directly to what is going on in this conference today, because sexuality is part of schooling and childhood. And it's not something that is external to it, right? The problem context, okay, before that, let me explain a little bit. So the experiences of these 12 lesbian learners in my study, they demonstrate that these young people were already making sense of their sexuality, their gender, and their relationships whilst they were in schools. But the system within the schooling was really against what they wanted to do. These are their voices. So the politics of survival then becomes very important for me in this conference, because it doesn't just as a neutral environment, but these participants, they were constructing and negotiating their identities within the school, where particular forms of femininity and heterosexuality were often treated as normal or as expected. So, and also I want to zoom in on the legal protection in South Africa. We know what is happening in South Africa. So the existence of the constitutional protection in South Africa doesn't translate into it did not translate into the participants' everyday recognition. For them, they knew that they had rights, but also they did not necessarily mean that those rights, they were experiencing those rights within the schooling system. So, an important question then that emerged for my study is that, what happens between having a right and being able to relieve that right? So this is where now the teachers, the peers, the school practices, and the institutional cultures become important. So the contradiction between constitutional protection and the lived experiences of these participants are very important when we're thinking about schooling. So schools may operate within a legal framework with SASA, South African Schools Act, that recognizes equality. They are saying every learner must be at school. Every learner is allowed to be who they are. But these ones are expelled. These ones are suspended. They're missing out on tests. They're missing out on exams. But while everyday interactions for my participants continue to communicate that some of their sexual identities were less accepted within the schooling system. This therefore means that schools are not simple places where violence happens. They also can be places where young people learn what is considered to be normal, what is about sexuality and gender. Then this connects directly with what is happening in this conference. So the participants, like I have already explained, were girls, 12 girls. They were attending schools. They're between the ages of 16 and 22. The one that was 22 was having challenges in school. And she had already changed 3 high schools. So for the fact that whenever she came, there was this kind of injustice. So she was, my participants also, I had out of 12, 6 of them had attempted suicide. 3 of them 3 times, and then the other 3, 1 or 2. So it was something that really took something from me. So my focus was, I've already spoken about that. I chose queer theory, intersectionality, and structural violence as lenses to look at the data that I gathered. These theories were used so that I can be able to understand sexuality at a different but connected levels. So they were not, the experiences were not disjointed. Queer theory was able to help me to see how the participants were regulating their sexuality. Intersectionality was there to explain how their experiences are shaped by multiple social locations and interactions, and the multi-connectedness of their experiences. And then the structural violence helps me to explain how institutions such as the school can reproduce exclusion. So together these theories assisted me to move the analysis beyond just an individualized understanding of sexuality. But the issue here is not simple that the individual learner identifies as a lesbian. It is how the school environment responds to that identity and how power shapes what becomes possible. So, okay, I've done that. Yes. So I just want to highlight that much of the research that is done on LGBT learners focuses on victimization. So when I was analyzing data, something new came out. Yes, they had experienced violence, they had experienced exclusion, they experienced expulsion, they experienced all horrible situations. Let me just share with you that I went to depression 3 times. Because during the data gathering period, one of the participant was raped. So she was raped because, they were trying to correct her sexuality. So I was the first person that she called. So the issue that I was struggling with was, I came as a researcher, but then I will become now the witness. Because in court, they will call me, they will say, come. So how then do I expose myself as a researcher? Ethics is saying you go there, you collect data. So I'm struggling as a mom, as a South African, as a researcher. So all these layers, I was struggling with all these issues. So my supervisor, I went to and seek professional help because I couldn't. And also one of the challenges was her pulling out. 2 months after pulling out, she said, no, I think I need to come back. I think this is the right platform for me to share my story. So even in that process, I'm not able to continue because there are questions that were always triggering the experience. And then I don't know whether when she's falling apart, I should hug. I would pause the recording, but should I hug? Should I comfort? What do I do? I'm a human being. So sometimes researching such sensitive issues consumes you as a researcher. So you do not know. So the issue of ethics becomes very key. So, so what happened, what I saw when I was doing the writing up was that the study it shifted because of this interesting factor that came out. These 12 participants are lesbians. They are marginalized. But there was one common thing. 8 of them were into sport. They were playing hockey, they were playing soccer, netball. And they don't know each other, but they were instrumental in their community in teaching the young ones. They are marginalized in their community as well, but they're teaching the young ones. They're giving back into the very same community that is marginalizing. So for me, that was something that was not about victimization, but about urgency. I'm giving back, irrespective of the conditions in the space. So the identity now was not simple a label that participants adopted. It provides the sports. They said actually in their own words, this is the vehicle for us where we feel in control. Sports help them heal. Sports help them to give back so that they assist their very young ones to say, we are not bad people because we are lesbians. We are good people because we form part of the community. So, which one is this one? Yes. Finding number 1 was identity as a shield. This finding demonstrates that identity construction is a response to context. Structural and cultural violence does not simply produce harm, but it creates conditions within which these participants have to actively negotiate who they are. The movement from violence to identity negotiation to agency is therefore not just a linear or simple exercise. These young people may have experienced marginalization, violence, rape, vulnerability, and resistance simultaneously, but which is why the experiences need to be understood as a complex rather than a very simple victimhood. So they chose that we are not going to feel bad and say because we're lesbians, people are looking at us and the marginalizing, we're expelled. Those stories were really sad. Then finding number 2 and 3, healing and urgency and resistance. So despite everything that they went through, the participants' responses show that they do not only experience sexuality through violence or vulnerability, but they wanted to create spaces of pleasure, spaces of competence, spaces of belonging and self-worth. So when they said they felt in control, they were reclaiming their identity. Then this, for me, it complicated the dominant representation of LGBT young people as primarily vulnerable or always at risk. Resilience and creativity show that the young people can actively reshape the meanings that are attached to their identities. For me, that was really a turning point, to say we are taking something so bad, something so misunderstood, but we are making it positive. So we are using that which we know to make our lives better. So these three themes for me demonstrate that sexuality is embedded in the young people's everyday experience, schooling experiences. So they cannot separate marginalization. They cannot separate swear words. They cannot separate being called izitabane, morphs, whatever else that they were called. But identity and healing and resistance were always the ways through which the participants negotiated their position within their school. So, yes. So, my last slide, I am saying, ngishintshe. No, you won't know. All right. If schooling is one of the places where sexuality is produced and regulated, then creating inclusive schools require more than anti-bullying programs. We need to examine the norms, practices, and institutional cultures that make some sexual identities appear more legitimate than others. The ultimate implication for my study is that schools should create conditions in which LGBT learners are not silenced, are not shamed for making sense of their sexuality, but they need to be supported to develop identities, relationships, and forms of belonging that are ethical, that are safe, and that are life-affirming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shabane. Okay, up next, we have an announcement from Dr. Luke, and then we'll get back to the program.
Just a short reminder for the students that take the buses that please leave at 5 o'clock to make it back to the campus. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Busisiwe Masondo from UKZN. She is a master's student who is researching whether the sexuality of male teachers teaching young children actually matters. So she will be presenting views from foundation phase pre-service teachers. Busisiwe.
Greetings, everyone. Professor Pana, thank you so much for this opportunity to present my master's thesis. My master's thesis is titled, Does the Sexuality of Male Teachers Who Teach Younger Children Matter? Views from Foundation Phase Pre-Service Teachers. To open this conversation, I just want to share a shocking phrase spoken by one of the pre-service student teacher I interviewed in this study, who stated that homosexuality spirits are contagious. This quote highlights how male teachers' sexualities in the foundation phase are scrutinized and regulated and interpreted. To understand why this study was necessary, I think it's very important to find out what other scholars have investigated and found out. Internationally and locally, there are existing campaigns to attract more male teachers in early childhood education or foundation phase. However, male teachers still remains underrepresented in early childhood education, globally comprising only about 2.5%. In South Africa, women still dominate the field. with men comprising only about 20% in KwaZulu-Natal, where this study was conducted at. In early childhood education, male teachers' sexualities and masculinity are often questioned and criticized. In the global nations such as New Zealand, America, they construct homosexual male teachers as sexually offenders. Some male teachers end up perform heterosexual norms to avoid being labeled as homosexual, such as wearing their wedding rings and mentioning that they have girlfriend. While in South Africa context, studies have found that homosexual male teachers are perceived as more suitable to teach in the foundation phase because the parents, they think that being gay is associated with came. Okay, sorry. Even though they prefer homosexual male teachers, parents want gay male teachers to hide their sexuality because they believe that sexuality can be transferred from the teacher to the child. On the other hand, heterosexual teachers face suspicions of being labeled as sexual offenders, specifically towards younger learners. I think we all know that because in South Africa context, higher cases of gender-based violence is very high. In each and every day, there are always cases being reported that there is a girl or a woman being raped or assaulted. So that is why some parents believe that heterosexual male teachers are posing sexual risk to younger learners in the foundation phase. Research have explored how male teachers navigate in a space dominated by female. And they have investigated how do male teachers negotiate masculinity, care, and professional identity. Few studies have investigated what shapes foundation phase pre-service teachers' perceptions of male teachers' diverse sexualities in the foundation phase. They have not investigated how language, culture, and everyday practices shape these perceptions. Oh, sorry. So this study aimed to address the gap by exploring how pre-service teachers' perception emerge through material discursive entanglement, as you can see in the picture, such as how language, culture, religions, beliefs, media, and physical objects come together to shape views on sexuality and masculinity. This is how the study was conducted. I recruited 35 pre-service foundation phase, comprising 15 males, 15 females, as well as 5 non-binary students. The study was conducted at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Edgewood campus. I used the semi-structured interview, focus group discussion, as well as photo elicitation to collect data. This study presents 3 major findings. The first findings shows that sexuality is read directly through the material body. Pre-service teachers interpreted male teachers' sexualities using visible signs, as you can see in the left picture, such as clothing, flag colors, cosmetic, and voice. As one of the participants named Mzumara noted that children can notice non-normative dress like high heels or frontal weaves and can ask a question about male teachers' sexualities. Okay, in this study, heterosexual masculinity was viewed as a suitable sexuality in the foundation phase. Participant Mzumara and Stesh emphasized that gay male teachers' must keep their sexuality on the side and perform heterosexually masculinity around children in the foundation phase. Homosexuality was perceived as contagious behavior that children can learn through imitation from the teacher. According to the participants of this study, sexuality becomes something that can pass from teacher to the child. The participants are influenced by proverbs such as "ligochwa lisemanzi," meaning that you mold it while it's still wet, construct children as impressionable and in a need to be guided on a sexuality and gender, such as that boy, there is a boy and a girl. There is no other gender or sexuality. Are presented, teachers must present that as naturally, while LGBTQI+ are constructed as unfamiliar and not suitable for younger learners in the foundation phase. The second finding shows how media and social platforms actively generate or circulate suspicion towards male teachers in the foundation phase. On platforms like Facebook, comments like "Ingwele efundisa ka foundation phase ayikho" circulates the idea that a real man does not teach in the foundation phase. The participants' reference to the circulation of this term "Ingwele," a real man, demonstrates how language and digital platform entangle in constructing foundation phase as incompatible with dominant forms of masculinity. And the participants also mention Cwecwe's case. I think we are all familiar with the case. Those who are not familiar with the case, Cwecwe, it was a social media movement happened last year. Cwecwe is a 7-year-old girl from Eastern Cape and was raped in a school premises when was in foundation phase at that time. So Cwecwe's case in this study became a collective reference to the participants linking male teachers' sexualities with suspicious that ekugcineni uyindoda. At the end, you are a man. So you do have sexual violence, such as touching and raping, and entangled from Cwecwe's case. The last finding from this study, the reference of Zulu culture community further indicates that pre-service perceptions are shaped by broader traditional forces. As one of the participants said, that this comes from Zulu culture, which reinforce the gendered expectations that position men as providers and women as caregivers. Within the assemblages, masculinity in the study, masculinity from the participant, they viewed it as a valued masculinity capacity associated with guiding and influencing younger boys. Male pre-service teachers believe that heterosexually male teachers must show younger boys how to be a man, how to perform masculinity. It shows that this perception emerged through the entanglement of gendered role modeling, masculinity discourses. And the last one, the discriminatory phrases were made by lecturers in foundation phase discipline at the university, which was used by lecturers calling male teachers in the foundation phase as omisi bamadoda, meaning male misses, was reinforced pre-service perception, the assumption that any male teachers entering in foundation phase is automatically feminized and viewed as a gay. This shows how institutional interaction contributes to the production and circulation of these assumptions, as well as how homophobic discourses operate in the university by pre-service as well as lectures. So now we know how everyday practices shape or influence the pre-service perception about male teachers' sexualities. So the question that I am asking all of you, so what can we do about these remarks made by pre-service teachers, as well as made by parents, that they believe that only gay must teach in the foundation phase. However, they must hide their sexuality to the learners. What can we do other than presenting, doing conferences and presenting our findings and writing papers and writing recommendation? What else we can do other than that? I'm so glad that this room is full of scholars and teachers, as well as stakeholders from all departments. What can we do? So the findings in this study highlight we must actively challenge the heteronormativity assumptions that place who is suitable to teach in the foundation phase, or which sexuality is approved to be in the foundation phase. Teacher education programs need to address everyday labels and jokes that marginalize non-heterosexual sexualities. I recommend workshops and short learning programs that help student teachers reflect critically on their own biases regarding gender, caregiving, and sexuality. In conclusion, this is what the study found. As you see in this picture, the study found that male teachers' sexualities in foundation phase are produced through complex, interconnected cultural, material, social forces, religion, from lectures, discourses, and language. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Busi. In keeping with the theme of men and the foundation phase, we now have Sandile Ndawonde, who is also from UKZN. He is a master's student in gender and education. His presentation today is entitled Men, Sexuality, and Teaching Young Children, Narratives of In-Service, Same-Sex Desiring Black African Male Foundation Phase Teachers in South Africa. Sandile, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to cut short my presentation, but what I know is that I'm very stingy with my time. So straight to the point, my study, as stated by Dr. Rabia, it is entitled Men, Sexuality, and Teaching Young Children, Narratives of In-Service Black, Same-Sex Desiring African Male Teachers in the Foundation Phase. So this study is situated within a phase of schooling that has been historically feminized, associated with care, often labeled as women's work. And for men who happen to enter this particular phase, they have been found to face scrutiny surrounding masculinity, sexuality, their professional legitimacy, as well as suitability to work with children. Yet it should be noted that research also demonstrates that the experiences of men in this particular phase are not uniformly negative. For same-sex desiring men, in this particular phase, their experiences are often complicated by heteronormative assumptions surrounding gender and sexuality, including beliefs about same-sex desire in relation to childcare and childhood. In a South African context, research has presented a much complex picture that same-sex desiring men at the same time are also constructed as less of a sexual threat to children compared to their heterosexual male counterpart. This is very important when these perceptions are considered alongside the wider context of heteropatriarchal gender-based violence against women and children currently in South Africa. The current study does not aim to establish the underrepresentation of men. We already know that. But there remains a limited research when it comes to understanding how these particular group of men experience the foundation phase and ways in which they negotiate gender and sexuality. And I address this particular gap through the narratives of 7 same-sex desiring Black African male teachers who teach in a foundation phase South Africa. Theoretically, I adopted a queer theoretical strat which encompasses the epistemology of the closet, which assisted me in understanding how participants negotiated their sexual visibility, as well as the heterosexual matrix, which assisted me in understanding how gender, sex, and sexuality are regulated in ways that they are expected to be intelligible and coherent. But it should be noted that since these particular theoretical perspectives are of Eurocentric origin, they were contextualized within participants' sociocultural context as well as social environment where they work and live within. This is the methodology of my study, and I will keep it briefly. And it should also be noted that the ethics was granted by the University of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the gatekeeper's permission by the Department of Basic Education in KZN and Gauteng. And I recruited these participants in these 2 provinces specifically because I wanted to get the perspectives and the narratives that are much more diverse than just simply relying on a single context. Moving forward to the findings of my study, the first finding of my study is titled The Mobile Closet, Strategic Invisibility in the Foundation Phase. I will first clarify this, that by saying the mobile closet, I'm not saying that the identities of these particular teachers are mobile or they shift in a certain way, but I mean that their sexual visibility is continually recalibrated according to the context, the audience, relationships, and the perceived risk. So what can be known about the participant and by whom, with what particular consequences also changes their sexual visibility. So I show this functioning of the mobile closet in 2 threads at the community level, as demonstrated by Ntob's reflective letters, that in his narrative, he shows the expectations of Black masculinity and men's work, including sexuality, how all of these come together to influence where he feels he can be able to work and anticipating the kind of reaction that he will get. So his account therefore shows that sexual visibility rather, is negotiated in relation to particular social environment rather than simply being a matter of in and out of the closet. What should also be noted that the mobile closet did not emerge in a vacuum. I had to engage the literature by Sedgwick on the epistemology of the closet and other scholars such as Ross when it comes to the closet and how they've complicated it in relation to race and the space, the context, as well as the unstable nature of the closet. So my contribution here is to show how all of these dimensions, they actually come together in the participants' experiences, those who work in the foundation phase. Moving forward to Butle's narratives, which demonstrates the function of the mobile closet within the foundation phase. As he states that with his colleagues, he's very much flamboyant and open and himself, but around the children in the class, he has to tone down his behavior because of how and what the parents would say and interpret his behavior when children narrate his behavior back at home. So what we are learning here is that the foundation phase also introduces additional audiences, the parent as the invisible audience, and pressures surrounding learners, parents, childhood, as well as the professional conduct. So visibility can shift even within the same environment. You don't have to be in a different city, but even within the same school. So what we are learning here is that what is possible with the colleagues is not possible with the children. The second finding of my study, the foundation phase also emerged as an unexpected shelter, and I use the word unexpected deliberately because that does not mean that the heteronormative regulation now is miraculously disintegrated in the foundation phase, even though the research has also shown that men within this particular phase do face scrutiny surrounding different identities, different factors of their identities. But here, in this study, it emerged that these teachers' identities, particularly sexuality and gender, they become less of a focal point. And this is illustrated in Temba's narratives as he first makes a comparison between working with children of higher grades and children of lower grades and their understanding of sexual diversity and the sexual script. He then goes on to state that at first he introduced himself as a sir at the assembly, but then the teacher, one of his colleagues, then jumped in and said, can we at least use miss? Why? Because he's a feminine presenting homosexual man. And he also narrates that even with the parents, they don't have any problem with his identity, and they even use the title miss, asking if he is the new miss in the foundation phase. Although we understand that gender and sexuality are not the same, but in this particular extract, what we learn is that these two identities are often conflated in practice, and him being misgendered, that misgendering is also connected to how his feminine presentation becomes entangled with the assumptions about his same-sex desire. And also the assumptions about the real men, they come in here, that the real man should be a heterosexual man, and that a perceived femininity on a man is often associated with gayness. So through Butler's heterosexual matrix, what can be taken away here or can be understood is that this entire scenario is an attempt to restore the coherence that has been deemed to be disrupted, the coherence between gender, sex, and sexuality. So his account also of the parents further shows that recognition within this particular phase remains a matter of negotiation rather than being guaranteed. So what the takeaway point is that the foundation phase offers a shelter, not a permanent shelter, rather a conditional one. The third finding of my study is that the same-sex desiring teachers within this particular phase have also reported experiencing discrimination. And we learned this through Kabelo's narration when he went out for a school, with a school, for a school excursion, where they were then separated into two groups based on their biological sexes. So because of that, him as a same-sex desiring man, one of his colleagues said, well, the other one will have to choose where they have to go, which he interpreted it as it meant they were not sure about whether they wanted to become men or women. And his colleagues, they also captured that particular comment, which was later on addressed at school. But if you look at the picture, one person might ask what is going on. It doesn't necessarily show the discrimination. When I probed him, what does this particular picture represent? According to him, it represents the memories that he will never forget. And this shows that sometimes the photographs presented by the participants will not always straight up communicate a particular information that is clear. So that is why we have to read them together with participants' narratives. And through the analysis of the narratives and Gillian Rowe's critical visual methodology and the Butler's heterosexual matrix, is that this particular scenario can also, again, be understood as a moment where gender and sexuality are expected to remain coherent and intelligible. So the comment also here did more than just to ask where Kabelo is going to participate. It positioned his sexuality as a matter or as something that could make his gender itself even questionable. The last finding of my study demonstrates that participants strategically exercised agency within the heteronormative constraints to protect learners and also challenge homophobic discrimination. And we see this in Samgelo's reflective letter when he wrote that one of the learners was called a homophobic slur, as in KZN it is called istaban. Him as a same-sex desiring man, he states that he was triggered by this entire situation, but he had to maintain his composure because he's a closeted bisexual, born-again Christian man. So with that being said, he was worried about how his colleagues might interpret his behavior. So he had to turn the entire situation into a lesson of respect, kindness, and care. And through Butler's heterosexual matrix, this entire scenario, the slur functions as a policing mechanism through this perceived departure of the expected coherent with the dominant expectations of gender and sexuality. And we see Kabelo coming in and also disrupting this entire discriminatory logic. And I cannot also leave out how care also comes in here as an ethical practice. He protects the learner, he intervenes during the discriminatory situation and challenges the entire situation by also informing the learner. So what we're learning here is that even within heteronormative constraints, participants can still exercise agency to trouble these problematic views. The implications of the study, the first one is the theoretical implications, which entails the mobile closet, which extends our understanding of how sexual visibility by showing the ways in which it's continually recalibrated across different audience relationships and spaces, and how these negotiations can be intensified within a foundation phase. The educational implications entails addressing the underrepresentation of men in the foundation phase should not only just stop at increasing the numbers, but we also need to consider the different experiences of men who enter this particular phase. And also the institutional implication also include creating professional environment where teachers can participate without their gender or sexuality becoming continual basis of scrutiny or regulation. As for research, the findings points the need for further South African research on the experiences of same-sex desiring men in the foundation phase, and also how schools, including the school leadership such as the SGPs, the SMTs, they respond to gender and sexuality within the foundation phase of schooling. So the way forward here, as I suggest, is that we have to rethink the recruitment of men. We mustn't just stop at just saying more men, but we have to think that men are not a homogeneous group, and there's a diversity within men, as demonstrated within my study. Secondly, recognizing diversity in terms of gender, sexuality, masculinity amongst foundation phase teachers. And when we talk about masculinity, we are not just talking about the diverse masculinities amongst heterosexual men, but as well as queer masculinities as well as trans masculinities. There is also a need to cultivate professional environment where teachers can participate without having to continually negotiate their legitimacy. Lastly, we have to move beyond tolerance when it comes to inclusive education towards actively responding to gender and sexuality-based discrimination. And lastly, when it comes to planning, yes, we can come up with the campaigns to recruit more men in the foundation phase, but also questioning ways in which we retain men in the foundation phase as well as their diversity. Because to be very specific is that same-sex desiring men in this particular phase do offer young children authentic beings, and them also being normalized and getting used to seeing that there are different identities that exist outside the school. And also, what is it that is being done to cultivate belonging of these teachers beyond tolerance? And thank you. This is the end of my study.
Thank you so much, Sandile. May I please call the presenters to the front for a short and quick Q&A? Thank you. Thank you so much. So we had 2 studies presented on queer learners and 2 studies that were based on queer teachers. So how do we get, my question really is, how do we move the needle? It is 2026 and we're still hearing about discrimination and homophobia in schools. So if each of you could maybe say 1 or 2 things about how do we actually ensure that queer learners as well as teachers are accepted in South African schools. What has your research found? What do you recommend?
I don't think there's anything we need to do really, because as you saw from my study, young people are already doing the hard work on their own. They are using their bodies, they are using style. I see a lot of them on TikTok and Facebook, being their beautiful flamboyant selves, being their queer beautiful selves, and then just defining standing norms in schools and in their communities. I think what we can do is learn from this particular moment, that there is some form of revolution that is happening in schools amongst queer learners. And I do think a lot of that has to do with the strength of the LO curriculum, but also exposure to certain content. For example, I know that there are such shows as Sex Education on Netflix, Heart Stoppers, all of those things that are now finding resonance, as opposed to my time where we only had SAPC 1 and 3, and the government decided what we can watch. There's a lot of independent content now emerging that is giving young people different worldviews, and it basically they see themselves coming out and alive in these characters that are emerging, and they reenact that and they use that to contest the aggression and the resistance. And so maybe what we can do then is learn from that and see how we can take that forward.
For me, I'm going to say that there is a need to further conscientize the school leadership when it comes to the matters of gender and sexuality diversity. And I'm saying this because in my study, one of my participants did mention that after that incident during the school excursion, the member of the SMT then called the teacher or the male colleague that made that particular comment to address him at the office, that it's wrong to make these kinds of comments to your colleagues. And I know that this is not the same thing when it comes to same-sex desiring teachers in different parts of the country. So as it also stated in principalship, in standard principalship in South Africa, that principals do have a role to play when it comes to creating environment where teachers and learners, they will feel a place where they can belong in schools. So that conscientization, it should be a continuous thing, not a once-off thing, because I believe that it also needs to trouble the certain belief systems that is harbored by a particular group of people, especially the ones who are in the management teams in our schools. So yeah, the work still needs to continue, because if we have the principal like Gabelo's principal in my study, that means that we could have more of them through conscientization and also education.
Thank you. What I think is important for everyone in South Africa would be to, I guess people, they are scared of something that they don't understand. I think this marginalization, what is happening in our schools and in our communities, because people are scared to ask. If they do not understand, they need to ask questions. We are refraining from asking relevant questions, but we quick to judge because we from a point of not knowing. So if they would understand that sexuality is about an individual. So we really like to tap into, as communities, into a space that doesn't concern you, because we are saying it's a freedom of expression. But in the end, as teachers mostly in schools, there are policies that are not, they are only pulled up only if it favors maybe us, the teachers and the SGB and stuff like that, but it's not directed at the learners. So the school is built so that everyone who's there should feel, as a member, should feel welcomed. But when policies are not applied in the manner in which they were designed, because in the school where I was teaching, there was a code of conduct. One of the participants in the study had to ask for the code of conduct from the SMT to say, show me where they say if you are a lesbian, you need to be expelled. So not everyone will challenge the system like that. So we really need, as parents, as teachers, as the community, to stop judging, to understand things that we don't understand. From that point, then we'll be able to embrace the difference.
Just to add on what Prof. Ngidi and Dr. Shabane have said, and Sandile, as I said earlier on my presentation, I think we need to do more than just presenting these findings and writing this recommendation. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done other than just writing and presenting and hosting programs or workshop or whatsoever. Because how come lectures, because they know these things, but they can be homophobic toward other sexualities. Even 2Ks, Generation Z, which are born after 2000, but they are still homophobic. So, because they know about these sexualities, so how can you say that homosexuality is contagious? So I think there is a lot of work that can be done to reduce all these assumptions about sexualities in the foundation phase or early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I won't take any questions from the audience in the interest of time, but you are welcome to engage with our presenters straight after the conference. Thank you so much for your insights, and may I please ask you to stand for a quick photo, and I will hand over to Stefan.
While we do the photos, so our next and last program point is some short closing remarks by Professor Barner, Professor Alvarez, and Dr. Malgosa. All right. Okay.
Thank you all for being here. We know we've gone beyond the time, but as we come to the end of today, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for what you have brought to the conference. When I opened the conference today, I spoke about the disjuncture between what children know and what adults thought they knew. And over the last few hours today, we have come to understand better that disjuncture and that contradiction. We've talked about so many things, transing, gender. We've talked about, the last session, alternative forms of sexuality. We've talked about gender, race, culture, class, context. We've talked about global north and south. We've talked about the kind of theoretical positionings from whether they're from anthropology or from the mobile closet, which I thought Sandile was just so interesting, the novelty of the mobile closet, but also the hair, the fashioning of the body. And I think I can go on and on and on about the richness of today's experience. And I owe this all to you. So I want to say thank you so much. You've raised so many issues, but you've also allowed us, in terms of the SACHI program, to ask more questions. The questions that were also raised in the round table about what more can we do. Some of the things we do know. Of course, what today has expanded upon is how sexuality remains such a striking component of schooling and of children's everyday lives, and yet continues to be marginalized. To all of you present again, I say thank you. To the young scholars, and the last two scholars especially, Sandile and Busi, thank you so much. Your presentation inspires me, and it allows me to believe, as I have for the last 10.5 years, in the value of the Saatchi program in developing the next generation of scholars. I thank you so much. I look at the people that have come from the University of Mpumalanga, DUT, Indumiso Ngidi, the vibrancy of the work, the compelling nature of this topic, and that this work continues. It will continue for the next 4 years of the Saatchi program, but it will continue beyond that. To all the administrators in the Saatchi team, to the postdocs, to the students, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to our international guests, I cannot say thank you enough for spending this week with us and for doing the keynotes today. Thank you all, and thank you for staying beyond the time.
So thank you very much, all of you. I am very, very, very happy to be here. Thank you very much, Prof. Bahana. Today, it was very inspiring conference for me, for my work. We have talked about a lot of issues, so it was amazing. I just want to remember that when we speak with families and teachers, because in Sexafin we used to do a lot of talks, and we used to do a lot of trainings to disseminate research with families and teachers. We used to say that there are not a magic potion to do sexuality education. So there are not a unique way to do it. But perhaps the solution, we think that it's this that today we do. A lot of persons thinking together and building knowledge together. So thank you very much for this conference.
Okay, I just change my, put here, because if not, I'm not able to see you. I want to also say thank you for invite us to be here. It has been a really great pleasure. And I just wanted to point out 3 learnings that I kept after all day talking about sexuality, schooling, children. First of all, I would like to thank teachers' job, because it is true that without paying a lot of attention on it, sometimes we put all the responsibility on teachers, and there are a lot of teachers doing a great job at the schools, and we have met different teachers, and it's very different when we do research with the teacher that is with us, or we are with the teacher. It's different, it's very, very different, the results, and we have a lot of experience about the role of teachers doing that, so thank you all the teachers to do this great job. Just point out the complexity of diversity, and at the same time the interesting of all the diversity with its complexity. And I think that it's very important to put the dialogue in the center of this complexity and diversity point. And finally, the importance of the community. We have talked that there are not individual solutions or individual perspective. However, we are in a global context where individuality is like put it on the center, forgetting the community. So I would like to think in community, and we have been doing it today. So thank you very much for all your knowledge and your ideas sharing, and it has really a really great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for visiting. Thanks to the staff, the participants, audience, and everybody. So we're closing the conference. That was it. And please, if you still have time, or make the time, please, for a little group photo, which we. Okay, we are a small group enough to do it here. Thank you.